how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government, controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
It's Friday night. You know what time it is. It's Rise Above time, bitches. Welcome back, Andy PG.
Good evening, one and all.
Let us know how we're sounding, everyone. Andy PG's back. He's taken the biggest, longest break ever. Mate, you were away for 2 weeks. I thought you were dead.
Matt had an awesome time at this wedding. Best wedding I've ever been to.
It's a nice wedding, did you?
It was amazing, mate. It was amazing. Now I had to help, mate. I'm the brother of the bride is my oldest friend, longest friend.
Right, okay.
And I've known their family pretty much all my life. So
wicked.
Like, I helped out of the week before setting everything up.
Oh,
it
you were playing a part,
It
were
was
ya?
a big shindig, mate. It was
Ooh.
big. There was like 250 people there. It was a big old wedding.
Sheep Farm thought you retired, Andy PG.
Oh, come on, mate. It's
Big
not...
up Sheep Farm.
Don't believe me?
More jingles tonight. We'll get right in with the jingles.
Big up Magix.
Ah,
See
big
him
up
in the chat.
Magix. I'll tell you what, let's welcome the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, let's get him in.
Big up Virus Man. Hello, mate.
Evening all. How we doing?
I like the chair, VM.
Yeah.
Comfy, mate.
Is that what we're going with? VM?
Yeah, VM.
VM.
V-Man.
Yeah,
V-Man.
V-Man.
Come on.
Cool.
How you doing, Andy? You right?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. How's it going?
Good to
Loving your most recent work with Magix. That I don't think that's actually gone
we'll
public.
We'll be talking about that later.
Yeah.
Not the one you're thinking of.
No,
That's not for the eyes of everyone. That's pure insider knowledge. Welcome in the Guardians, Master Lee. What's popping?
Salutations, everybody.
Salutations, Master Lee.
Hi, Muslim.
Yeah, the tactical kettle's just boiled in the camper van, so
Excellent.
I'm all ready. I'm all set to go.
Awesome. So this week is I'll tell you what, before we even talk about what we're going to do this week, we could probably have a little chat about what happened last week.
Yeah.
I know you
Mate,
you saw
I
it.
was so looking forward to that interview, but obviously I could. But I tell you what, I said to you before the show, I've watched that personally 3 times with 3 different people, and each time they've had their jaw on the floor.
I'm not surprised.
And then what you released earlier at 6 o'clock with the
on the other
with
channel.
CJ, honestly, that is like, coupled with John O'Leary's testament, that is some deep, dark shit which is going on, and right under our nose here in the Rise Above HQ at our local hospital.
Yeah, at Royal Bournemouth Hospital. So I'll tell you what, we might while we're sort of on that subject, because that's really leading on with last week. Yeah, I've been busy this week on the second channel, on the standard Rise Above channel, with the short videos. I put 2 videos out this week. The first one that we're talking about here was actually just yesterday. No, actually, what we're talking about, it went out at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, 6 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, 6 o'clock tonight. I recorded it yesterday. It was an interview with a lady called CJ, whose father had basically been euthanised in Royal Bournemouth Hospital. I'm just going to say it. That's what happened.
That's what it is. Say it how it is.
Everything that John O'Leary said like last week about basically like a conveyor belt of midazolam-fueled euthanasia going on. Everyone over a certain age in a certain
With
category.
the communication completely cut.
Yeah, everything he
whisked
said.
off straight into this ward where there's no admittance to anyone because of what we got to be careful what we say even more now, haven't we?
Oh yeah, because for anyone that doesn't know, this week YouTube changed.
Let's just call it Divock 91.
Yeah, we call it Divock. Yeah. YouTube changed the Divock rules and the Britney Spears rules. Like, if you make a video that says anything apart from Britney Spears concert tickets are beneficial
You can't
for your
even
health.
say the JAB.
Oh, well,
You can't-
JAB.
You can't even say. Well,
Jesus.
I don't think you can even say
Really,
that
really
anymore.
cracking down.
Yeah.
Really
You guys be
cracking
careful tonight.
We've got 125 people tuned in already.
125, yeah. So
There must be some serious complaints for the Soviet Union.
I hope we get some complaints tonight. We haven't actually had a proper complaint because
I'm hoping, because I've taken some flack online this week. I'm hoping that the people that gave me flack online, I sent them the link to the show. You're more than welcome to call in if you're tuned in, guys. Leon, that means you.
Did you get flack for sharing my posts?
Oh, I got flack. I'll get flack for everything, mate.
Oh, right, okay. So, yeah, for anyone that's wondering how to get hold of these videos, there is a second Rise Above channel, and it's only got 300 subscribers, so it's actually very difficult to find. The link for the channel is in the description of the stream, right? So please, please, please subscribe to this second channel, because until we get 1,000 subscribers on it, the channel is basically completely hidden. You can't find it.
Yeah, we all need to push that one.
Yeah, because not only have we got this this amazing interview with CJ, this very brave lady that told the harrowing story that backs up I almost said John Overkill then.
Well, yeah, we'll talk about him in a bit.
Oh, no, we can't. No,
Touchy
backs up
subject.
John O'Looney, right? I also made this video here called Rise Above versus the Dentist. And I didn't
Yeah, I
deliberately...
saw that one. That was a funny one.
I didn't deliberately make it 9 minutes to 11 seconds long. That was actually completely random. Honestly, it was. And for anyone that hasn't seen this video, I'll just give you a little insight. I went to the dentist this week. I cracked my back tooth. I had to have a filling repaired. I refused, obviously, to wear a mask and to wear hand sanitizer. And the dentist...
Well, door was locked, wasn't it?
Yeah,
When you got
yeah.
there.
I mean, all right. Yeah. So basically, I went to the dentist and the fucking door was locked. I banged on the door. I was like, I've got an appointment.
That's so 2020.
It is so 2020. The woman comes to the door. She's got a temperature gun. She tries to point at my head. She's got a mask and hand sanitizer. I just said no, no, no. I'd already decided in the car, right? I was taking no shit because I've gone to the dentist last year. I've had to fight to not wear a mask. I've had to fight to not have the Divot gun pointed to my
Straight
head.
at your
I said, right,
forehead,
if you
yeah.
want to take my Divot, you do it on my wrist. I'm not having the Divot gun pointed at my temple. No way, right? So I said, look, I'm not doing any of it. I triple decline. That's what I said. I triple decline.
Yeah.
And I tried to walk in. She goes, you can't come in. I was like, yeah, I can. And she said, right, you've got hand sanitizer. I said, no, I don't. I don't hand sanitize. I said, it's harmful for my biome. I'm not hand sanitizing. She said, right, you've got to wear rubber gloves.
Like you're doing the washing up.
No, I said, get the dentist here. Bring John out, right? And I know my dentist. He's cool. He's actually a holistic dentist, believe it or not. Now, it doesn't really mean much anymore now. He's like, oh, my hands are tied. I have to enforce these stupid rules. And I said, I guarantee you don't.
Is he had front row seats to the Britney Spears?
I didn't ask. I didn't bring it up. It was, to be honest, I didn't want to muddy the waters of what I was actually talking about, yeah? But the nub of it was that this dentist tried to say that his hands were tied. They had no choice but to follow these stupid rules that they don't believe in themselves. All right, this is what he said. And he said 5 of his friends have retired because of the stress of having to follow the stupid rules. And he kept saying, Lance, you keep saying this about me, because I was wearing gloves. I didn't shut up through the whole thing. Even when he had hands in my mouth, I was still talking to him about the Soviet Union, right? He said, you know, my hands are tied. Do you know what the biggest mistake he did was, Andy PG?
I know, but for the
He wrote down the name of apparently the document that told him that I had to wear gloves. And he wrote it down.
It's a big mistake.
That's a big mistake. This is Rise Above. That's a big fucking mistake. So I've read the document. I even read the special appendix, which he probably didn't read either. I guarantee the guy was chatting shit. So yeah, if you want to see what happened on my little adventure, please check out the other channel. Here's some other great edits we've got on the other channel. Like we said, the John O'Looney interview is cut down to 1 hour 47 minutes, so it's much better to show your friends and family to try and sort of, give them a kick up the arse. Here's another great edit, the Kabul incident. This is funny. 48 minutes. It's all the team, and we're all basically breaking down in that 9/11 episode we did a little while ago.
Yeah.
This is really good. That's these are good things to share out if you want to show Rise Above to your friends and
133
family.
views on that.
I think it's 133. What can we say? So yeah, tonight.
It's all gone away, isn't it?
What's gone away?
Divok, Afghanistan.
Oh, what? Divok in Afghanistan. Now
Yeah,
it's just Greta Reset, isn't it?
No, it's all about the fuel, isn't it? For the last week.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's,
but
it's
that's
part
Greta,
of the
that's
Greta Reset.
That's
Yeah,
Greta,
yeah.
isn't it, you know?
We've moved. Yes, I mean, the whole thing's under the umbrella of Agenda 2030.
It looks like we've just got a graphics update live in the stream. Magix has just got a special customer services graphic. Thank you very much, Magix. Banging. Thank you very much for
I
producing.
love the Lord Schwab there, but he's got Overlord written on.
Overlord Schwab.
You mentioned about your dentist said that his friend or his colleagues of
Five of
quitting.
his colleagues had quit.
Well, I went to see a chiropractor in the summer, and it was actually her last day. She said she's had enough. She was stood there in front of me wearing, I kid you not, overalls, a mask, a face screen, and rubber gloves.
I've just had enough of this.
Yeah, and this is when it was like 30 degrees.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Yeah, but the thing is, they genuinely do believe that they have no choice, which is the crazy thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's the germ theory thing. Oh, am I allowed to say that?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what we're allowed to say anymore. I honestly don't know.
This G theory is very weird. Like, you know, you get these tribes, like they don't use anything, and
No.
they live quite
They never
long
have.
and healthy lives.
Amish people.
No,
I keep going on about Amish people though. Like Amish
No, like in
people,
the Amazon. Like,
Yeah, no,
there's-
we know, but like, I think Lard's making a separate point, like about
like Amish people could actually get infected by people with, if you believe in
Divot,
germ
yeah,
theory,
yeah,
with
yeah.
Divot, but because they don't believe in Britney Spears
Of any kind.
well, they don't go to any concerts, let alone a Britney Spears
No,
concert.
no.
No, but imagine going to the Amazon, right? Sitting down with, say, an elder, and saying, look, you know, how many times do you wash your hands a day, or do you use hand sanitizer? You know, the concept of germ theory doesn't exist.
No.
Yeah,
G
literally doesn't exist.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
And we do everything. You know, look how clean we are, really. You know, how many times we shower, wash, brush our teeth, so on and so forth. And we struggle to make like 70 years.
All I know is that when I'm just about old enough to remember when the militant hand washing and the food hygiene, I mean, maybe it was before I went up before I was a kid, but I remember when it sort of really first came into fruition, the whole, you know, people started first using hand sanitizer and stuff. I was always brought up with the belief that those people who are constantly going,
They're the
people
ones that are
always
going to get ill.
They're
Yeah.
the people that they are the people that are constantly sick. They're the sickly, poorly people.
Yeah.
That's the way I was brought up. Eat the dirt.
Yeah, eat the dirt.
Eat the dirt. Cut yourself. Go and swim in the sea. Salt water.
Yeah, that's- yeah,
gaping,
yeah.
gaping bloody wound. Your guts hanging out. Go in the sea.
Well, think
Do you know what
about it,
my dad
right?
used to say? Piss in the wound.
If G
Salt
theory,
straight in there.
if G theory was correct, we should all be living to like 300 years old.
Yeah, because of all the great disinfectants and antibacterial things we've got. Surely.
Well, think of all of the emphasis that's placed on health and hygiene, health and safety, and blah blah blah. We should all be living, like I say, 300 years, compared to somebody that just lives in the forest or lives in a jungle, with no health and safety, no high vis jackets. I mean, even
No
doctors.
divot
To
legislation.
be fair,
No.
let's be fair. If we believe mainstream consensus knowledge, right? Those people in those tribes, they don't have the same life expectancy as us. Apparently, is that true?
Yeah, but are we getting that information from the same
No,
people?
that's what I'm
that
saying.
Yeah.
That's why I said consensus mainstream knowledge, because they would actually tell you that people that live in an indigenous tribe in the Amazon or whatever, well, maybe their life expectancy is only 40 or 50.
Well, maybe you know.
Maybe it's not. I don't know.
Maybe-
I don't
What
live
about
there.
Maybe
Tibetan
people-
monks?
Well, they live like really old.
Yeah, and they always have. You know,
Right,
even back-
sit down next to a Tibetan monk and ask him if he's using right guard or something. You know, they'd just laugh at you.
Master Lee, you've spent a lot of time in Japan and stuff like that, haven't you? You've obviously met some elders in the martial arts circles that,
Yeah.
you know, how are they living their lives?
If I'm honest, copious amounts of alcohol.
Oh, really?
What in Asia, especially, or in Japan?
No, in Japan.
Yeah, because for many people don't know this, the Japanese have a very particular relationship with alcohol, which many
Yeah.
other people don't have. I'm paraphrasing here, but if I understand it, in high performing Japanese businessmen, professionals, academics, it's actually it's not frowned upon, it's not looked down upon. It's actually a thing to go out on a weeknight, get trashed, and go to work with a hangover and work through it.
Right.
It's not like, oh, wait a minute, you've come to work with a hangover. Am I right
Yeah.
there? Is that there's a name for it? There's a Japanese word for it as well. I can't remember it. You probably
Well,
know that
you
better than I.
Yeah, you got to include the karaoke as well. See, the thing is, Japan's very much a sort of suppressed type of culture, so they have to have an outlet. So they're very extreme. They go from being very controlling to being totally random and crazy. You often find businessmen, fast asleep on a park bench
Yeah.
Or even on the tubes or the underground, it's quite mystical actually, because they'll fall asleep, but they know exactly when to wake up when it's their stop.
Oh, what you say? So they wake up on a park bench and then go straight back to their job.
Yeah, but also on the tube or train, they'll go to sleep, and then they'll wake up exactly at the stop they need to get off.
Mate, when I lived in Thailand, I always thought like Southeast Asian people are different creatures to Western people. Like I remember being in a 7-Eleven, and the police in Phuket were always armed, always a Glock 17 on the belt.
Yeah.
The police would walk in with their bulletproof
Only
vests
too
on.
happy to take money off of your Westerners.
They walked into a 7-Eleven, they took their Glock 17 off their belt, put it on the counter, both of them,
Wow.
walked away from the counter to the anime section, pulled out an anime, like a Japanese cartoon with like tits and robots and octopuses in it, giggled like schoolgirls for 10 minutes looking at this anime, then they rolled it up, stole it right in front of the 7-Eleven cashier, stole the magazine, put it in their bulletproof vest, picked up their guns and walked out.
Wow.
Why would you take your gun off your belt?
No, it's to show they got the
Yeah,
Silent-
to show
silent
that no
threat.
one's going to take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it totally. I was blown away. Totally different. Anyway, that was a nice little rabbit side tangent, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Nice little Asian side tangent. Right, so yeah, tonight is
Asian anecdote.
a little Asian anecdote. Tonight is customer services, guys. We're not going to open the phone lines just yet because I have got quite a hefty Schwab show to go through. Because believe it or not, over the last 3 or 4 weeks, I build these Schwab shows. In the last 3 or 4 weeks, the chat's gone mad, and
Well, we
I
haven't managed to get
haven't
through
even
it.
got
No,
managed
no,
to
no.
show them. So yeah, you basically when we open up the phone lines, you can use Skype if you don't want to appear on camera, and you can just call in. And it's RISEABOVELIVESTREAM@gmail.com. You can see it on the screen right here. I think that's a poor spelling of Skype, Magic's Skipkia.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Beautiful graphics, Madge, but that is not how you spell Skype. So the Skype is RISEABOVELIVESTREAM@gmail.com, and I'll let you know when we open up the phone lines because I've got a couple of complaints from comments that we're going to talk about first.
Oh,
I
right.
won't, I won't worry about the spelling, because I think by the end of this year, we're going to have to write and say everything differently. It'll be a completely different language.
Yeah, well, I think our language on this show is ever evolving as it is in a Guardians. If it keeps going like it is,
Just like the algorithm.
yeah, just like the algorithm. So this is this week's show. Coming up, we're going to open up the phone lines. Next week, this is what we're going to be doing. We're actually going to be having an ode to Godvag.
Yep.
So Godvag
This is for you, Wim.
yeah, big up Wim. I know he's watching. I hope he is. He usually does. He has been on a bit of a hiatus for the last 2 or 3 months.
Well, he's been a busy man over the last couple of years.
Yeah, dropping like 1 video a month. Like there's a whole like a whole year, like a
Esoterics
lifetime's
that-
worth of
yeah.
knowledge in each video. So he's just dropped one. It's called Craters, Vikings, Virgins, and Gold. Oh no, it's called Vikings, Virgins, and Gold.
Yeah.
But we put Craters in there.
Of course.
So I'm actually not going to even watch this video until live on the show next week. If we'd thought about it, this would be tonight's show, and we'd do customer services next week because he released the video today.
Yes. he
If we
did.
planned
Yeah,
better,
yeah,
that's what
yeah,
we'd have done,
yeah.
wouldn't it?
But we didn't know he was bringing it out.
No, you did. We talked about it. You announced he's coming back on the 1st of October 3 months ago.
Oh, did he actually?
Yeah. I mean, he didn't. We didn't know if he was going to drop the video today.
Yeah,
but he
that's
said I'll be
right,
back in
right,
October.
right,
but lo and
right.
behold, 1st of October, Wim's
Yeah.
back.
So this
I knew he
video's
said
out
he'd be
now?
back in October.
Yeah,
it
the
came
video.
out
The
today.
video was dropped this morning, right? And I have.
Let's watch it.
proper... Yeah, but this is next week's show.
No, we're doing a whole show. For
Oh, come on, chaos.
Godfather.
Chaos.
Chaos.
There's magic in chaos.
All right, we'll save it. We'll save it for later on. But Magix isn't going to be pleased because he's made the whole graphic for next week. Okay, so guys, I've got a load of Everything Exempt T-shirts. If you want an everlasting exemption and you want to support Rise Above, if you like what we're doing and you tune in every Friday night, not only. Was that you, Magix? I didn't do that.
I reckon that was magic.
That was Magix. He did that remotely. So what was I just saying? You're wearing the T-shirt. Show it to the camera. This is the white Everything Exempt T-shirt. Not only does this support Rise Above, not only has it got our sigils on it, turn around, not only has it got the QR code, here it is, get your ponytail out of the way, QR code on the back so people can scan it and go to the website. This actually works as an exemption if you're going to a festival, a venue, a nightclub, and you want to block out supporting Rise Above. We've already checked. This T-shirt works as an exemption on the NHS website. It says you can make your own sign.
Yeah, that's right.
There's no reason you can't make your own T-shirt. We have tested it out. It does work.
Lance?
Yes.
Me and Mrs. in the Guardians, we got our T-shirts.
Did
in the
they
post.
fit good?
I haven't tried mine on yet. I've been running around, but Yeah, Mrs. in a Guardians fits nicely. She's very happy. We're going to do a photo shoot.
Oh, brilliant! Hopefully, can we get like the dogs in there? Can you be like kicking the shit
It's
out
going to
of a bag
include
or something?
dogs, weapons, all sorts.
Perfect. Like sort of like Bushido masks, big swords. Let's do it.
Umbrellas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the t-shirts are £25, including posters and packaging. I still have all sizes: small, medium, large, and extra large. And you just need to basically pay. It's riseabovelivestream@gmail.com.
Has Wim got a T-shirt?
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
has, yeah,
Of course. I sent Wim a t-shirt.
Yeah.
I think I sent him a rabbit t-shirt.
Has he got a rabbit? Yeah.
I think
Of
I was.
course,
Yeah.
of course.
He needs one of these as well. Yeah, and all the profits go directly back into the stream. You can see what we're spending it on, guys. You know, need I say more? So thank you very much, everyone that's buying t-shirts. Yeah, we plugged this earlier on. Get onto the other channel because all of the edited content is on there. This is it. Rise Above. The link is in the description. And also my music channel, there's 2 things on there as well. Now we've got Don't Believe Me and the 2018 freestyle. Right, so it's rabbit season. Should we get down to business?
I'm hunting rabbits.
Hunting rabbits. Let's select a nice new jingle, one sec.
Summon your inner Statham. Inner Statham.
Let's summon our inner Statham. Right. Okay, so it's the Ra team. Let me just get...
Wow.
You haven't seen this, have you?
No, I haven't.
You haven't seen this, the Ra team.
Look at this.
Unfortunately, there's only 4 members of the A team, so we couldn't get like Magix and Oma Beats in there. But we got us 4.
Can't you rotate it on a weekly basis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should. I think we probably should. Mate, you look really funny with that Mr. T beard right underneath your chin. It's like,
I look like I'm in the Amish.
And the Mohican.
it makes you look like Mr. Potato Head for some reason. I don't know why. Right, but look, Word Nerd, like that really suits him.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Really, it just looks like Word Nerd.
Yeah.
Quality. Okay. Right. What else have we got? Right. So Russ Kieran.
Oh my
smashed it. Look at
at-
this offering. This is a strong offering from Russ Kieran. I put these 2 together for a reason. They deserve
Wow.
to be together. Yeah. Wow. You know what the one on the right was? That was Hillary Clinton. Did you this photo on the right? This one?
Oh, yes, it is.
That was Chancellor.
I
Clinton.
know exactly what this is, yeah.
Yeah, she was at was it Oxford or Cambridge?
Yeah,
she was
so-
getting her doctorate in paedophilia or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So obviously we've got a Greta and a Georgie Schwartz meme. For anyone who doesn't
Brilliant.
know, Georgie Schwartz
That's
is the
lit-
real
10
name
out
of
of 10.
George Soros.
10 out of 10 there.
Yeah, gosh. Wait a minute. Oh no!
Oh, come on, lad.
Fuck's sake.
Gosh.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, big work from the man like Russ Kieran here. He's on the meme team. It's official. The meme team is strong,
That's
mate.
some serious...
Yeah, serious work. So there is a new addition to the meme team, and it's actually a collaboration of Magix and Mr. VM, and it's called Esomemetica. Is that how you pronounce that? Yeah, Esomemetica.
SMMS.
It's mainly Magic's though. I
mainly
can't take.
Magic's.
Yeah, I can't take credit for.
Oh,
some of his
is it just? Oh no, Magix
Yeah,
is
yeah.
it's just me.
It's his channel. Yeah, he's
Right,
put one
okay.
of my ones up there, but it's his thing. Yeah.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, look, the meme team is getting stronger by the day. Look at this one for symbology.
Sick.
We've got Pepe battling like this lion with the
In the sun cult, obviously.
with the face of Fauci with.
No, that's Bill Gates, isn't it?
Oh, it's Gates.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
Gates.
yes, it's Gates. With spears for fingers.
Schwab in the background
Schwab
there,
in the back.
statued.
That's absolutely epic. Look at that. That's proper original Rise Above business right there. What do you know about that?
Bad boy.
Yeah, I love that. Here's another one. See, this is why I get mixed up. This is Fauci.
Yeah, this is brilliant.
Faucini.
The Falcini.
Big up Jason Jackson, Greta Lundberg. Hang tight, all of our new viewers. 180 people tuned in. It's customer services tonight, but we're just warming up with some memes right now. It's Rise Above. So this is...
Oh, yeah, I saw this one. Yeah, this is great.
Got to be careful, though. This has got like contraband words on it,
Yeah, right.
if you think about it.
For the algorithm.
Yeah, Al
Al Gore
Al
rhythm.
Gore doesn't like these words.
Look at Witty there. Look at him. Dirty fucker.
But like Lord Jacob Rothschild, like
This is perfect.
Lord Jabchilds. Wait a minute. Kia Spira, Bojo Jabbo, Chris Not So Witty. Oh, S.O. Memetica, mate, you're killing it. That's probably one of his best ones, I reckon. Right, here's a new entry from Kiara ER. Kiara is one of our longest viewers, I think. She's been with us since day one. She always messaged me on Insta.
When she calls you daddy instead of comrade.
I don't know why. I just thought it was funny. She's like, please show this. Yeah, everyone wants to be called comrade, but there's only one general around here. Everyone knows who that is. Right, we have a new entry. This one was emailed to me.
Yeah, I've seen this one.
Future Ghost. Takes experimental gene therapy for the schniffles. Yay. No. Realise this is an immune system on a subscription service, just like Netflix.
Yeah. It's
Just
exactly
like
that, isn't
Amazon. Exactly. That's exactly
That's
what it is.
exactly it. Yeah.
Simple but effective, this one, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's wicked.
Yeah, simple but effective. Hey to everyone in the chat room, Eye for an Eye, Buddy, Lee Gould, Jason Jackson, Evolvement, Bradley Golden. Oh yeah, Bradley Golden's got a wicked new venture.
Yeah, we need to talk to him. He wants to talk to us.
Oh yeah, Bradley will be
Yeah,
calling soon.
yeah,
He can
yeah,
tell us
yeah,
all
yeah.
about it. No problem. Yeah, because I'll forget otherwise.
He's in the lineup.
Have you started a lineup?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Okay. Big up Zena Nelda. That's you're new. Hello. Everyone.
Wolfie's in there. Wolfie's
hello,
there. Big up
Wolfie.
Wolfie.
Big up Wolfie. Okay, so what have we got next? Here's a good one. I'll just read it out. I like this evolving clown meme. I think it's quite a powerful medium, this one, right? So you start off with just like a pale white face. I have the same opinion as every major news TV station, newspaper, and social media giant. I'll put a little bit of clown makeup on. I have the same opinions as every major corporation. The wig is going on now. I have the same opinions as the UN and every single state and local government in the world. Full clown. I'm rebellious, free-thinking renegade who is impervious to propaganda.
Absolutely.
Absolutely classic. Right, we've got Clint calling up on my phone. Clint, we haven't opened the phone lines yet. I know you're eager to speak to us, mate, but just hold off a little bit. We will hear from you later, Clint. He's so eager.
Well,
Well, mate, you might have something really interesting to tell us.
Yeah,
we will have a chat with Clint in a little while. But I've just got a couple more memes first. So, VM, do you want to explain this one?
Yeah, it's obviously Fauci as the weasel that he is.
COVID weasel.
Apparently, yeah. So we've got to watch out for this this jump from COVID to animals because.
Whoa!
Wait.
With the word.
Whoa, yeah.
With the
Apologies.
divot.
Sorry.
Yeah, we don't want that divot going to animals, do we?
No. But this could be a possibility for a future scandemic again. Yeah.
Is that a real headline about a sneezing ferret?
This is actually a real one, and I've just just done a little rendering.
I'll tell you what. While we're talking about animals, did anyone see that white stag that got shot in Liverpool?
Yeah, and the symbology that goes with it.
In the Guardians, you called that out, didn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know anything about it apart from a white stag got shot in Bootle. That Arthur James pickup guy on Facebook did a big decode about
it's
it.
a ritual.
I mean,
Yeah, that was very good. I mean, straight away I knew it was a ritual, but I didn't explore the detail of it.
are
but you
trying
sent me
to
a
say
link.
They didn't have an RSPCA team that could have caught it without shooting it.
Well, it was a bit extreme, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
That's what I mean. It's all orchestrated. You didn't need to do that. There's fucking deers running around everywhere where I live. Literally, they run into town, the nearest towns, all the time. Need to shoot them.
Well,
You've got horses running around where you live, haven't you?
Yeah, horses, ponies, badgers, all of it. It's
We've
all
got
there.
horses on my estate too much.
Am I right in
like-
saying that white stags are really really rare? Or,
Yeah.
yeah.
They're
for
not.
sure.
Yeah.
There are a few of them. I mean, they're rarer than most. but-
Deers are rare enough in this country as it is, aren't they?
No, there's a huge deer population in this country.
Really?
Yeah, that's massive, mate.
But
In
compared
the
to-
whole of the New Forest, all the farmers consider them pests. There's fucking loads
Yeah,
of them.
but
mate.
farmers consider anything.
No.
pests,
There's
don't they?
loads of them, mate. There is loads of them. Anyway, but the whole symbology behind it is, but cut a long story short, it's they're killing the light. They're putting the light out. That's what they're doing.
How many white
White.
deers have you seen?
I've personally seen about 6.
Okay.
What, in the flesh?
Yeah, in the flesh.
Oh,
I've
sorry,
got
sorry, man of the forest.
No, this is over the last 10 years. There are a few of them around.
I
yeah.
forget you're not a total townie like us.
You've even got unicorns, haven't you?
No, there's no unicorn.
and
Only in my consciousness.
Right, how are we
And
doing?
it's not in chains.
All right,
either.
we're half an hour in. All right, one sec. Let me just get rid of that. I'll see how many memes I've got. Yeah, I thought that was very interesting that a white deer was shot in Bootle. Oh, I've got quite a lot of stuff. I'm just checking because I've been like pastiching this Schwab show for you guys, right? Yeah, we've got quite a lot.
There's
in
some
there.
heavy stuff in here.
Yeah,
guys.
so yeah, I think the plan is we're going to open up the phone lines at like 10 o'clock. And I'll share. I'll save some of these memes for later. We've obviously got music from Oma Beats as well. Just trying to plan the show out, guys. Right. So
Is Oma Beats going to be speaking for the ladies?
Yeah. When everyone wants to start chucking their knickers at the screen, Oma Beats will open the voice box.
I think we need to start calling him the White Barry White.
Yeah, the white Barry White. I like that.
Do a meme out of that one.
So funny. As soon as he's we need to make a meme of Oma Beats in his voice. As soon as oh look, we've already got some little sort of love hearts
there we
from
go.
Sarah Schofield.
Yeah.
As soon as Oma Beats open his mouth, the comment section just like
Lights up.
hearts.
Love Oma
Oh,
Beats.
swooning ladies.
Soothing voice.
All of us with our mid-range effeminate voices compared to Oma Beats' tones. So funny. He says he reckons he's got a bad voice at the moment. He's got like he's fucked his throat basically. He's like, they will be so pissed off when my voice goes back to normal. I think he's being humble. He has got quite a deep voice.
Have you penciled in Oma Beats doing a special on Valentine's Day next year?
He'll present the Valentine show next year for sure. Actually, that's a good point. Who have we got coming up next week? Week after next, we've got Simon, the People's Lawyer.
Oh,
he's something to do.
not Sovereign Pete.
No, this guy. I think he knows Sovereign Pete. They're probably mates. They're in the same sort of ring. But Simon, the People's Lawyer. So,
Right.
do you know why I want to bring him on?
Go on.
I want to smash the myth about
Common-
all barristers and all lawyers are against you. Because even Sovereign Pete said that, if you remember.
Yeah.
Oh no, were you here for that one?
No. But I was in the chat.
Because I said I got my barrister to fight the COVID, and he's like, no, they all work for the bar. And I've had loads of people say that, but I wanted to get the other side of the story.
Yeah.
So we're going to get Simon, the People's
So
Lawyer. on.
is he a common law dude?
Do you know what? Apart from the fact that he comes highly recommended, I'm going to be honest, I don't know that much about him. I will do some research before he comes on. But he comes highly recommended. And then on the 29th or the 30th, at the end of the month, we've got Kyle Greaves. Which
nice.
is, did you meet him at the wedding?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle's going to come on. He's an MC like myself, combat sports MC. He's a wicked bloke, very funny as well. He knows in the Guardians. Well, you knew him before you knew me, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to come on, and he was
a
an
good guy.
NHS contractor. He's an administrator at a high level. He's quite
Very
a professional
interesting.
guy, and he's going to tell us all exactly how much money the NHS were wasting every day while he was working for them at his ludicrously high wage. Yeah, he's going to really spill the beans because he doesn't give a shit. Kyle doesn't give a shit,
Well, there you go.
and he's been looking forward to coming on the show for quite a while because he's been watching us since day one as well. So yeah, look forward to that. Right, where did we get to? We'll get Oma Beats in a minute. We'll have 5 minutes, which will turn into 15 minutes. Okay, so yeah, right. More from Virus Man 2021. Dear God, please show us the error of our ways. How many masks do you reckon he's got on?
That's a whole
50K.
pack, isn't it?
That's an entire pack. What's that? A pack of 25?
At least.
I mean, obviously you couldn't put that much elastic around your ears. 25 of those elastic, you're basically ripping your ears off.
I mean, his ears red. Look,
Yeah.
you can tell.
Is that Photoshop? Is he really wearing that many masks?
That's real, yeah.
Wow.
That's from a video. Yeah.
Because you must have sort of tied up the masks with the rope. Oh, look at that! I mean, there's nothing going through that. There's no oxygen or carbon dioxide going through
absolutely
that.
not. I mean, there's no.
You could literally choke a donkey on that.
That's ridiculous. How long was he like that for?
How long could you be like that for? Not much longer than.
It's just for the photos. It's got to be.
Magic saying, Lance, can Bradley phone you? Yeah, he can, but he's gonna have to call from America. That'll cost him loads, won't it?
Can he not Skype?
I don't know. Message Bradley's there. Message him. You can send him my phone number if you want. Right. One sec.
That's
Do you
right.
know my-
Keep
do you know my phone number?
Yeah.
All right, you can sort that out. All right, okay. Here's another good one from VM. The Great Resist. Do you know what I love what you've done with Lord Schwab's eye there. Look at that red eye right in the middle of the A. That's fucking perfect, mate.
Glad you noticed that, yeah.
Glad you noticed that. That's special. Was that a special touch for initiates
Yeah,
only? Not
yeah.
everyone's going to spot that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Soviet Union sign. I remember when we came up with that, you and me, back in the day.
Yeah, man.
I was like, I reckon, right, we need the virus, and then we need the hammer and sickle on the top of it. I remember when we came up with that.
Yeah,
Good
I've seen
times, mate.
other people bootleg this one as well, so it's doing the rounds.
Oh, mate, I'm not surprised. I bet you're getting ripped off left, right, and centre. Got the hottest shit on the block. Right, so yeah, that was just the first part of the meme show. This is actually where we got to last week, right? When we started talking about how no one can say they haven't been warned about the fourth industrial revolution and the Great Reset. This is actually where we got to. So I've got The next one. Oh yeah, look at this. I forgot to mention this came up last week. Inner Guardians, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. You've heard the rumours about like the coming one world religion, where
Yeah.
they're going to schwab together everything.
Yeah.
Well, here we go.
Yeah.
The one world religion headquarters.
Yeah, but they're artificially manufacturing the singularity of everything, including religion.
Well, it makes it easier, doesn't it?
Well, it's their way. It's their way of we talked about like the law of one.
Yeah.
It's like their version. Like,
Right. Okay.
in this realm. That's the singularity.
Synthetic one.
Yeah, well, artificial. Yeah,
Yeah. It's their bullshit.
it's the artificial law of one.
Schwab it all together into one thing, called it Chrislam.
Order out of chaos.
Out of chaos, order is restored. No more religions don't pray to the Lord. There's no more false. Oh, anyway, that's a whole other lyric. Yeah. So it's finally been announced that apparently the headquarters of the one world religion, Chrislam. Chrislam.
This is a joke.
Why isn't
From
why
an
isn't
esoteric-
Judaism in there as well?
From an esoteric perspective, you've got like esoteric Christianity, esoteric Islam, esoteric Judaism, esoteric Hinduism, esoteric Buddhism. They're actually all the same on an esoteric level.
Yeah, because I've looked into some of the more esoteric Islamic stuff, and it's very similar to Buddhism.
Yeah,
It's very similar to pre-Buddhism Bond stuff. It's very similar to well, you start to see the swastika.
Nothing changes under the sun.
well, I recommend anybody should read the work of Rumi.
Rumi, yeah.
Yeah,
And he
Yes.
was. Let me get this right. Was he a Sufi scholar?
yeah. Well, yeah. The Sufis are the esoteric aspect of Islam, which, like with all the religions, the esoteric aspect is always persecuted and kind of hated by the mainstream.
Yeah, because
version.
they're called like devil worshippers from Sunnis and Shias, right? Because they
Yeah.
dance and they use art and their dance. And do you remember when we talked about the shamanic aspects of rave culture?
Yeah.
Well, when I've seen Sufi dancing, I think that's a very good manifestation of it. They use
It's the
sort of
whirling dervishes.
Yeah, that's it. The whirling dervish. And they use sort of, from my perspective, it looks like they use kinetic energy a lot in their dancing, a collective shared kinetic energy, whether they're whirling together or spiraling or whatever.
Yeah, and they use geometry as well. So the
Yeah.
movements that they make and the directions they go in, and even when they cross over or whatever, it's all based on symbolism.
Yeah, I
Which
found
is
that
it
very
all in their
interesting.
artwork.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because some people would say, and I hope I don't offend anyone when I say this, that if we believe that Islam was infiltrated by the Sabbatean Frankists or the inverters like the other Abrahamic religions were,
Which is a high possibility.
which, yes, it's a high possibility, the whole thing of like wearing black, head chopping, no art, no singing, no dancing, that's actually an Arab manifestation. It's actually nothing to do with Islam. That's going to upset some people. Because the understanding is that the original esoteric interpretation of Islam is much more like Sufism. And the
You're
whole
trying to get the
idea-
phone line to light up.
yeah, hey, I'm poking the bear a little bit, and I think I'd like to think, at least I can only speak for myself here, but when we talk about different people's faiths on this channel, because I'm a syncretist like yourself, Master Lee, I always try to pay the same dues and respect to each religion, whether I'm talking about Islam or Christianity or Buddhism. But yeah, that's my interpretation of it. That the whole idea of no art, no drawing,
No
no
fun,
music,
no fun.
no expression. Yeah, that's actually sort of a later interpretation of Islam that came mainly from the Arab Peninsula rather than the actual faith itself.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear someone call us up that disagrees with you there. That would be an interesting discussion.
Wasn't the idea from Albert Pike? Didn't he put out the notion that Islam was going to turn against Christianity and they would destroy themselves together? So this is kind of
I think
something.
the quote you're thinking
into
of
it.
from Albert Pike is something along the lines of World War III will
Yeah.
be the Christian world and the Islamic world set against each other.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is completely different, right? This is
Yeah,
the opposite.
bit of a contradiction, mate. That's a really
Yeah.
good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Because yeah, I mean, now Albert Pike himself and Manly P. Hall are the two biggest names in Freemasonry. One was a clear horizontalist, service to self kind of guy, i.e., Albert Pike. The other guy was much more of an esoteric adept, i.e., Manly P. Hall, right? But what you're sort of talking about there is like the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which apparently is a super badass right-wing white supremacist
Of course it
conspiracy
is,
theory.
Yeah.
But
But it fucking exists.
Well, no, I don't. No one knows if those things, if that's a forgery or not. But if it's not a forgery, it's true. Everything it says on there's happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether you want to call the people that are doing it the Z word or the J word,
They're trying to bring it forth, whatever
I
it is.
think they're sabotaging Frankists. I just think they're dirty inverters.
I'll be interested to find out with Chrislam whether they see Jesus as a prophet or the Son of God or God.
Yeah, because that's the. I always have arguments with the missus about this, about how Islam view Jesus. Because I've spoken to a lot of Muslims, and a proper follower of Islam will say that Jesus is like he's almost like the second highest prophet under Muhammad.
Yeah.
Right.
Very, very highly spoke of.
But not the Son of God.
No, definitely not. Only
you go.
prophet.
Well, there you go.
Even Muhammad, peace be upon him, is a prophet. He's not the son of God.
So how are they going to spin this then?
Exactly. How are you going to merge essentially a Jesus cult
The Sun cult. Well,
with,
hold up. 'cause-
with a strict ideology that says no adultery?
yeah.
How do you merge those things?
And will they have pictures of Jesus?
Yeah, because here's the thing. It's like, not only are you allowed to have pictures of Jesus, there's a picture of Jesus. There's Korean Jesus, there's white Jesus, there's black
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah.
There's Hispanic Jesus. Everyone has their own pictorial representation
South, yeah,
of
there's
Jesus.
South American Jesus.
Yeah, South America, mate, the funniest Korean Jesus. Like, you see, like, a proper. I've watched the whole thing about these Christian churches in Korea, and like, because Asians have a totally different approach to religion
Yeah, of course.
when it comes to making little trinkets and statues and stuff. They love it. So they're building all these Korean Jesuses, and they look fully Korean.
It's always confused me or surprised me that you're sort of conservative Christian. If Jesus was to actually walk into the church, they would probably throw stones at him as being an Islamic terrorist or something, or looking like one.
Yeah. Or a hardcore anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, Jesus was basically an anti-Semitic activist. Look
With
at
blue
what he
eyes.
said. Yeah. 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 He was an Aryan anti-Semitic activist who was just constantly pointing the finger at the people that start with J,
Saying you're bad.
saying you are the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah.
You use usury and black magic.
Of Saturn.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we're really poking the beehive now.
Anyway.
Come on, religious people, give us a
Are
call.
we handing over to Oma Beats?
Where is he?
I don't know. Yeah, where is it? Where is
Right,
Oma
okay.
Beats?
Let's in the words of Wim, in the words of Godvad, let's
Let's
recapitulate.
recapitulate. Yeah.
Right, so tonight is. Let me just get it back up because we need. We should invite a call, shouldn't we? Let's just do it.
Yeah,
I'll
okay,
save some memes for later. So tonight is it's customer services. So that means basically, you can call us on Skype right now, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. If you just want to call us, say hi, say, I like Rise Above, I watch it every Friday, that'd be great.
Give
But
me
you know-
some chat over here, Lance.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you need some chat, don't you?
Yeah.
Get the chat up there. But do you know what we need more? We wanna-
There's 217 people tuned in. Surely,
Right. Yeah, okay, so we've got 217 people tuned in. If you are triggered, if you are poked or provoked by anything that we say on the show, we want to hear from you. If you've got a story,
If
Yeah.
you've got a complaint about Lord Schwab and the Soviet Union,
if
we
you
want to
just-
hear
If
it.
you just want to rant about how shit the Soviet Union is,
Yeah.
please just give us a call. We want to hear from you too. Who have we got here? JD Redwood. You've joined us quite recently in the last sort of month or two. Give us a call, mate. Let's hear from you. You don't need to appear on the screen. If you call on Skype, you just your voice appears. It's just like calling us on the phone. If you don't have Skype, you can message me or email me, and I'll actually give you my phone number, and you can call me on the phone, and we will patch you directly through the Creefmaster Pro into the stream.
Gosh. Wow.
What's that?
That was a loud ping.
That was me. Sorry.
Oh, was that you? Okay.
Yeah. Apologies.
All right.
Muted.
Muted. Okay. All right. Well, so yeah, the phone lines are open, guys. Just give us a call if you want to rant, if you want to tell us a harrowing story, if you want to get something off your chest that no one else will listen to. This is Rise Above. We will listen, and we want to hear from you. In the event of no calls, I will carry on.
Now we got Clint wants to talk to us. We've got Bradley Golden wants to talk to us.
Let's chat to Bradley.
Yeah, Bradley,
Right,
if you're ready, he's got Skype. He says he's got Skype ready to go. He says I'll tell him the address on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, Bradley, give us a call. Bradley's over in Texas in the USA. He's been watching us since literally day one.
Yeah, 100%.
It'd be good to get somebody from Australia to call in.
Yeah, listen, I know we've got people watching in Australia.
What time is it now? It's pretty early in the morning there now.
Yeah, they stay up all night, Aussies. They're party animals.
Yeah,
mate.
of course.
They love it.
Or New Zealand, we'd love to hear from
Yeah,
Kiwis.
listen, NZ, Oz, give us a call. Wherever you are, anywhere around Europe, America, Canada, South America, give us a call. Let us know how
Germany.
we've been treated. Yeah.
I saw something about the German government reclaiming houses or something.
Yes, there was a story. It was something along the lines of the German government are cracking down on what they call super landlords. So I guess these people that invest money and buy up a shitload of dirt property at massively discounted prices.
Right.
And sometimes it sits empty because it's just not profitable.
Just lays dormant, yeah.
So it's like I think they've started Can you Jamie it?
Yeah,
what
let's
we're
do
here
that.
for. Yeah, do some Jamieing.
But aren't Lloyd's doing that in this country? They're going to be the biggest landlord by 2025 or something like this.
Well, this is Schwab all over, isn't it?
That's
This
the reset,
is
yeah.
Greater Reset. It's about the corporations, the stakeholder capitalists, whatever they want to call themselves, basically seizing ownership. It's actually the opposite of Marxism, if you think about it. Right? Marxism was about the workers seizing power and seizing it back from the capitalist pigs. The proletariat will seize it back. The Great Reset's literally the opposite. It's about the fucking bourgeoisie, the venture capitalists, the stakeholder capitalists seizing the ownership of everything. And do you know what the crazy thing is? I still see people online denying that this is happening.
Have you got somebody calling in from Dagenham? I saw Dagenham mentioned.
Dagenham?
Yeah, it just says Dagenham. Does that mean they want to call from Dagenham?
Oh, I don't know. Is this in the comments
Here
section?
we go, Lance.
Yeah.
Can you copy it and send it in the private chat?
Private chat.
It spiked my attention because I used to work for a guy. He became a millionaire. He was from Dagenham, and he used to say to me that when he became a millionaire, originally he came from a council estate, but when he became a millionaire and he was going to all these highfalutin places, that when people asked him where he came from, he would say Dejanum.
Dejanum. I used to live in Dagenham for a little bit. When I lived in London, my ex had a flat in. It's actually Paul Gazza Estate. The estate was named after Paul Gascoigne in Dagenham, and Newham, where Dagenham it is officially the poorest borough in London, I believe. I don't know if that's still true, but it was when I lived there. You'd have to call it Dejanum. Hyacinth bouquet business.
Won't let me copy it here, Lance.
No, you got to copy the link. Look,
Right. Sorry. Okay. Yeah.
He doesn't know how to use the internet,
No,
guys.
no.
Andy PG doesn't actually know how
I
to
live in
effectively use
the forest, man.
That's right. Cut and then paste it into the private chat.
Yeah.
Guys, I would have done that 10 minutes ago. You're
Sorry.
rubbish. So what
I'm
we
pretty
do?
high.
What is it you're sending me? Yeah, we shouldn't bring 12 blunts to a stream.
Where's the private chat here?
No, you go back to the
There we go.
yeah, restream. Send it to the restream private chat. Jesus, where can I get some more staff?
There we go.
Right, okay, here we go. Let me Jamie this. I'll get it.
I mean, normally we just drag it across.
Yeah, but you're on a separate computer. I've brought you a whole separate computer.
Right.
I need PG, come on. Right, here we go. So Berlin.
I mean, I bet Joe Rogan's all linked up.
Yeah, obviously. Well, Joe
you know what I
Rogan's
mean?
got like $1 million studio. They've got actual producers. They've got an actual Jamie.
An actual Jamie.
Yeah, his name's even Jamie.
Yeah, it is,
That's
yeah.
why we're calling it. Right, so Berlin has just voted to seize housing from big corporate landlords. Gosh, seize housing. Deutsche Wohnen and Co. Enterneinen. Can anyone translate that? Have we got any Deutsch speakers?
9.
9. Yeah, 9. Oh, we got 9. So Berlin voters sent a clear message to corporate landlords. Public housing matters more than corporate shareholders. A citywide referendum to expropriate rental properties belongings to large landlords. Now, They're saying large landlords, so that conjures up the idea of some fat rich bastard. Yeah.
So is this just Berlin?
What about a large landlord? Could be a person that owns 4 houses, and that's their job. That's all of their job. They look after
it's
their properties.
who deems it a large landlord?
The referendum is non-binding, but if the government chooses to act, and it's now being pressed to do this, it could mean the city government purchasing more than 240,000 apartments for billions of euros. Do you know what? This happened to my granddad. My granddad was quite a successful businessman in Old Town Pool, and he owned a row of very small terrace houses. You know, in like Old Town Pool, behind the quay.
It's very quaint.
Yeah, and the council forcibly bought them off him. They said, "We need this. You have no choice. We're going to buy them." Do you know how much they bought them for?
Go on.
£80 each.
Wow.
£80 per house.
How
This is back 70 years ago.
right?
Yeah. Sorry, 60 years ago. So yeah, they forcibly bought them for like £80 or £100 each, because back then they could do it.
I mean, how are they doing that? How is that legal?
Well,
For that money, come on. 60 years isn't that long.
no. But yeah, well, it looks like it's going to happen again.
Well,
It's like we say, there's nothing new under the sun, Andy PG.
no, there's not. Well, but this is billions.
We sit here pretty with thinking we've got property rights. Like, I own this computer. No one can take this computer from me. It's my Rise Above computer.
They could if they wanted.
But what about if they make a new rule that the computer inspector comes around from the COVID and says, "No, you're not allowed 2 computers in one house. I'm taking that. We've got to give this to a lesser family somewhere else that doesn't have a computer."
Mm.
Well, the housing market is all it's all rigged to, because think of, like, how do you value a property? Is it based on the materials? Is it based on the land? Is it based on the area?
Mostly, it's based on the area. Mostly.
But you could make affordable housing, but it's rigged so that everybody has to struggle.
Well, do you know what?
With the income
Guardian,
and outgoing.
It's not just that. It's like, say if a house is £100,000, right? Well,
Yeah.
you don't just have to have £100,000 to buy that house. You need £300,000. Do you know why? Because that's how much you'll end up spending when you finish paying your mortgage.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's not like, okay, well, I earn £20,000 a year and I work out. No. You actually need to pay for your house twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because first of all, the price is inflated. So it's actually out of your means to buy it without taking out a mortgage. And then you have a whole mortgage industry involved.
Yep.
You have to buy your house twice or 3 times.
Then all the legal work attached to it.
And then the best thing is, if you want to buy a second property and you want to become someone that invests in properties and rents them out, well, if you own your property outright and you rent it, you have to pay tax on that. But if you've got a mortgage, you don't. So it actually encourages more people to not buy houses outright and just buy them on mortgages.
Yeah, for sure.
I know that because I did it myself, right?
Because that's what they want. They want you in the debt system. They want you tied down. And
Yeah, so this whole thing about the Greta reset has just started and it's trying to get us away from private ownership. I would say this has been going on for a long time. Probably most of our lives, this slow edge away.
the totalitarian tiptoe.
Yeah,
We've seen the prices of camper vans have gone through the roof.
Yeah, literally.
And I think that's in line with those who are preparing to live outside the system.
But when they trying to legislate to actually not let you live in camper vans anymore in this country?
Yeah, I read something about that, Boris, man. That's right.
I think it's probably got a lot to do with the Soviet Union's travel rules as well, because like I'm in the marine industry, right? So I'm linked with the leisure industry, and since the Soviet Union's taken over, we have in the marine industry are having the best year on record. Do you know why? Because everyone knows that they're not going to be going on holiday, so they're all going and buying boats.
Yeah.
Now, when this thing happened, right, when the Soviet Union kicked in, and I'm sat in my marina, I'm thinking, we're fucked. Because, right, what happens is when the economy goes down and people are having a hard time, the first thing that goes is the most expensive thing that you can't really afford.
Which is the boat.
And if you have a boat, for 9 out of 10 people, it's your boat. Because boats are very expensive, and most people that have them can't even afford them, right?
10% of the cost you buy the boat for
so
is what you're going to spend
in 2008, we nosedived, right? And I thought, no, it's going to happen again. The opposite happened. We're having the best year on record way before 2008. Because
here's one for you.
You can't buy a new boat.
No.
Here's one for you. Right, DVLA, they did the categorization of a camper van, or camper van conversion from a van. Guess when they did that?
Go on.
2019. So they obviously knew something was coming. Or was it just a coincidence? So they updated the what you need to do to convert it. So they obviously knew something was coming with regards to the explosion of people either buying or wanting to live, or the desire to want to be in a camper van.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad investment, is it? With what's going on, to buy a camper van or a boat.
Yeah, because you want to be able to change location.
Yeah, and I tell you what, my brother, he can pull 20 kilograms of fish out of Poole Harbour every single day with 2 lines. People worry about food. Do you know how long it take to eat 20 kilograms of mackerel?
Long old time.
Like, he could feed a village on the amount of fish that he can pull out of Poole Harbour. It's insane. And sometimes he uses the like those mackerel as bait to catch the really big fish. There's loads of fish around here. We like, if everything goes to shit, we will not go hungry. No way. Silence. Right. Why the phone line so quiet?
Just trying to get. So we got Jim Hunt. He wants to talk.
Everyone.
Clint,
is so,
he was trying to talk
Well,
earlier.
just call Clint.
Well, we're on
That's
this
cool, Clint.
topic. Andy,
hello,
how's your-
Magix. Hello,
how's your-
Magix.
Oh, here we go. We got
how's
Jim
your
Hunt
foraging
here.
going, Andy?
Sorry, mate.
How's your foraging going?
Yeah, all good. Right, hold up. 2 secs, Magic. We got Jim Hunt. He's calling in here. Jim, are you there, mate?
Hey, man, how are you doing?
Hi, Jim. Calling from Canada, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Good
How
to,
you doing, Lance?
Good to hear from you, bro. How you doing? This is your second time calling in. Me and Jim have known each other for a while. If anyone can't remember, last time you called in, you were telling us about your outreach, right?
Yep. And the outreach is blasting off like crazy. We've got it going right across southern Ontario now, and we're going to make it go across the whole country, I'm sure.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff.
So I've just put your name up on the screen. Special caller from Canada, Jim. So,
I've got,
mate, what else is going on there? What about the restrictions? Are things getting tighter there? Is it starting to ease off?
Oh, no, they're peckerwoods. They're going to keep pushing everything they can. They're playing games in Alberta and Saskatchewan, and there's things that their province did well in advance of this because they planned it. And a lot of people didn't believe it last year, but now they're starting to pay attention.
So
I think it's just a case of who's going to be left to fight at the end.
So you think more people
You
are
know?
starting to pay attention now? You're seeing more people joining your ranks, as it were.
Well, I see people falling off from fear porn, right? The
Yeah.
government's doing this and that. They're getting the coercion game full blown, so we'll see who's left in the end.
What's the
That's basically all we can do.
Jim? What's the uptake of people being speared over there?
Oh, who knows? They pretend that it's much higher than it actually is.
Yeah, sure. The same here,
The
my man. Same
doctors
here.
are standing up. The nurses are standing up. Everybody's standing up. But a whole bunch of lemmings are falling into the prey.
Yeah, exactly the same
But
here.
that's to be anticipated, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we always knew there was going to be a large percentage they were going to jump straight in for this.
How's the
outreach is
president?
going to do phenomenally. I've got Jacques Lair, who was a multiple Juno Award winner, has joined the ranks, and we're doing a pretty big gig starting. We've got a guy called the Stoner Chef, and the Stoner Chef's going to be doing his food truck when he gets back from Portugal. So that's going to be good. We're doing an outreach for clothing and all that sort of stuff. That's going on for 6 weeks. It starts next week.
And this is all in your local area, Jim.
Well, this is going to go all the way. I'm out towards Windsor, Ontario now.
Okay.
I moved about 500 kilometers away to help this lady.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's going to go right into Toronto, and I'll try and make it go further. I will make it go further. No trying. We're getting more and more people starting to raise the awareness. And I was originally doing 100% homeless, but it's going to have to be a lot more than that. We all know that.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of people dislodged from their jobs, and We're doing initiatives in farming, agriculture, pretty much everywhere we got to go. I've always been a proponent of it's not what they're going to do that matters, it's what we're going to do that matters.
Yeah, for sure. That's it. It's action. We need to take action now. It's no good just complaining about it and having protests. We need to actually do something and actually take action.
That was done last year.
Yeah.
Jim.
But yeah, we talk about a lot of stuff, obviously, because of your blockages from the powers that be. But yeah, we're doing a pretty good job down here, I think. A lot of people are into the fear porn and stuck in the narrative. They had that election, which kind of buggered us up too, because all the morons thought that the savior was going to come. But many have figured out that there is no savior other than us.
Yeah. In the Guardians, did you want to say something, mate?
Yeah. Well, I was going to ask about the president, Justin Castro. Did he get into? you understand the joke, yeah? Yeah. He got voted back in? Did he?
Oh yeah, that was predetermined. They didn't give him the majority, but they did put him back in. He doesn't need a majority here because he teams up with two other parties, the NDP and the Bloc Québécois. So between the three of them, they have a majority.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean. All of these people have been moved and put into place steadily over the years, and then once everyone's in place, it's just been like bang, go.
They're all wings of the same bird.
Yeah.
It's the same as the States. People didn't understand that in the States either, but they're all wings of the same bird.
Yeah.
Jim, just
but
one other
they're
thing.
catching on down there now. They're starting to learn some common law actions from Christopher James, and he's working with some teams down there. So it's gonna slowly filter down there. First, they have to start doing their ratchet game down in the States, and it's happening. So there's a few states that are starting to try to bully. So once that happens, then we'll become one big unity. Of course. There's a truck driver I know out west that's bringing a whole clan of trucks and cars and everything else from Alberta right to the Parliament House, but they announced it on Facebook, so they might not make it there.
Right.
Yeah.
Mate,
In the Guardians, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just one other thing. Have you heard of a guy called Stefan Verstappen or Verstappen?
Stefan Verstappen.
Stefan Verstappen.
There's
is a guy
in Quebec that's Stefan.
No,
and
he's
another one that's in the groups.
He's like a guru when it comes to preparedness. He's got a lot of books, a lot of.
Him too. Yeah, I've heard of him too.
Yeah, I just wondered how popular he is.
Quebec girl that's a guru when it comes to preparedness, Mary Donna.
Okay, cool.
She's growing a new kind of wheat that's gluten free. I can't remember the name of it right now because I'm not big on plants and stuff. But yeah, she's got it all going on. She's got freeze drying going on. She's done everything.
Yeah.
She's buying 180 acres right now on a lake, and she's going to do aqua gardening on that. So she's ready to go.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Aqua gardening, is that where you have like the vat of water that has some sort of aquatic plants in it and you have fish in it and it all sort of works symbiotically together? So
That's aquaponics.
Aquaponics.
She's going to do 70% of the lake in this new deal that she's buying this lake, this portion of this property, and 70% of the lake ends up being hers. So she's going to do an aqua gardening thing. So she'll net off an area, she'll put the fish in, and then do all the planting there.
Awesome.
And the fish stimulate all the roots and stuff like that, and they live off the fish's waste, which is
the
nutrition
fish.
for the water.
So it's like you create your own little ecosystem.
Yeah, whole little ecosystem.
That's awesome. So Omar Beats has just jumped back in the studio. In case anyone was wondering, he left his power lead.
Then the lake actually has other fish in it that you can eat. So she'll make the net so that it won't allow those in, but it'll keep in the smaller ones, or controlled ones at least.
Yeah, and this is the future to keep us all fed, isn't it? To start actually thinking about solutions.
Well, I had another guy that's part of my team that did he had a friend that was a farmer, and we talked to him about it's a vertical gardening system that you use a coconut husk as your medium.
Cocoa.
And you spray it. He bought 20 sea cans and did it, and it's working. He's got his first crop out. We gave him the information last year, and he's got his first crop out about a month ago. And he figures he can feed 100 families just from that 20. But he's got 1,000 acres, so he can keep going.
Cocoa's a really good medium to grow herbal remedies in as well.
It's an amazing medium.
It's actually the best. It's better than soil.
It's a good one. It's basically soil mixed with hydroponic sort of systems, then you get your cocoa. Of how it works, it's just brilliant.
There he is with the sexy voice, ladies. Homer Beats is back in the house.
Right.
I got some fresh beats as well tonight.
Yeah, I've got some fresh beats. Jim, I must say, mate, I'm really proud of you because like we've
you're a busy man.
We've known each other online for a while, and when I first started like pumping out the posts, even before Rise Above, like you were like, oh wow, okay, and you were sort of like a bit receptive to my post. But when all this kicked off, and you started, you said, I remember you said to me once, like, brother, I now understand what Rise Above is all about. I'm going to do this. And before I knew it, you were like out there helping homeless people on the street, doing your outreach, actually like planning for what's coming, mate. It's really good to see.
Well, people just went out and did protests. And I went out to a few, and I saw the controlled opposition. I saw the whole way the game worked, right? I'm an older guy. I'm not a kid.
Yeah.
So I went, and I saw them playing games, and I went, no, that's just the government. I'm out. And then I went into the homeless outreach. And then it obviously manifested into, oh, shit, yeah, you should be doing this because there's going to be a ton of people hungry pretty soon.
Yeah, sure.
And then we've just blown up from there.
That's brilliant, mate. It's absolutely brilliant. I follow you on Facebook. I see the stuff you post. You're literally out there week in, week out, almost every day, it seems like, out there doing something, meeting people, forming networks. That's proper Rise Above, mate. That's proper Rise Above.
Jim, can I ask you a
I
question?
don't really out much anymore. The only out stuff I do is meeting groups to discuss strategies. And we got some big meetings coming up in the next few days. I'm just scheduling them now. We're doing the radio communications. We're doing all kinds of things that, like, pretty much everything they throw, we have to have a response for.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Being prepared.
And then now the lady that I'm helping out here at the mental health facility, she just called me like just before you said dial in and said I've got to meet with a local restaurateur that's going to get involved in the outreach as well. So, like, and she said, you're going to be busy. I said, yeah, like I'm not busy already.
Yeah, you're a busy man, mate.
Like I have 20 hours a day since last April.
3 hours a day since last April, every day.
20 hours a day, almost every day. The
So
odd
20
time I
hours a
went
day.
all-nighters, and I'm not even partying anymore, so that wasn't easy.
Hey, that's hardcore. Virus Man, did you have a question for Jim?
Yeah, what's your advice for city dwellers that haven't got land to grow their own bits? Is your
Great
advice to
question.
get out of the city, or can you do it in a sustainable way in that city environment? Because that's my next step for me at the moment.
I'm in a city myself. I'm in a city of about 80,000.
Uh-huh.
So what I'm going to be doing, and I'm starting to organize through the churches and the local businesses, is we're going to go and attack the municipal offices and tell them we've had enough. Because this bullshit about voting for a new prime minister or president, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
If you beat them down at the ankles, eventually they'll fall. That's my theory anyways. I don't know if I'm right, wrong, or indifferent, but if your own people in your own community come up to you and tell you they've had enough of your garbage, you're going to start smelling it. And we're starting to see it. Some of the MPPs, the provincial MPPs have turned and said they're not getting vaxxed. So there is a bit of a sway happening, but it's not going to be an easy road. It's going to be a long road. I'm going to stay right where I am, right in town. I don't care. I've got all kinds of places I could depart to. But, my old man would look down on me pretty unfavorably if I ran away.
Good on you, Jim.
I've got an idea for city dwellers, actually. People who have got no garden, nowhere to be growing stuff. You need, in my opinion, I think what could happen is communities could get together and you all take a responsibility of growing one particular vegetable or one particular food product each, and you can do that inside your house. The same way people grow those plants in their houses, you can do that with any plant.
Be the tomato guy.
Yeah, it's
Or you could
easy
be
to
the-
grow like chilies or peppers on your
Well, not just
windowsill.
that, you can do any fruit or vegetables for a start.
Yeah.
And you can, and if you do have a small garden area, you could raise chickens if you really wanted to. If it comes down to the crunch, if it comes down to you have to survive fully yourself and Tesco's is gone, God forbid, oh no.
You need to start thinking about what is your value, what is going to be your tradable commodity.
Exactly.
That's what they do in Cuba.
This is good. This is correct. That's exactly what they do.
Yeah,
in Cuba.
and let's bring this right up to point. Why do they do that in Cuba? Because they're under embargoes, because they're still technically like a Soviet vassal state. They still live in the original Soviet Union.
It's like 1960.
That's why they have all those 1950s cars that they've
Yeah,
pimped out to
yeah.
the max, because they literally can't get any new cars.
But, you know,
Everyone
Cuba's
does
more
this.
sustainable. Cuba's more sustainable than the UK.
Yeah, of course,
I
because
can
they've learned
imagine
how
it
to upcycle, how to properly recycle.
If you think about it, right, if everybody did that, how close would our community be?
Yeah, precisely.
And that's what they don't want. That's
Yeah.
why you've got these massive
Well,
markets.
if you have
Sorry, I
your
missed
community
that.
development group should, with external farmers that aren't in communities but are on board with the program, and then you can kind of engineer work crews to go out and help them out, or do trade with them,
Exactly.
and then get like a pig farmer, a sheep farmer, a cattle farmer, and work with them, like the milk guys, to
And
get
also the
somebody
local
with
butchers.
goats, make cheese. That's the way we got to go. We can't sort of like, you got to contain yourself to a really small team, but then you have to be parts of bigger teams, and that's why I think the radio thing is very important.
To reach
Because
out.
if you're not part of a team in a farming community, when you're in the city, you're going to be screwed.
Wow.
And if you're not part of in the city, you're not going to have the connection to the city, which means you're going to be screwed for the fight. So we all have to come together one way or another.
Yeah, that's first principles.
I mean, one of the first things they'll do is cut off the supply chain into the cities.
Yeah, but you don't need a supply chain if you're self-sufficient. If you've got one person that's churning butter, you've got one guy that's literally got his whole garden. It might be 50 yards garden filled up with chicken coops. You've got the tomato man. You've got the potato.
Oh yeah, no,
man.
I agree. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
how you do it.
Yeah, for sure.
That's how you do it.
I'll send you what I'm actually going to do, Lance. You'll laugh your head off. And then you can send it out to your guys to do.
Have you got like, what? Have you got like a blueprint?
Yeah,
Have you got
I
a
don't wanna
blueprint of what you've been doing?
Because, yeah, I've got an idea for that already in place. It's all part. It ended up being started all manifesting from that homeless outreach.
Email it
It's
to me,
open.
Jim, and I'll
Yeah, we'll get it up on the
We'll
website.
get it, absolutely. We'll get it on the website. That's what the website's for. Big Up Magic, he'll take care of that. And this is going to lead in quite nicely. So the next person we're going to talk to, which is Bradley Golden, hopefully, because he tried to call us a minute ago.
Yeah.
Because he's actually joined this syndicate that I think I'm getting this right. That's basically teaching people how to grow food at home to a level where they might be actually able to trade it. I think it's exactly what we're talking about.
Perfect.
Might be
Yeah,
good
so
to get him on the
it's-
show to get to talk about that if he's doing that.
Yeah, no, Bradley's going to be coming on next
Oh,
as soon
brilliant.
as we say bye to Jim. Bradley's been watching us from the start. He's over in Texas, so that's really cool. First caller from Canada, second caller from US. Proper international show tonight. It's Rise Above Customer Services. Jim, mate, I've got to say, bruv, you're an absolute inspiration. Is there any final thoughts you want to leave with the crew, or any other sort of things you've been up to you want to let us know?
I just stay clear of the garbage. You kind of pay attention to it, but it's only a surface grasp. That's all we really need at this point. We already know what they're doing. No
Yep.
point spending time focusing on bullshit when they throw it out there.
Yeah, we need to focus on solutions, mate. And it sounds like you've been focusing on solutions day in, day out for like the last 16 months. That's really good, man.
Not that long, but pretty close. The first ones were to extract people out of those camps that they never really used yet, but they're there.
Yeah, they're there.
They'll be used.
They're building them in this country as well, mate. There's that
Super prisons.
super prisons. Yeah,
Well, hopefully they're going to be in them and not us.
yeah. Someone's,
Wait till they get the collects coming at them with snowmobiles.
all I know is that if we end up in them, you want to be on my wing. I'm going to be the daddy in that prison, bro. On my wing, I'll be able to get everything. You come and be my little Joey. All right, Jim, it's been a pleasure, mate. Great to hear from you. Next time we do a call in, don't be a stranger. But we're going to open up the phone lines because we have got Bradley Golden from Texas up next.
Yeah.
Jim, thank you very much, all the way from Canada. Take care of yourself, bro.
Rise above, Jim.
Much love, people. Bye.
Rise above, Jim. This is the bit where you say rise above back. He's still there. All right, see you later, Jim. Big up. He's gone. Oh, Jim.
That reminds me. Yeah, that reminds me. He mentioned about homeless people. Now, if according to the G theory, they should all be dead.
Yeah, homeless people should be literally carted off in big piles of dead corpses in the street.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any now. They should all be dead, according to G theory.
Oh, right. I've got Bradley Golden.
Directly through the Queef Master.
He's called.
Hello?
Hi, Bradley. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Can you all hear me?
Yes, mate. So
we got you loud and clear, brother.
Loud and clear. So treat this just like a phone call and turn off the stream if you have it on your TV or your computer. Bradley Golden, welcome to Rise Above, mate.
Big up.
Big up, Bradley.
Welcome, finally.
Yeah, man. You've been
It's
watching
been
us
quite a while.
since day one, mate.
Yeah, I'm sorry I don't have a camera, so no one can really see me.
No problem. They can't see you anyway because it's just on my phone. So you're just a voice on the screen, mate. So tell us what you've been up to because you sent me a really interesting email earlier on.
I just recently got into a company called Food Forest Abundance, and it's all about growing permacultures, turning people's lawns into food forests instead of just grass, where you have trees that produce fruit, bushes that produce fruit, plants that will keep the pests away and keep weeds away, just turning it into an all-natural thing. It's scripted after how nature takes care of itself, so it's very low maintenance. As Virus Man was asking, yes, if people have a spare room in their apartment, we can even work into that and have people grow permacultures in their house if needed. We can help people set up a blueprint that's best for them in their zone, what type of plants and everything like that. You can work in bees into it. It's to get food, water, and sustainable energy to help people get away from the government a bit. As far as I can tell, it's going worldwide really fast, and we can help teach people to install it themselves or do the labor for them if they wish. And I'm just trying to get it going and get the word out to everybody.
Sorry, Bradley. I was just trying to bring up one of your links there and I accidentally played the wrong video. Please carry on, mate.
Not a problem. I really don't know too much about it yet. I'm still doing most of my research, and I'm just trying to get, like I said, get the word out right now. But I think with the food about to break down, it's something everyone needs.
Okay, so I've just got it up on the screen here. Food Forest Abundance. We design and install food forests and edible foodscapes. So, so what we got here, we've got a picture of someone's medium-sized garden, and there's loads of sort of like archway, sort of like, what is it, trellises, so you can tie the plants into. So it's all about maximising whatever bit of land you have, whatever bit of space you have. Let me just maximise this so everyone can see it, because this is quite cool.
And in almost every one of them, there's a place where you can catch natural rainwater and stuff like that. And
Mate, this looks
a lot
brilliant.
of people like to work beehives into their yards or just natural bees for pollinators and stuff like that. And it deals with getting the soil, getting all the toxins back out of the soil, getting back to nature, and cleaning up the earth. This is probably the better way to do it than Greta's ever going to be able to do it.
Yeah, right.
100%.
Big up yourself, Bradley, mate. I absolutely love this.
Yeah, this is really good work.
Because if you look closely here, it's basically showing you how you can plant different types of either vegetables, herbs, or fruits. Sort of like the patterns to plant them in. I guess
and we will help you build that blueprint for yourself.
Wow.
And teach you how to install it yourself if y'all want to do it yourselves, and if y'all want to hire our team for the labor or whatever team is in y'all's area, that is perfectly y'all's option, you know?
Wow. So
Depending on
this is actually
y'all's time and
offering,
labor.
it's offering education. It's offering sort of like a little hub for you to come to learn how to do this. And it's offering a service where they send like
Yes.
basically like essentially landscape gardeners to your property to literally show you how to do this.
Yeah, because don't forget,
Absolutely.
every property is different. You know, every soil type's different. Every climate's different. You know, it depends where the sun tracks and all of that. So,
So what is it
all
saying
very
here? Yeah.
personal.
Gotta learn all
This is a reminder of that. This is the greatest apocalypse ever.
Yes, Master Lee.
Exactly.
Now, when
And-
people talk about the Great Awakening, I don't know what people's thoughts are or dreams of what the Great Awakening would actually look like. Well, for me, the Great Awakening means to awaken to everything, which would include nature,
Yeah.
the return to nature.
Well, sort of like almost
and
like a great
cleaning up our planet
reawakening.
again.
Sorry, carry on, Bradley.
And cleaning up our planet again, because I mean, everybody that puts down a lawn, they put chemicals into their lawn to sod it and everything like that. We got to stop doing that.
Absolutely. Well, this is like properly reintroducing and sort of championing biodiversity. Natural ways to re-enrich the soil, right? Rather than, like you say, using.
Ask Bradley a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys work with like putting any like working into the soil and mycelium or anything like that? Because I know it's big out there at the moment, putting the fungus in and getting like, or is it just sort of plants you work with?
No, it's everything. It's from underground plants to ground level plants to bush to lower canopy to higher canopy. They do everything. Yes, they have like fungus and stuff like that growing on trees. If that's what you want, that'll help keep pests away. Natural. I can't think of the word. Something to pretty much detox the soil. Natural plants that help detox the soil from what we've been doing to destroy it and stuff like that, and help with your yields from your plants.
Because a lot of the cannabis industry out there, a lot of it's doing the no-till stuff. Have you come across much of that? Where it's
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
a lot of the industry out there is doing no-till. So you're working, you can do it outside or inside. So
What's no-till?
You create like the base soil and you put like fungus, mycelium into it. You grow crops, and it's a similar sort of thing that the Bradley's talking about. You create an ecosystem, and it's all going on.
So
like
is it like a cross between growing it between soil and hydroponics? You're sort of growing in a different
No,
medium.
there's no hydroponics. It's all soil, and you just you create a full ecosystem. So you haven't got to really get involved. You let it do it all itself.
Oh right, okay.
Plants feed. It all feeds the soil, and you don't dig. Like till means dig, yeah.
Right,
So you don't have to dig it over. You don't.
I'm
have
not
to
from
plough.
farming stock, mate. I don't know.
Yeah, so you can just let it all just do it itself. It all just becomes a system, a self-sufficient system.
You know, this
And
food
something
crisis.
I really like.
Sorry.
Something I really like about this company is the owner of the company and everybody that has joined it so far is anti-jibby jab and anti-mask.
Okay, so these guys are actually being very
Yeah, they
realistic.
all
So
know,
I've just
yeah.
seen this. It says here, look, the problem: a centralized food system. Our food supply chain is fragile and is under immense pressure due to worldly events. Certain areas are affected more than others, but we're all at risk. Chemicals and poisons, we all know what that's all about. Harsh on the environment. So it's saying what the problem of current like agricultural trends are. And it's actually being quite sly about it. You know, it's not saying, you know, we're anti this, anti that, but being very factual. And the benefits of growing your own food security, quality control, nutrition and taste. It undoubtedly tastes better. It's undoubtedly more nutritious. You know you've got your own food.
We know the
And
food
I learned
crisis is.
today that your average food that gets to you travels about 1,500 or 1,500 miles and is touched by about 5 to 7 people before it gets to you. So this definitely makes a big change, and it's unsustainable for us to be wasting so many resources on our food chain when our food could be right outside our houses.
Sure. In The Guardian, do you want to say something about the food crisis?
Yeah, well, this food crisis that we're heading towards, this has been in the making for a long time. In 2008, I traveled to Cuba to study sustainable farming and stuff like that. And one of the things that was highlighted was the aggressive farming, where the topsoil is not allowed enough time. And they generally do this in sort of developing countries to spoil their ground, because you can't just keep farming on the topsoil. It has to be
Right.
it has to be turned over. And in a nutshell, we're going to run out of soil to actually grow natural food because of the aggressive techniques of sort of industrial scale farming.
Hmm.
And they
Yeah,
were talking about
they
this in
wanna-
2008.
They tend to want to try to get the greatest yield off of a single plant instead of having multiple plants working together, where you
Yeah.
might get a slightly smaller yield but much more variety, and it's better for the earth. That's what we're going for.
Yeah, and this also leads to the rise in people being or having allergies, because generally speaking, we don't eat the food that is natural to our local environment.
That's correct.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
So I've
What-
got. Hold on. Can I? Sorry to butt in, Master Lee. So I've got another little thing about this. So do you? I remember it, and it wasn't even that long ago, when it is now. You can have literally anything you want at any time from most Western
Yeah.
countries to eat.
Mate, I remember
Like,
when things were in season.
Yeah, in the supermarket, like you can get avocados all year round, pineapples. It doesn't matter. Everything's there all year round. I reckon it was literally flooded this way purposely, because don't forget, they all know, these dark occultists that plan all this shit, like food shortages and all that, and they know how to inflict the most misery to the psyche. They would only be too happy to flood the Western markets or flood all the countries with all the food just so they could take it away again. Because
It's more fun. It's more fun like
it's
that.
more fun for that, fun for them that way, because we can't grow, especially here in the UK. We can't grow a lot of the food which we've become accustomed to. It just won't grow in our climate. So if imagine you take that away and everyone does have to,
you like bananas, gutted.
yeah, exactly. There's
like
multiple
kiwi
things
fruits,
that
unlucky,
we just
mate,
can't
unlucky.
grow here, that won't grow here in the UK.
Well, one of the
unless
tricks-
and that's done inside in a controlled environment, and let's God forbid, all they got to do is turn the power grid off.
It's a good way of lowering our immune
Yeah,
system, isn't it?
that's what I mean.
well, one of the tricks that they're using is, for instance, apples grow in this country, but you can buy apples
abundance.
from a supermarket, and they come from, I don't know, Israel or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
What they're trying to do is they're trying to make it so that everybody's food comes from somewhere else.
Yep.
Yeah, and a lot of the natural plant food forest is actually medicine for a human body if eaten correctly and taken correctly, and they just don't give us that stuff anymore.
Yeah.
No.
It's been
And
denied
that
to
links
us.
back to the beekeeping, and this was recommended to me maybe 20 years ago, that you should try and find a local beekeeper and buy honey from them, because pretty much everything you need to stop you being allergic to anything is and this is not medical information, and I'm not a doctor.
No, we never give medical information on Roswell.
But
ever.
yeah, if you can find a local beekeeper and purchase honey from them, because the bees go around collecting pollen from your local area,
Yeah.
it actually acts as I don't want to say the word, but it gives you an immunity, a natural immunity to the
anti-parasite.
allergies.
That goes with anything like vegetables that are grown in your local area.
I need to look into that myself, because I have pretty bad allergies down here in Texas because I'm around all the chemical plants.
Oh wow! So you notice a difference of being around that sort of industrial production of synthetic chemicals.
Yeah, but I mean, I've been living right here around them all my life, so I guess I'm pretty used to that toxic environment. That's my toxic environment.
Yeah, we've all got our own toxic environment, I think, to be fair, mate.
But honestly, Bradley, this is great work. You're
No,
doing.
absolutely good. It's brilliant. Let me
yeah.
get this back up on the screen one more time.
One thing that I have not prepared for is an energy supply. I haven't got, apart from a fire to keep myself warm and cook over and things like that, I haven't got, I can't make my own electricity, things like that. So that's another thing that people need to
Solar
try and
panels.
get their head around. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But again, if people haven't got much land, if people are living in a very small, you know.
Do you have a
apartment
well,
block
Andy?
with- Sorry?
Do you have a well? What do you do
No,
for
I was
water?
thinking about digging a well. Actually, I did mention it to my missus. She didn't seem too happy about it. But
I'm just going to dig a well. Yeah, right.
So what do you
And
do
I
about
can't
your
thank
water
y'all
supply?
enough for helping me get the word out. So far, I've only got y'all, and down here, luckily, I've gotten Chad Prather, the man running for Texas governor, to help me get the word out
Lance,
down
I'll
here.
tell you what. Could you do Bradley a favour? Can you send this to Mark Devlin?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We'll also get it on the website as well.
Yeah, we'll put this on the website, Bradley.
Magix will take care of that.
Lance is in touch with Mark Devlin. You can give him a call and just say,
Oh,
look,
wow.
you need to plug this. He's got, nearly 60,000 viewers on it. He will plug this. For you,
Yeah.
for sure.
Mark's down with us. Mark is part of family, mate. That's
Sheep
why we
farm.
have to-
Okay, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, the sheep farm boys.
as well. Sheep
Can
farm.
you
They've
get
got
involved with this?
almost 8,000. Yeah, big up Dom and Chris. Sheep farm. We know you guys are watching.
Yeah.
This is well worth sharing with everyone because this is something that we can actually sort of franchise out to everyone. Everyone can have a piece of this. If you're a landscape gardener, right? If you this is something you could repurpose.
Do you know, right,
Your,
okay,
your business to actually help people with something for the future.
I'll give everyone a little challenge, right? Okay, right now. Okay. Go out and buy a pineapple from the store. Okay. Cut the top off, like, if you're gonna cut the big spiky bit, cut the top off with about an inch of the flesh, right? And then plant that and leave the spiky bit coming out the ground. Plant it in a pot and see what
Yeah,
happens.
you can do that,
Take
can't
care
you?
of it, yeah?
Oh yes,
And then
people are
plant it.
saying, can I put a link in
The
the chat,
Victorians
please?
have
I'll
been
do
growing
that right now.
pineapples here in the UK. You get fairly decent crop of pineapples. They're very small, but they're really nice. So, but anyone can do that just from a pineapple that you buy. The bit that you would normally throw away, just chuck it in some soil, keep it watered.
I've put the
See
link
what
for this
happens.
website in the chat, so you can actually copy and paste this link. It's on the screen right now. If you want to go to this website,
That's actually some of the plants that go into the permaculture called cut and chop, where whenever you trim the plant and it falls, it just starts to regrow.
Yeah.
they do a lot of that in Asia, in Japanese sort of ornamental.
Oh, the Japanese have got some awesome
They're
farming
badass
techniques.
at doing that. They're badass at doing that. They grow a tree
Did
out
you,
of the top
did you
of
see
the
that photo? Did you see the photo I put in the group chat ages ago with regards
With
to
the tree growing out, yeah, I know what you're talking about, Master.
No, not that one. I grew some potatoes from a potato.
Oh yeah, on your windowsill.
Yeah.
Potato.
Yeah.
And
Her monkey potato.
I did the same thing last year, Master Lee.
Yeah,
I'd
it's
just
quite
like
easy.
to say, no matter where y'all are, just please contact me through my email. That way, whenever y'all get y'all's blueprint worked out, I actually get 15% of the blueprint sale, no matter where it is in the world.
Okay. All right. So what you're saying is, do you have like a code you can quote if people sign up to this?
I don't have a code. I just have an email. If they email me and I send them to the boss, and the boss will hook them
Can
up
you
with
put
someone
your
in their
email-
territory.
Put your email in the chat.
I have.
Okay. Cool.
It's Food Forest Abundance of Houston at protonmail.com.
So everyone can scroll up when they want to find that. Can you put it in there again, please, Brad? And then I can actually put it on the screen because we've got so many comments. I would have to scroll back for ages to find that. Do it when we say goodbye to you in a minute. Do that just after you go off. Put it back up in the chat, and I'll leave it on the screen. Yeah, there you go.
Not a problem.
Oh no, Magic. Don't worry, Magix is on the case. He's already found it. So he's found it. All right.
That's my man.
Nah, Bradley, I want to say a big thank you, right? Because once again, just like Jim, you've come on and this is customer services and we want to hear everything. Instead of having any complaints, you've actually come with some solutions.
Yeah, some nice positive.
Yeah, something positive. This is something, I bet everyone that's been watching, or, even if you're new to Rise Above, maybe you've been thinking like, okay, yeah, things aren't looking good at the supermarket shelves. Does anyone else notice?
Like the past
Never
2
look good in
years,
the
I've just been
supermarket
sitting
shelf.
here draining my mom's reserves, and I had to finally get off my butt and do something.
Yeah, but this looks like really doing something, mate. So I want to say a big thank you, Brad. Is there anything you want to say to everyone on Rise Above before we say goodbye and we get some beats from Oma Beats?
I love what y'all do. Y'all entertain me to death every Friday, and Sasha, I love dancing with you.
Well, mate, if you're enjoying it, that's the main thing, and that's why people tune in for so long, for 4 to 6 hours, is because we're trying to make a difference, but we're trying to be entertaining as well. So,
But honestly, Bradley, keep up the good work with what you're doing. We're going to plug this as much as we can. This is going to go straight up on the
Thank
website.
you.
And,
yeah,
Y'all are
Food
giving
Forest
me
Abundance.
A lot of I can't quite think of the word, but y'all are giving me a lot of go get it, energy.
Encouragement.
Catalyst.
There we go.
We've
Yes.
provided
Y'all are
the
making me
catalyst
feel
for you.
Very encouraged.
Yeah, go for it, Bradley, mate. You're making moves. Big respect. Thank you very much for calling in and rise above, brother.
Rise above, Bradley.
Thank you for taking the call. And
Nice one,
if
Bradley.
we can ever get a shirt out to me, I'd love to try to purchase one again.
Right, I'm
not still embargoed.
Has he not got a
I
shirt?
sent him one and it never turned up.
We'll get you one over.
I'm going to send him
buddy.
another one.
Yeah.
In fact, I sent 2, but this time I'm going to pay for the recorded delivery. It's only like another £5.
Yeah,
Bradley, you're worth it. I'm going to send you. I know. Do you know what? I've got to say a big thank you to Alex Wright because he's actually going to give us 100 T-shirts for nothing.
Big up, Alex.
Alex
Oh my
Wright
God.
at Rev Gear.
What a
and
man.
And it's the original one, mate. I'm going to send you out one of those. It's the original design. They should be here next week. Right, Clint, we'll have you after the break. It's the 3rd time he's wrong already.
Yeah, Clint,
we've got to have some Oma beats. Clint, we'll speak to you soon. Bradley, thank you very much. Rise above, bro.
I love you guys. Rise above. Peace.
Love you too, mate. It's
Rise
all love.
above.
It's all love. Oma beats. Roll. Okay, it's live on a Friday night. This is Rise Above, everybody. I am a professional MC, Oma Beats. Just leave me to it. Okay, sound of Oma Beats. It's Friday night. It's Rise Above. Time to get down to it. He's got some new selection. He's got some new rhythms. Maybe some dub plates for tonight. Warming up the techniques. Warming up my tongue. Sit back, go and get a drink. Skim one up some. 237 people tuned in. Yeah. Very nice. Very, very nice. I'm going to take a little break. I'll be back in a minute. Oma Beats.
Just on that circle line riding. Ministers are useless, drug dealers are more enterprising. Hiding from the past, just biding our time until the future state. That's providing more than we need for just surviving. Less turbulence and more easy gliding. Promise of tomorrow keeps us striving. Empty or not, there's no way you're recognizing. Might see you when you get there, but not before. Can't be sure or for right, but hopefully set for more perspectives. Reorganizing, new influences rising. Consensus for the status quo, demoralizing. Babylon appears compromising. Unsurprisingly, it's not reading anyway. Feeling it today, just like in the other day. We stay on the path that we're on, we don't stray. Just on that circle line riding. Who does the deciding? Asleep against the glass, can't hear the walls colliding. Warning sounds, but the door's already sliding. Get yourself up, we're hiring. 0 hours for all, no retiring. Distance firing, keep aspiring. 6 a.m. the underground, the temperature is rising.
Okay, Omar, come with the mix, mate. Friday night, we're live, it's Rise Above. Hang tight, 191 people tuned in. It's customer services. Check 1, check 2. Sound of Oma Beats. Let us know how we're sounding. How are the levels? Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's the customer services department. Sound of Oma Beats, live and unique, dropping it. Rise Above t-shirts are available. £25, including posters and packing. 1, 2. Omar. Inject the blood clot. Sound of Oma Beats. Yes, you what? You what? Inject the blood clot. Sound of Oma Beats. Listen.
Don't inject no blood clot, yo.
Don't inject the blood clot. Hashtag clock shot. Big up Caroline Elliott, big up Sasha English, big up Bradley Golden, William Donahue. Yeah. Yo, this is Rise Above. Remember, the t-shirts, PayPal is the same as the Skype. It's riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Listen. Let us know how we're sounding. Sound of Oma Beats, double let them see. Rise Above, baby.
Understand baseline, they lick it down like a popcorn. Baseline, they lick it down like a popcorn.
Clint. Clint will be joining us after the break. Big up Clint. Big up Clint.
Baseline game, lick it down like a back on. Baseline, lick it down like a back on. Everything registered, then you understand. No confusion, disillusion. You hear me, one, no ask no question. No one like your bad, no act like you're tough. School of hard knocks, don't try call me bluff. Check this one, you must understand. Baseline game, lick it down like a back on. Baseline game, lick it down like a back on. Baseline game, lick it down like a back on. Baseline game, lick it down like a back on. Baseline game, lick it down like a back on.
Welcome to Customer Services. You are through to the Rise Above Customer Services Department. How can we help? If you have any complaints, please come through to Andy PG, Oma Beast, Double LMC, and Inner Guardians. Strong ties we're tethering, weak links we're severing. Strong ties we're tethering, weak links we're severing. There's never been a better time to unleash and get 'em in. Time to unleash and get 'em in. Yeah, we're blowing up like kerosene. Don't test that shaman with the medicine. Yeah, don't test the shaman with the medicine. Strong ties we're tethering, weak links we're severing. Strong ties are gathering, darkening the sky. Tell me, are you handling? Are you getting by? Don't forget, Everlasting Exemption T-shirts, £25, including posters and packaging. White and black available. Big up Magics. I reckon we'll be broadcasting till what? 1 a.m. I'll big up Ricardo.
Drinks, yeah, I pour. People them I get down on the dance floor. Selector, turn it up, yes, a little more. Little two-step, 4x4. I just wanna party how it was before. A big sound up here, big tune. Drop the dance, explosion.
The evacuation is stopped.
What's going on with this camera?
The siren sounds once more. Take cover.
Wow, that's really loud. I think I've booted the camera as I walk back in. It's Rise Above, everyone. Good evening, Colsey. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Big up Michael Carey, DJ Chronic. Big up Robin Banks. Big up Hard Edge D&B. Big up Sarah Schofield, Ard Man. Big up Sam Carno. Sam Carno, where's your administrator's spanner? You're not administrating tonight. We need you. We don't want any of those cyber attacks from the spam bots, the racist spam bots. Goldie Girl, I promise hoodies are coming soon. Gary Elliott, it's not an arachnid, it's an audio octopus. Big up Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. It's Rise Above every single Friday night. We spit the truth, live from the HQ, live from the booth.
Winding up from Homer Beats.
Yeah.
Oh, that was very Partridge. Yeah.
Very Partridge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lynn. Funny enough, I could shorten the Empress's name to Lynn.
So we did it. Yes,
Lynn.
We didn't. We haven't talked about Steve Coogan.
Don't worry. It's in
Okay.
the Swab show.
Whoa.
It's in the Swab show.
Oh, Schwab the fuck up.
Allow me to elucidate what Homer Beats and choose a break. You think it's end of days, bruv, you better choose your fate. Or is it really love? Because we rise above, extinguishing the fear because the parasite can't get enough. That hungry little worm convinced the world they spread a germ. We know it's total lies, some people never learn. It's why we choose to rise, because we won't miss our turn. The harvest's overdue, the crops are gonna churn. Reap what you sow, and keep what you know. Deep inside your mind is where you find the buried treasure, Joe. Fear, the denying force, until you choose to mount the horse. With the help of Master Lee, we see the triad from the fourth. Never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour, step up to their tower. Gosh. Be the man of the hour and step up to their tower. Never cower under three-sided power. Never cower under three-sided power. Yeah, it looks like we've got some spammers in the comment section. We see you. It's Homer Beats live in the mix. Each and every Friday night. Rise above, extinguishing the fear because we generate love, love. Rise above. Yeah, we rise above, extinguishing the fear because we generate love, love. If you want to support the stream, T-shirts are available. PayPal, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com, £25, including postage and packaging. If you are outside of the UK, email me, we can sort something out. Come on, Omar. We got Clint ready to join us. Whoa. Rise above. Bear rabbit on the table. Anti-Coviet lemonade is splashing around. Omar Beats has got the bass. Gosh. 100 rabbits laying on the table. Carcasses everywhere.
Blood everywhere.
thick rabbit.
Bang, bang. Bang, bang.
Homer Beats is the dancehall killer. Hiller, spiller.
I got you now, you rabbit. Blow you into a million wabbit cutlets.
Big up everyone in the live chat. You dirty wabbits, hang tight DJ Chronic. Chronic, we're gonna get you on soon, bruv. Oma Fudd. You're tuned to the sound of Oma Fudd. Oma Beats, a dance hall killer. Double L, a wicked lyric spitter. Live on a Friday night, yeah. Come on. Big up Andy Pandy, big up Scraggly Old Tram, hang tight the Liverpool Massive. Big up Gary Elliott. Hang tight Mrs. in the Guardians, big up Nick Longsworth. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Every single motherfucking Friday night we spit the truth. Big up Clint, he's waiting to join us. Oma Beats, he just keeps playing more tunes. Oma, is this the last one? Yeah, right, this is the last one, yeah? Clint, put your disguise back on, bro. This is my last mix. Whoa. I just host it on the mic tonight, no proper MCing. I'll save that for the pirate radio sessions, not every week. It gets too much. Yes, Hard Edge D&B, Oma's just warming up, warming in. What's going on, what's happening? It's Rise Above, each and every Friday night. Oma Fudd, you wascally wabbit. Big up Love It Doy, Waddy Cap, Sudyod mate. Sudyod Mac Jimmy, oh, D-Mac Cap on. Done nice. Number one Farang MC right here. Kopan Yang, long time brother. Oma. Injecting the blood clot, it causes the melanoma. It'll make your life over. Come on, don't. Do you know what? If you were more ready to end your set, we'd have more sets. We jump in more. It's like a steamroller. It's like once he starts rolling, you can't stop him. You have to roll it.
Can't stop the rollers.
Can't stop the rollers. Sorry, I muted your mic then. What a peasant. No, mate. Oma Beats, badass.
Nothing like the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning.
There is nothing, absolutely nothing like the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning, everyone. Right, Oma Beats, big up your chest.
Thank you, Oma Beats.
I played the last one, yeah, as hard as that.
I'm gonna blow you into a million wabbit cutlets.
Don't talk over the rabbit jingles.
Sorry, I didn't even know you were playing that. I just put my headphones in.
So we have got Clint in the green room.
Right, Clint has got his right. Right, in case everyone has forgot exactly what the agenda is here tonight, let me just reload a second. Go past all these multiple Schwabs. Right, tonight is.
Before we go on to that, let me just say, right. So a lot of those tunes I just played are by an artist called Qua Rush, which is, I suppose, means
Qua Rush.
Yeah, which means why rush, I suppose. Yeah, why rush for lots of different reasons. You rush because it's fun, or you rush because you're late. But I never heard of this artist before. He's big in the game. His tunes are amazing. Go and check him out.
Qua Rush.
Q-U-A Rush.
Sounds like something that happens when you put a butt plug inside your bum. You get a Qua Rush.
Qua Rush.
Couldn't help with that.
I mean, what a plug! What a plug!
What a great plug!
What a plug!
What a plug! Oh dear. Okay, so tonight is the call-in show, and we have someone on the line. Welcome back, Virus Man. Welcome back, Inner Guardians. The whole team is.
Where the fuck is Word Nerd?
I don't know where Word Nerd is, but we've got
Salutations.
Salutations, Inner Guardians. Welcome back. We do have a regular caller, a regular contributor to Rise Above. Welcome back, Clint. Let's see if we can see you.
Yeah, yeah, it's important for me to call him in for a video podcast show. I just want to give shout outs to Lance, Andy, Lee, Andy P, and everyone on this podcast. Absolutely everyone.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Clint.
you, Clint.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Best podcast in Europe, maybe the world, right?
Hey, that is a big statement.
It's a big statement.
Best
It's a big statement.
that
There's not too many top competitors, and you're one of them.
I think our only competition really is Sheep Farm, and I don't really see them as
Yeah,
competition.
but it's different. It's completely different. We're different what we're doing.
Yeah.
Plus, they're part of the family.
They're part of the family.
It's like Master Lee says. Master Lee always says, like, he was taught by somebody who will only teach 5%, and then we'll probably teach only. Oh, you'll probably only spit 5% of what you know.
People think I'm a crazy
5%
extremist
of what
online. I literally maybe 5, possibly 10%.
Yeah, so there's a lot. You know, the Sheep Farm boys, they're probably giving their 5%. Everybody's giving 5%, mate.
So, Clint, for new viewers, what area of the USA are you calling in from?
Let's say Montana, Idaho, Wyoming.
Okay. And how are things going in your area of the Soviet Union right now?
Things are going as everywhere else in this global capitalist state that we're living in under one rule, and it's basically, you know, what C.J. Hopkins calls the Covidian cult, and so now we see. You know, for like Lee and myself, like we're older people, and then anyways, whatever. But what I'm saying is that we've seen the times where you can identify a cult. You can identify the irrational.
Yeah.
And the irrational is ruling, and it's a reversal of the cult. So before we've seen, you know, like Branch Davidians and all these strange people, and they're spreading irrationality. And now we're seeing the reverse of it, where the mainstream is spreading the irrational behavior.
So
does that make sense?
What you're saying, I think, is, Clint, the weird, irrational cultists that do their strange rituals that everyone else thinks is weird when they see them in their small numbers, they've come out of the shadows, out of the minority, and they've actually switched to the overt majority of people, and now acting like what 5 years ago we would have seen as fringe weirdos. What the hell are they doing?
Yeah. And now they've inverted society.
I think that's a great point.
Yeah, they've inverted the whole of society.
Scripts have been flipped.
Yeah, a flipping of the polarity in the Guardians, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's what they do, and they invert.
Yeah,
they invert
that's what I said
everything.
earlier.
They invert everything.
Dirty inverters.
Yeah, and that's the teachings of this podcast. Is we see the esoteric, we see a lot of like realness. Master Lee can elaborate on this. I wanted to talk about Master Lee's teachings that he's uploaded recently, and a couple of other quick topics. I know there's other callers on the line, but yeah.
Go for it. Fire away, Clint.
Lance, pardon me?
I said if you had some topics you wanted to bring up, well, you got your time, go for it. Fire away.
Yeah. I mean, okay, I want to start off with the law of three and how we should be proceeding like this. To my understandings, and I'm going to reach out to Master Lee to this, is like we need to have a mastery. All of us has to have a mastery of the law of three. And there's no way we can go beyond without this. It's a mastery of the physical, the emotional, and the intellectual. So you got to be in good shape. You got to be emotionally in control of yourself, and you got to be intellectually aware. That's to my understanding. And I believe, if Master Lee wants to interject, I was, in long-term contact with Sir Colin Wilson. I shouldn't say sir, but he should have been a sir. But Colin Wilson was the writer of The Outsider, and he talked about this issue that's going on. And I do want to discuss another issue that the Rise Above touched upon earlier in the podcast, but I just want to leave it there and just let it go to Master Lee.
Yeah, well, the reality, or what should be the reality, is that everybody manages to establish the inner triad. Now, what you got to do is you've got to go right back to first principles. We mentioned last week about the law of one. Now, if I was to ask everybody a question, do you value your freedom or do you want freedom? Now, I'm pretty sure everybody's going to say yes. Now, there is a price to pay for freedom, which means a polarity, a choice. And that is like the crux of the matter, that when you leave the law of one or the unification or the divine or whatever descriptive you want to give it, you're then plunged into division or polarity. Now, once you land in the sea of polarity, what do? You can either be killed by the chaos, or you learn how to manage or understand what your real purpose is. And your real purpose is to be the neutralizing force between the polarities, which gives you the triad. So that is the real meaning of being a human being, is understanding that you are the neutralizing force. And what neutralizing basically means is the consciousness that is able to bring the wolf to sit down next to the lamb, which is obviously the denying force and the affirming force.
To bring it into balance.
Bring it into balance, yeah. So everybody's experiencing like the chaos at the moment, and it's almost like they want to escape the chaos. They want to return to the law of one or the unity. But in actual fact, we're here for a reason. This is it. I say to people, our job is to make small deposits into the cosmic account. So you may not achieve, great things, what may be perceived as great things, but on a daily, moment-to-moment basis, by applying the neutralizing force to any given interaction or situation, you're actually making small deposits into the cosmic account. And
small little ripples, chucking a little stone into the pond, causing ripples.
Yeah, and the only way you can really have any perception on this is if you zoom out. So I tend to base my life on a cosmic scale, as opposed to, today I had a shit day or whatever, or the government's doing this, and this is just a blip in the timeline of eternity. What we should be really interested in, or focused, or place our attention upon, is how we can bring the neutralizing force in a moment-to-moment basis with every interaction, or any interaction, or communication with other people, with the realm, with our inner world, with the outer world. It's all about the relationship between self and other, or not self.
I've heard this conceptualized as adding to the aggregate. Mark Passio talks about this a lot.
Yes,
and I can resonate with this a lot.
Yeah.
It's sort of like when you're playing, I remember this computer game back in the day, it was called True Crime, and you're a cop, and you could choose to be a good cop or a bad cop. So every time you apprehended a criminal, you had a choice to make a neutralising shot to the knee or a headshot and just execute them. And you had this meter. And I thought that was a very good metaphor for the way that this aggregated karma.
It's a moral compass.
It's karmic debt, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I hope my mic's loud enough now. I turned it up a lot. If that's too loud, let me know. And I think that's very true. If you go about your daily life when, you know, you're basically putting out with every interaction a negative ripple that's causing a poor experience for others, then you're adding to an aggregated.
Well, think what John O'Leary said last week. He said there's 4 types of people. He said that 25% of people, if a little old lady fell on the floor, 25% of people would just walk past on the phone and pretend they didn't see. 25% of people would get the phone out and start filming it for the likes and all of that on YouTube.
Yep.
25% of people would. What was the other one he said?
Well, they would stand there and
they get the phone out and pretend to rob her. And and rob her, pretend to get the phone out.
And some people might stand there and pretend to do something and hope that someone else was doing something. And then the smallest percentage of the people would actually do it.
He said it was 25% to do everything.
Oh,
so, I mean, a quarter of society, what he's saying, are actually moral. There.
Yeah, you've heard me mention before about at the end of our lives, we're kind of lucky to have gathered maybe 5 minutes of pure consciousness or conscious decisions. Now, whether that's just a number that's just picked out or whatever, but what I think it means is that it's not necessarily about the great things that we do. It's about the small things that make an importance. And even if you was to be conscious for 5 minutes of your life is a great thing. Bearing in mind that the majority of the population don't really experience a true sense of consciousness at all.
No, and from my own experience, the more embedded you are in the satanic mindset of me, I, hoarding the best shit, the best, newest iPhone as soon as it comes out, newest whatever, best cars, whatever, the less in touch you are with moral consciousness.
Yeah.
Or consciousness in general. The more sort of, fixated you are on the physical, what can you do to gain me? What can I do to gain over dude next to me?
It's about a balance, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because I've been criticised before because of like what I rap about. Here's a good example, yeah. That track, Weapons of Mass Distraction, right? Someone made a video about it, which included my car, which is like quite a nice Merc, right?
Yeah.
It's not that new, 10 years old. It's quite nice. And someone said, how can you be rapping about that kind of stuff when you've got a nice car?
Everyone's got a Merc these days, sure.
Yeah, I know. It's nothing. It was not even that expensive. But like, okay, to someone that sitting like, okay, you talk about metaphysical stuff, but yet you're not living in a tree. Because we've had this.
Should we be living in the tree?
But
if you were living in the tree, how would you be broadcasting?
Well, no, obviously I wouldn't even have a studio.
Did you get Wi-Fi?
How do you have Rise Above HQ in a tree?
Yeah, come on. There's got to be a line.
Listen, look. No, I've got Goldwater. We've got nice branded thing. We've got all these we like the physical world, but it's about finding a balance.
Yeah.
What did King David say? And not King David out of the Bible.
Gary Elliott. That's a great comment. Low-level Satanism. Yeah, it is low-level Satanism. But that's the problem because it's mass spread. It's mass spread, and it is the vast, vast majority.
But is Satanism, is that where you draw the line, where you only look to the physical? The physical is the all. You
look
worship.
How many people would help the granny that's fallen over.
Yeah, but does someone have to have a higher level of understanding of ascending out of the physical body to be able to help a granny that's fallen over the floor?
No, I didn't think they do. But my point is that it is a very sorry state of society where we're not even anywhere near that level.
Mate, we're literally like
25% of the people.
It's the descending part of the Kali Yuga, isn't
it? That's what I mean.
It's like the lowest of the lowest.
We are really, really in the shit.
Really,
as a mass consciousness, we are in some serious trouble. I mean, I don't believe the numbers for 1 second, which they're telling us about what the global population have been spared. But I mean, what do you reckon it is? Do you think there's actually 3 billion people that have been stuck with needlecraft?
I reckon it's 2/3 have.
2/3.
in a country like ours. I don't know about the States. The States is different.
Oh no, I'm
because
talking globally.
Oh, globally.
Yeah.
I
Global
wouldn't like to say.
population.
I'm going to say in the UK, I reckon 2/3 have. Like Clint, you can attest to anyone. Every state in the US is totally different. It's like going to a different country. Yeah, different customs, different.
You're right.
politics.
Yeah. It's been setting up for secession for a while, and you see like Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, vastly different thinking. If you go there, California, different from Texas, different from New York, vastly different populations, peoples. This is the truly metropolitan. I don't even know what that word means, but this is like, it's not just one indigenous people that occupies the entire country.
I would say in the UK, we really only have 3 groups. We have basically people that live in London, and they see the rest of the UK as just the rest of the UK, we're Londoners. And then you just have North and South. I would say that's the only real divide we have. You know, I class myself as a Southerner. People that are Northerners are much more militant about being Northerners than we are as Southerners. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
they are, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And people that are Londoners,
they're just.
You know, we have a saying, Danny. You know, DFL. Do you know what I mean?
Well, go on.
Down from London.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know, I'm in the tourist industry. So many people. I'm down from London.
It's an hour. It's an hour.
So you got almost everyone that almost drowns down here and has to get out the lifeguard and everything. They're all DFL, so just down from London for the weekend.
But the up north, you know, it's just a bit colder up there, isn't it?
It is, but people are more friendly. People are definitely more
They
friendly.
are,
They're more open.
Yeah. Yes.
Wait, when I used to do gigs up north,
they certainly would band together a lot more.
Yeah, they band together. But people come up to you, complete strangers, and they sit next to you and just spark up a conversation. And half an hour later, they'd still be talking to you.
That's unheard of.
Down here, you think, right, who is this weirdo? Call the mental brigade. Have them sectioned. We've got a weirdo on the loose. That's what Southerners are like in England. It's crazy.
It's a good point, Andy, that you're saying that people tend to propagate in like moderate temperature areas. That's understandable. But I think.
No, go
Andy, you're going to say?
No, continue.
I mean, what are we seeing? Master Lee and myself are about the same age. And, what we're seeing is this global propagation of massive immigration. Is this, what does this mean? It's so deep and so dark and, like what's happening here? Is this about, obviously it's about the one world government. Is this about eradication of the indigenous people to create?
I think it's about creating a new human. I think it comes down to transhumanism.
That's it.
On this point, sorry guys, Master Lee, I'd like to ask you a question. On this point that Clint's brought up, could you please elucidate further on the third force factor here of what they're trying to do with these with the needlecraft to affect the third force with the in regards to the DNA structure and all of that, what we were talking about in our private Rise Above group?
Well, I think at the moment what they're doing isn't what the end game is about. This is, as I've mentioned this before, this is a preparation for it to become normal to receive some form of injection.
Upgrade.
Yeah, this is like we're the, I don't know, level 1 or on the first step of a ladder, and the next step will be, once everybody's accustomed to receiving the Britney Spears, that will then change into a different type of Britney Spears. But the end game is what I keep going on about with the CRISPR Cas9.
Cas9, yeah.
Yeah, that is, and for those who are not aware of that, it's basically artificially inserting another strain into the DNA.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about here.
Yeah. So with DNA, you can kind of use it as an analogy for consciousness, and technically, we have the capability to affect our DNA via consciousness. Now, what they want to do is they want to take control to the root, so they control individuals and populations at a DNA level, which will ultimately affect the ability to be conscious or to be a third force, an independent third force. So they want that. That's their
independent of the state.
Well, that's their wet dream, is to be able to control what you think, which they're pretty much done
to
for the
go
most
inside
part.
the body,
Yeah, at source.
Yeah.
And basically take control of your DNA, which
Master
affects
Lee,
the consciousness.
is this? Do you think that somewhere some of these fucking weirdos, these dark occultists, Luciferians, whatever you want to call them, they've got all the money in the world? Do you think that they've got some very intelligent, very learned, but very backwards thinking scientists to actually, in inverted commas, crack the code of,
that's it.
God, or creation, or whatever you want to call it, which makes us unique and not a singularity member of the fucking Borg?
Well, the thing is, what you've got to
do you think that's actually
understand.
happened though? In regards to this needlecraft, do you think somewhere along the line that they've actually funded some fucked up scientists to develop this, to actually crack the code of creation, and then they're actually willingly inverting it now?
All right, there, answer.
I mean, no, but do you know what I mean? That's
maybe.
No, I
do
do
you know
know
what I'm
what you
getting
mean.
to? Yeah.
Did we possess this originally and it's been switched off for now?
For sure.
It's been utilised.
Well, it goes in waves. Remember, it's a triad. So at the moment, we're potentially on the wave of the denying force. So the denying force is ramped up, but ultimately, what it leads to is an awakening. That is the correct effect that it should happen to everybody.
Well,
You've got to use it as catalyst.
That's what's been happening to everyone that's watching this show right now. It hasn't been happening to everyone, quite clearly.
No, but then there's consequences, because remember, do we want freedom or not? You can choose the deny force if you want. That is the free will aspect.
Split in society,
And some people are openly choosing the deny force.
Yeah, because look, you can't have freedom and not freedom. You've either got freedom or you haven't. Now, like I say, when you give anything freedom, there's consequences, because people can either make bad choices through choice or for whatever reason. But you can't really have controlled freedom. It's like a contradiction.
No, it doesn't exist.
The thing is, you have to grow up. You have to be an adult. You have to be responsible, and you have to do your best to make good decisions. Now, once you get on that spectrum, the realm will actually start to work for you. But what you've got to remember is that, for the most part, we've been corrupted from birth and pre-birth. Like we're not aimed in the right direction. We actually have no idea. We don't have a compass. We don't have a map. We don't know what the terrain is. We don't know where we exist. We don't know why we're here.
In that respect, it's a privilege that we've actually managed to kind of break that programming. We should all actually view this as, like you say, the greatest apocalypse, because this is a privilege to be able to see through it.
Yeah, but you have to work on the inner landscape, because it's all of the programming. So, for instance, we're all programmed to believe that we're born and then we travel along a linear path and then we die. Now, what happens at death is another thing, but we don't even know correctly what this linear line, or if it is a linear line. I mean, I generally don't live my life in that way. I tend to live my life using pre-existence. So I live my life backwards.
Do you think that's why a lot of people, when they get into elderly age and they know that their number's coming up soon, that they turn to religion, because that's the only thing that they know that might give them some kind of answers, because they just don't know?
That's part of the program.
Yeah, that's what I mean. People then turn to the.
But what they're doing is they're creating karmic debt, and then when they realise it's too late to fix anything, then you have to seek some form of reparation or repair of the damage that you've caused yourself and the cosmos by wasting your life. But if I ask everybody,
deep,
try living your life backwards.
That's the truth.
Now,
try living your life backwards.
We tend to think that it's okay, or that we should live our lives moving forwards. That's seen as a positive. Like I say, I live my life backwards, which is revolutionary. it's completely against the programming. So I live my life based on pre-existence.
Bang, bang! Come out of your holes, you cowardly wabbit!
No, it's well loud. Sorry. Right, Omar beats his
That
scratch.
was really inappropriate to do that at that point.
It was. I didn't do that. It was him. No, it wasn't. That
You
was
got the
Omar Beats.
buttons.
Sorry, Master Lee. Continue.
Yeah, so like I say, if you sit there and just think about living your life backwards, or what is the meaning of to pre-exist or pre-existence, what it then brings you to is a form of remembering. So so as an example, truth did not come into the world naked. It's in the world as symbols and images and signs. So what I tend to do is I tend to look at this realm as almost like a I don't know, like a market or a charity shop or something, yeah. And I'm just going around looking for clues that triggers a remembrance of who I am, who I was prior to my existence. So you mentioned about when people come to the end of their life, that they turn to religion. Well, why does nobody ever consider where they came from before life? It's all focused on what happens after life. Well, we should. Well, we can be focused on what we were before this life. Now, once we remember what we were before this life, then we already know. That is gnosis.
True gnosis.
This reminds me of a really strong Dimitri experience.
Can I add in my own story from my youth to Master Lee's?
Please
Is that
do.
okay?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
So I remember when I was in grade 8, and I used to walk home with the trouble kid. His name was Rick Sutton, and Rick Sutton was stronger and bigger, and everybody hated him. And we used to walk home, and Rick used to lift weights after. We used to walk home and talk about it. We were good friends. We were best friends. And then one day in school, the whole school, all the toughest kids and everybody went against Rick Sutton. They're like, Rick Sutton, you're a bad person. And then they asked me, and then they said, Clint, what do you think? And you know what I said? I said, I'm going to go along with the group. I said, no, yeah, you're right. Rick Sutton's, he's a bad man. He's a bad kid. I'm all right with that. And I always remember that, and I regret that, because now I see that with this COVIDian culture. We all know that this is blatant lies by this media machine, and I'm not going to go along with it anymore. That's it. Put my foot down, because I have kids, and I don't want part in lies just to be liked. So does that analogy make sense?
No more choosing the path of least resistance.
But the problem is, everyone's still, they've done it very cleverly, because everyone's still to a degree in the comfort zone. We'll see, because here in the UK, the furloughs just run out.
Yeah.
So we'll see what comes this winter.
That £70 billion escape blanket has just been pulled away, right?
That's nothing to these.
No, I mean, no. That's what they reckon. They just pulled away from everyone. 70 billion in what would have been handouts for people that were still going to be at home.
Yeah, so we'll
maybe
see
they won't be so.
What you got to factor in?
Crowd.
What you got to factor in is that we're actually in a narcissistic relationship with the government or the controllers. Yeah. Now, for anybody that's done any research or study into narcissism or narcissistic relationships, or for the most part, most people have been in one or have been close to one at some point in their life. It was just part of this realm. Narcissism, it's factored in. Now, a narcissist will never come to you originally with bad things. They'll use seduction. They'll give you good things, and they'll actually make you very dependent on them before they switch. Now, this is exactly what the government has done over many years, and it's based on a generation. So probably since World War II, most governments, apart from a few, have been seducing the population ready for this moment, because the government is generally perceived, or was perceived, especially like my mother, as a benevolent agency that is there to care for you, to look after you, to take care and protect you. So once they've been lured into this false relationship, they can then turn, and this is what we're seeing on a mass population level.
So, Master Lee, who is who is controlling us now? Like, is it can we identify these groups and just, I know the denying force, I get it. We all get it, the denying force. But can we not look towards something that's identifiable? And I think we know certain groups, there's certain ideologies. Sabbatean Frankism is one of them. I don't know if the many viewers know what Sabbatean Frankism is.
It's an ideology. It's a force. You can't physically grab it. You can't strangle it. It's a force. That's where the main problem is. If you go looking
our
for
seasoned viewers are well.
And if you go after one of these forces, or you attempt to, you'll get labelled as going after someone's religion or someone's maybe someone's ethnicity if they try and really paint you like that, and that's where it gets really mucky. So I always think that it's about actually tackling people on an individual level. It's like that video I made with my dentist this week. I'm going to take it back and put it on him, and I'm going to show him the document that he tried to quote me, because I've actually read it, and I'm going to say to him, if you want me to comply with these stupid rules, like wearing gloves because I won't sanitize my hands with that caustic shit, right? At least have the balls to admit to me that you are the person who is inflicting these rules on your patients. Don't hide behind some legislation and say, my hands are tied, or my friends are retiring because they can't do these stupid rules. It's actually you. So that's my example, Clint, to answer your question, is it whether it's an administrator, someone in a government office, whether it's a policeman, whether it's someone issuing you a ticket, etc., put it back on that person. What is the regulation you're enforcing? You know, if you're trying to stop me from going about my daily...
Okay, gotcha.
We've got spoken word nerd here as well. I would say that, put it back on the individual person, because people... This is what Sovereign Pete said, wasn't it? The other week. He said basically, don't think that people can hide behind an institution. Or
it doesn't exist.
Rules.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. The person exists. The person that's forcing you to do that, the person that's curtailing your freedom whatever way, that's the person you go after. That's what he said. Right, I've just got to say, I have actually got loads of Schwab right here.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a great Schwab show.
Yeah, because we've got some news to cover from last week. So let me just share the screen. Clint, you can stick with us in the background, but I have got some stuff that's almost spilling over from the last couple of weeks. So let me just share the screen, guys. Right.
Yes,
so
sir.
Here's one of those moments where I call this like a not all heroes wear capes moment.
Yeah.
Right. Millie Bitesize, who's part of our team, someone in our family has got a child at school and was given this consent list about the COVID union, and it's quite blurry, you don't need to read it, but let me just tell you, on this consent list, it's not genuine, it's not from the NHS. Someone has drawn this up bogusly, but it's actually filled with really hard-hitting facts about all of the proper risks of going to the Britney Spears concert.
Which they're not telling you about.
Which they're not telling you. And so I was given this, saying this is being circulated in schools, and within 30 seconds I realised this is far too true, it's far too factual to actually genuinely be from the NHS.
Yeah.
And lo and behold...
Wasn't this sent by someone on the inside of the NHS, or am I getting that wrong?
I have no idea, VM. I don't know who it was sent from.
Because it was apparently it was sent from an NHS address on the email, so that's why it was taken.
So that's an inside job.
This is what I've heard. I don't know.
Mate,
that's a way of whistleblowing by keeping himself.
Whether a teacher has knocked this up, whether a vigilant parent has knocked this up, I don't really care. This is proper guerrilla, anti,
This is what I mean.
counter propaganda.
Do you remember you said a couple of weeks ago that you've got some people, or somebody said, I can't remember, someone said that they've got some people within the NHS which think they're not going to leave. They think they can do more good from within.
Yeah,
so
I know.
maybe
So
this is
I have some contacts.
Some kind of person within the NHS that's doing something like that from within. That's wants to keep.
But anyway,
the
BBC says schools warn about hoax anti-Britney Spears letters. Britney Spears tickets are available to 12 to 15-year-olds across the UK, straight from Andrew Milligan at the BBC. School leaders have warned about targeting by hoax fake Britney Spears concert tickets, which actually show the real dangers of attending a Britney Spears concert. Yeah. You could get trampled to death. You could get, you could get taken down a dark alley outside, etc., etc. We're using euphemisms here.
You could get too hot and actually die.
Yeah, you could die. You could take a dodgy pill.
Yeah, just overheat and just die.
There are predators inside the Britney Spears concert as well.
Yeah.
Now, for anyone that's thinking, right,
the love's so strong your heart could actually explode.
Yeah, they've got like some original 1989 love hearts inside
You
the Britney
definitely
Spears
don't want to
concert.
take any temazepam or diazepam
No.
or anything
If
that
any-
even
if
rhymes
anyone-
with that.
If anyone offers you any downers inside a Britney Spears concert, hey, you want some diazepam, darling? No,
anything
it's
that
going to be
rhymes
lamb.
with
It's
that,
going to be lamb sauce.
anything is a pan.
Yeah, but you know what it is. It's called lamb sauce.
Oh, the lamb sauce. Is
Yeah,
that
lamb
what it-
sauce.
lamb
yeah.
sauce.
Big up Sheep Farm. So, okay, I'll just go to full screen again. So yeah, this is a. Oh, it sounds like Clint's having some sort of domestic. Let me just put him in the green room. Right, so this is a real good thing. This is great. I love to see this shit. Like anti-Covid guerrilla counter propaganda. Boom. Next. Yeah, proper Greta reset. This one. Look at this, Andy PG.
I'm not a robot.
Boston Dynamics are going to soon get around this "I'm not a robot" problem very easily. So right, I'm from the combat sports world. If you're not, I don't care. So Anthony Joshua got beat by the Ukrainian. Did you watch the fight?
No, I didn't.
It was fantastic.
No, I didn't. I didn't watch
it really exposed how Anthony Joshua is not as great as everyone
I
thinks
used
he
to
is.
like him a few years ago, but he's just, he hasn't really fought anyone.
So do you remember in the like Black Lives Matter protest, Anthony Joshua got on the mic and he basically said like, black people don't shop at white shops.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, someone's remixed it. Like, don't shop at Ukrainian shops.
Yeah, nice.
I thought it was quite good. And this one,
he's just like another Lewis Hamilton. He's
yeah,
just,
yeah.
Just told.
And he was famously promoting the Britney Spears concert on Instagram or on Twitter, but his double jab didn't work that night.
Well, what's that J word?
Oh shit!
Is he double Britney?
Because everyone else didn't get it. Look at that. Yeah, no. Apparently, he has been to 2 Britney Spears concerts.
Oh
AJ.
wow!
Yeah,
big fan.
Okay, so right, Greta and VM Virus Man. I'm gonna get you. Let's get everyone on screen here for this one. So everyone saw this, right? Greta appearing. Where was this?
Graphene. Oh, it's a screenshot. It's from the Guardian.
Yeah,
she's memeing herself at this point. What the fuck is that?
Yeah. What is it like? It's supposed to be like crude oil, maybe.
So much
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, really great show so far.
Evening, mate.
Lady Gaga. It's just
Evening, Virus Man.
Hey,
so
man.
so much black.
Hey,
goo.
dude.
Hi, Word Nerd. We couldn't hear you before. Welcome, Word Nerd.
Hi, sorry, I've been watching. Great show so far, guys. All of you.
You call yourself Spoken Wordbergs tonight?
No.
A picture of Greta. Let's have a little look. Let's have a look at that.
Got a little
Nice.
tash and everything.
I like that. Welcome. So, yeah, everyone saw this. So
Yeah, that was
Greta,
the plan.
Crude oil. Let's have a Virus Man remix. Yeah. Greta Thunberg as Baby Frankenstein, shilling for global climate tyranny with Virus Man 2021. That's the power of my meme team.
See, I didn't see oil when I first saw this. I saw transhuman.
Yeah, that's
away.
it. Yeah, me
Black-
too.
black
It's
goo.
graphene, mate. It's graphene.
Yeah,
Right,
graphene
venom.
oxide. Yeah,
Very
venom. That's
graphene.
literally what graphene oxide is. It's
Yeah,
basically venom.
Yeah, and you got like Prometheus.
Oh,
It's all
shit.
over that. I mean,
It's
it's
just
just
too
black
much, isn't
goo
it?
everywhere, mate.
Black
The
goo.
Lady Gaga's all over it.
Jesus Christ, Michael.
Right. Yeah.
Here's another good one. I won't even say what's on the screen because this will probably.
It's quite self-explanatory, I
Evening,
think.
my lovelies.
Oh, jeez.
I don't even know who made this one. But this is super good. I'll put this in the category of super good, mate. Auntie Anthony is mad. Jax beyond Blunder Dome. Look at the little crossbow with
Yeah,
the
it's
syringe in
brilliant,
it. Absolutely spot on. Really looks like Tina Turner as well.
Yeah.
Love it.
The body, but not the face.
Yeah. Well, the hair.
Yes, sir.
Right. So this is a headline which actually came from 2 weeks ago. Bill Gates in an awkward interview about Jeffrey Epstein. Does anybody want to hear this interview?
I've watched it, mate.
Have you watched it?
It's quite funny.
Should I play it?
Yeah, if you want.
All right. Let me just mute the guest. I'll get this one up because to get the next thing I'm going to show, you really need to see this interview. Bear with me
Watch
a
him
sec.
squirm.
Yeah, because it's really weird. It's proper weird. Here it is. It's a Paul Joseph Watson video. So I do just have to mute. Oh no, I don't have to mute because I'm going to play it from there.
The world's most powerful doctor, Bill Gates, squirmed his way through an interview after he was asked by PBS about Jeffrey Epstein.
You had a number of meetings with Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, this is awkward.
You know, I had dinners with him.
Dinners? You flew on the Lolita Express to Palm Beach 5 years after he was convicted for being a pedo. That's a bit more than dinners, Bill. They didn't ask him about that, though.
He had relationships with people he said, you know, would give to global health. You know, not nearly enough philanthropy goes in that direction. You know, those meetings.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, let's just talk about that.
Let's just talk about that. So, after a number of dinners, 5 years
after
Jeffrey Epstein's post conviction, where he got off, he's had a number of dinners to discuss how philanthropy isn't going far
not enough philanthropy.
Not enough. It's not far-reaching enough into the farthest corners where the most disadvantaged orphans are. Absolute sick bastards, mate. Literally, right.
Were a mistake. They didn't result in what he purported, and I cut them off.
Really? What about the $2 million in philanthropy that Epstein secured from you that was sent to MIT? That resulted in something. You know, when you met him in 2013, 5 years after he'd been convicted for being a pedo, they didn't ask him about that either. They didn't ask him why MIT tried to cover up the donation. When former MIT Director of Development and Strategy...
I don't want to get a copyright strike from Paul Joseph Watson. He's probably got quite...
They won't give you a strike,
I don't know, he's
surely.
got a powerful legal team, mate. I'm sure he has. He has to defend himself.
Peter Cohen said in an email, quote, "For gift recording purposes, we will not be mentioning Jeffrey's name as the impetus for this gift."
So there's nothing new on that.
Yeah, there's nothing new on it because Epstein conveniently died and dead men tell no tales.
It was reported that you continue to meet with him over several years.
Why are you shaking your head? That's part of the record.
And there's absolutely nothing new on that.
There's nothing new on that. He's dead.
He's dead.
He's definitely dead, right? You made sure, definitely dead.
He's dead.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead. So, in general, you always have to be careful.
Pretty weird, right? Pretty weird, okay?
That's a narcissist right there.
Yeah, literally a man, I would say a man that is completely devoid of like most human emotions.
His parents did a number on him, mate. I hate to think what that man was subjected to as a little boy.
Right, so sorry to show you guys that, but the reason I showed you that is the precursor for this. This story I'm about to show you now came around in May. I can't believe I missed this. Right, so it might have been in the Sun. I don't really care. As far as I'm concerned, some of the shitty tabloids in the UK right now are actually a much better reliable source of information than your Times and your Guardians. So this is like a deeper expose into like Gates and Cornerstone or Epstein. Look at this part of the headline which I've outlined here, which they have chosen to blow up in the Sun, and they put in bold.
Pizza-stained T-shirts.
We're talking about like young guys in pizza-stained T-shirts working on software code, strippers, back to Gates' home, 1975. You know, but Andy PG, your name. Where does PG in your name come from?
It is what it is. Again, like you think what this guy, look at his parents. All you got to do is look at the bloodline. Look at his parents. Look what they were into. I hate to think what this poor bastard's been into, and God forbid what he's done to his children.
I'm hearing that Gates is first cousin to Ghislaine Maxwell. Is this confirmed?
Like, we know how incestual these.
I don't know if it's confirmed, VM, but it wouldn't surprise me if you watch any of those genealogy things.
Yeah, I saw that just recently. It kind of makes sense, especially when it comes to this stuff.
It wouldn't surprise me if they're distant cousins or something like that. So here's the next one, which is on the same vein, which got announced last week. Steve Coogan is to play
Alan Partridge.
One of my favourites. Literally, I love Alan Partridge. He's to play Jimmy Savile in a BBC drama about his TV and radio about the TV and radio presenter. Will you watch it? Now, when I saw this, the first thing I thought is like, who the fuck would want to play Jimmy Savile? If you're a young budding actor, you're going to get lumped with the role of Jimmy Savile because you want to be on the screen.
That's what you're going to be known for, yeah.
If you're a famous, very accomplished actor and you pull off Jimmy Savile really well, you're going to get known as Jimmy Savile. No one wants this role. This is a lose-lose role for anyone.
Do you think, though, his fame of how cool he was as Alan Partridge would overtake that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Is he already cemented as Alan Partridge?
To me, he is Alan Partridge.
Obviously, yeah,
I don't
yeah.
want to think of him as Jimmy Savile.
No, me too.
From what I
But
know,
no
about,
more heroes.
No more, yeah, exactly. No more heroes. Yeah. So if what we think about everyone else is true, then I shouldn't be disappointed to find out that Steve Coogan is Jimmy Savile.
Lance.
Yes.
Lance. Now you used to watch Alan Partridge, yeah?
Religiously, mate.
Right. Now, so you know quite a lot about it.
I know everything.
I actually think that they're going to interconnect the two stories of Jimmy Savile and the character of Alan Partridge. Now, do you remember Alan Partridge had this secret that he kept?
Yes, he did.
And it was something to do with the BBC, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, but nobody. I mean, I didn't watch enough shows to know whether anybody found out what the secret was. But he used to keep it in a drawer and stuff like that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he used to have these flashbacks where he would be
He was
sort of
on-
like
it was on a
he'd
stage
be
stripping.
gyrating in like a strip club, and he would have like
Yeah.
these
Some
sort
leather
of
thong
leather
thing,
thongs
yeah.
with like a traffic camera. It's like, yeah, it's what was it? It's vulcanized rubber, doesn't perish.
Yeah, yeah.
And they'd be like the chief director of the BBC, and he'd be like gyrating in front of his face, and Lynn would come into the hotel
Yeah.
room. Don't go to the drawer.
Yeah.
Right.
There
So
was-
I
there was
reckon,
multiple,
right,
yeah.
like what I just said earlier about the truth doesn't come into this world naked, but it's in symbols and images. So as an example, I mean, people might accuse me of looking into things too deeply, but I would suggest that if you was to, a bit like movies, if you watch this new documentary, or not documentary, this show with Jimmy Savile, and connect it with Alan Partridge, then there'll be a lot more things of truth to be
If you
revealed.
think about it, right? If Alan Partridge as a character existed in the real world, and he was someone that was sort of like a B-list or a C-list,
It was a DJ as well.
a DJ, stop, and a sports presenter. How did Alan Partridge first start? Do you remember? He was actually a thing on what was it? Chris, God, it's like the Saturday night show, the Day Today, which was a mock TV news show. He was the sports presenter.
As Alan Partridge.
Yeah, as Alan Partridge, and he was a DJ. So it's like he has like a real synergy with Jimmy Savile.
Did he have a talk show as
Yeah.
well? Knowing Me, Knowing You.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a talk show.
And if you think about it,
Jimmy Savile had a talk show.
Yeah, what I was
Talk
going to
show.
say, if Alan Partridge existed in the real world, he would have loved to have been Jimmy Savile. He would have.
He was a
looked up to
negative
him.
version of Jimmy Savile.
Yeah, because he idolised the BBC, but the BBC actually treated him very badly, and they shunned him. Whereas
Yep.
Jimmy Savile was the golden boy of the BBC, sort of like a Lucifer and Jesus sort of relationship.
So,
oh God!
Right.
Stop it.
On
The occult side of Alan Partridge
another-
and Jimmy Savile, mate.
Oh, that's too much.
Oh, well, on that note,
I'm giving you to the count of 5 to apologize to me publicly for calling me stupid. I'm giving you.
or do you think the spirit of Jimmy Savile was being reincarnated through
Or maybe
Steve Coogan
whatever
here?
spirit was animating Jimmy Savile was about to be reincarnated.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Damn, son.
Yeah, it's being summoned.
Yeah.
Being summoned, yeah.
Or are the
It's very
BBC?
dark.
Are the BBC just trying to whitewash the whole Savile debacle?
Well,
do
do
best.
you really think it's going to look good for them if they try to make a thing where they try to omit their facilitation of Savile's paedophilia? I mean, is anyone going to fall for it? I mean, think about
This
it
is
realistically.
blatant Satanism.
Yeah, it's mockery. It's right in your
Yes.
face. I mean, why would they make anything about it? Because they're complicit.
Yeah, keep your head down.
But they've done loads of Jeffrey Epstein documentaries, haven't they?
Yeah, but it's like
I mean, hell, there's been loads of Jimmy Savile documentaries, but I don't know why they're really shoving this one in everyone's face.
I don't know.
That's what I mean. Maybe there is more to it than this. Maybe something is being summoned here deliberately.
Yeah.
I think it's
Can-
very sinister.
Can I add in something?
Yeah, sure.
So there's the term Sabbatean Frankius has been mentioned on this show, and I think a lot of the readers, the viewers, don't understand what this term means. So I want to just very quickly go through it right now. So most people, sorry, Lance,
I think
sound
go for
good?
it, mate.
Most people have heard of Jesus Christ, considered the Messiah by Christians, and who lived 2,021 years ago. But very many have heard of Sabbatai Levi, who declared himself the Messiah in 1666. By proclaiming redemption was available through acts of sin. He amassed a following over 1 million passionate believers, about the half at that time of the Jewish population during the 17th century. Though many rabbis at that time thought him to be just terrible, awful, his fame grew for far and wide. Sabbatai's followers planned to abolish many ritual observances of Judaism because, according to the Talmud, holy obligations, and you have to, and this is highly controversial, according to the Talmud, and holy obligations would no longer apply in the Messianic time. Fasting days became days of feasting and rejoicing. Sabbatorians encourage and practice sexual promiscuity, sexual terrible things.
It's inversion.
Yeah.
Inversion. After his death,
what we would call Satanism in modern day, basically.
Yeah, that's it exactly. And so he died, and he studied the Kabbalist. His successor was an individual named Jacob Frank. That's where we get Sabbatism, Frankism, for the listeners and the viewers.
And they also study a book called the Zohar as well as the Kabbalah.
Yes, yeah, that's right. And he expanded upon this occultism. And I don't mean occultism has been regarded as negative. I don't want to go there. I know Master Lee, we talk about, there's the aspect of occultism, which is always regarded as evil. But anyways, getting back to the story, what happened to his Jacob Frank basically hooked up with would form an alliance with an individual named Adam Weinsap. Adam Weinsap was very heavy into Freemasonry. And of course, Meyer Anschel Rothschild. And they
a direct physical crossover from one really powerful dark occultist, messianic antichrist character through one generation, one other man, directly to the Rothschilds.
Yeah. And they've handled opposition by near total control of the world's media, academic, opinions, leaders, politicians, financiers. A lot of people think it's just a conspiracy theory, but now we can see the veil is being lifted. What's happening?
It's all about inversion. It's all about turning one thing upside down. What was good with bad, what is light, what is dark. And the important thing to realize is the Sabbatai and Frankists didn't just infect one religion; they infected all three: Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. They become the Donma, which it means those who turn, the nomadic Bedouin Arabs who actually morphed into the House of Saud. They're also Sabbatai and Frankists.
Lance, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I do want to know, I know you're very knowledgeable on the Islamic faith. And can you tell the listeners and the viewers how this infiltration affected Islam?
Well, from what I know, the different sects of Islam are very different. So what we call Wahhabism is the Saudi, more radical version of Islam. That was started by Ali bin Wahhab, who was actually an MI5 Sabbatai and Frankist agent after the turn of the century. Okay, so this goes deep into secret services. It goes back, like you say, from 1666. This is a big story, Clint. We can make a whole episode of this.
This is literally a whole rise above.
But the reason I think you've brought this up is because this ideology is about infiltration.
You're trying to get to the core, Clint.
It's about subversion, and it's And it's about turning things upside down. It's about actually disguising yourself as one thing and being something else.
The Sabbatean Frank is, yes, that is a part of it, but their ideology still came from somewhere. Okay, Sabbatai, they might have made it big, but it's still they weren't the originators.
Yeah. You could say that effectively that's almost like a radical splinter group of a manifestation of people that worship the denying force that's gone on many times before, but it might be the most in our sort of a couple of centuries living memory, the most tangible manifestation of it.
The thing is, with all the empires, all the ideologies, all of it, they've all got one thing in common on the negative side, and that is human sacrifice. Whether it's child sacrifice, whether it's just they have to bloodlet. And that is what they've all got in common. So it doesn't. I don't think this originates from this planet, this realm, this crater, whatever you want to call it. This is something that's infected multiple ideologies all across the realm. This is something different. This is an energy form. Like Master Lee said, this is a force. You can't physically grab it. It's not one group of people that you can lock up because it will pop up somewhere else. Might be 100 years, might be 1,000 years, but it will come back.
It's a manifestation of the denying force. What's the worst thing that you can do? It's to treat other human beings like cattle or like pieces of meat.
Well, the most important part is that we can now see it. Everybody can see it.
It's out there.
So now we've got informed consent. It's now put back on us.
Andy Paddy 33 in the comment sections put Skull and Bones. Yeah, Skull and Bones 322. Yeah, but all the 322 is the date for spring. That's why they bloodlet for spring. That's what I mean. They again, it's the same ideology. They think that they have to do some mass human sacrifice, spill blood to the land for the sun to rise, the crops to grow. It's all the same shit. Skull and Bones is just another branch of the same ideology. And all 322 is the 22nd of March.
The thing is, what you got to understand is that, we talk about the Great Awakening. What does that look like? You've equally got to look at what is Satanism and what does that look like. No, it's not the first time. It won't be the last, because we're in the realm of three forces. So there's no escaping it. And this is something that, until you realize this, it's going to be very, very hard to escape this realm, because we don't know what the terrain is. We don't know what the landscape is. We're playing.
It's all about majority, isn't it? You think, like you said, Master, we can't escape it. The Satanism, the denying force, it's here to stay. But it's what the majority is at the moment. The majority is the denying force. That's the denying force is prominent over the world. That's why.
Yeah, but what is the individual going to do about it?
That's exactly why we do this podcast every Friday night. Everyone, no matter what they can do, everyone needs to do something within their power, no matter how small it is. Like we were talking about earlier, small ripples. Yep. Small ripples, the very small things. Like everyone could do something, no matter what it is.
Yep.
To improve the consciousness of society as a whole. And that's the only way that the majority is going to not be the denying force.
Well, let me say something.
Yeah, go.
By people's inactivity, that would equate to the denying force's success. So for anybody that's frozen at the moment, or they feel like they're a deer in the headlights of a car, that is the desired effect of all of this. So by taking action, so whatever your dream ambition is, go for it.
Because the worst thing to do would be to stand still, because that's what the denying force is out to do, to take your energy.
Yeah, I mean, even this, right, look at the Satanists, right? They're becoming billionaires, they're gaining more, they're living their lives better than ever. Why? Because they're seizing the opportunity. Now, those of the awakened spectrum should equally do the same. And this is, I was going to mention it earlier with the, I think it was Bradley Golden. This is now the perfect opportunity to actually do something, to take action. Don't just think awakening is having your chakras glowing or some kind of levitation. It's practical.
Yeah, 'cause what's that doing for the rest of humanity?
Yeah, it's practical. Reconnect to nature. Go back
it's all about action. You have to exercise the will and put it into action.
Yeah, drop the fear. You need to return to like a homeostasis state.
Sure.
That's how you win. That's how you defeat this.
Like, look what Jim Hunt, our last caller's doing. That is actual full manifestation of positive action.
And look what
Putting
Bradley's
two
doing.
fingers up to putting two fingers up to the denying force. And Bradley Golden as well. Sorry, I should mention that as well. Yeah, this last two callers, they're actually taking solid action and going out and actually putting some positiveness out into their societies.
I hope out of the 3,000 or 4,000 people that are going to watch this, at least a couple of dozen sign up to that website that Bradley shared.
Yeah.
And start growing their own food. Imagine the difference that would make
Yeah.
if they could grow enough food for themselves, share some for their neighbours. That would make a real difference. I think it's about time we had some more beats from Roma Beats. It is Friday night after all.
Guys,
and,
I'm gonna chip. I've got
Oh,
early
Virus Man,
start
thanks for
tomorrow.
joining us, mate.
Thank you always. Yeah, cheers, guys.
Mate, you're welcome
Been a
every
pleasure.
Friday. You know that now. You can just join
Hey,
the panel
big up.
whenever you want. I'll join
Thanks
you to
a
the
lot.
WhatsApp group.
Hey, nice one. Thank you, guys.
Say nice one, Virus Man.
Have a lovely
man.
weekend, everyone.
VM.
Thanks to all the listeners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice one, V man.
Rise above.
Big up, V-Man.
Thanks,
Rise
Rise
above.
above.
Brother.
Big up, big up.
Take care, mate. Okay, yeah, so everyone kick back, get yourself a drink, roll one up. We'll have some more Emma Beats action inside the ride. Let's roll.
Charlie says, always tell your mummy before you go off somewhere.
Get rid of Steve Coogan. Dirty, eh? What a shame, eh? No more heroes, Andy PG.
Dirty Savile cunt.
So music up.
Savinator.
Big up Dom and Chris. Thank you, Sheep Farm boys. We will see you soon.
sound of Oma Beats. It's live on a Friday night. Check out the studio, it's customer services. Andy PG, double LMC. Oma Beats. Okay then. Standard, no misunderstanding, we're here. Live in HQ, rise above, we're crystal clear. Standard, no misunderstanding, MC double L's here and I've landed. It's Friday night, bruv, and we be branded. Remember, it is still the call-in show. If you want to get hold of us, let me put the link on the screen. It's at the bottom of the screen. Customer Services Part 2, Rise Above on a Friday night. Big up everyone tuned in. Big up Shannon Ann, Bradley Golden, Paul Ryan, Michael Carey, Dan Geach, Sam Carno, Goldie Girl, Sasha English, Eye for an Eye. Big up everybody. Sorry, I'm peeking. Let us know how the mix is. Is the mic okay? Gosh. Big up Dan Geach. Big up all my UK posse. All my Soviet Union defectors. Big up Dan Geach, big up Dan Fuentes. Hang tight everybody buying a t-shirt. Remember, it helps us a lot. Please consider purchasing a Rise Above t-shirt. They're only £25 and it says a big fuck you to the Soviet Union. Imagine when one of those COVIDian defectors sees you in your t-shirt. Oma Beats, apologies for I missed whatever happened there. What do you say? It flipped one track for another in the middle of your mix. It mugs you right off, didn't it?
No, twice. Done that twice.
Fuck tracks, sir. God damn it. Gosh. Let me get some better jingles up. Yeah. So. Yeah. If everyone's tuned in, how many people we got? 168. Oh, we lost a few lightweights. Not many people could do the full 6 hours. Maybe they'll come back. Please, PayPal, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. £25 included postage and packaging. We got white, we got black, small, medium, large, extra large. Everything exempt t-shirts. Roll straight into any Soviet Union venue. Just show your t-shirt. You're exempt. Everything exempt. Are you restarting or what? And remember, guys, this is still the call-in. We want to hear from you. Let me get it back on the screen. It's riseabovelivestream@gmail.com on the Skype. If you haven't got Skype, email me. I'll give you my phone number. You can call us up. We want to hear from you. If you don't like Rise Above, Dan Geach, you want a t-shirt, mate? Chuck £25 in the PayPal. I'll send it to you on Monday, first thing. You'll have it on Tuesday. Trust me. Rise Above. Each and every Friday night, yes, we rise above. Live from the HQ, bruv, we rise above. It's MC Double L, Andy PG, and Oma Beats, and in the Guardians, everybody rise above. Rise above. And a partridge in a pear tree. Whoa, heavy, heavy, heavy. Nothing less than savage, savage, savage. The damage that we're causing. Nothing less than savage. The damage that we're causing. The impact is tragic. Crowd is still applauding. The audio's marauding. Soundboys were defrauding. Time for drastic measures. Nothing less than savage, savage, savage. Nothing less than savage. Savage, savage, nothing less than savage. The damage that we're causing. Why? Babylon is falling. Time to put your all in. Rise above soldiers, turn the page and put your all in. Nothing less than savage. Babylon is falling. Falling.
Trouble in the streets, on the west, in the east. As we see the manifest, how they mark, how they beast. We are caught up and we need a release. Come let's unite and we with our chief peace. Trouble in the streets, that is all I keep hearing. For the future, I'll use them. That's what I'm feeling.
Big up Nick Longsworth, Sam Carno, big up Stuart Rogers, Hard HDB, Gary Elliott, Deansy, Chop the Dog. Big up Chop the Dog.
As we see the manifest, how they mark, how they beast. We are caught up and we need a release. Come let's unite and we with our chief peace. Trouble in the streets, that is all I keep hearing. For the future, I'll use them. That's what I'm feeling.
I got about 15 t-shirts left. Small, medium, large, extra large, £25. It says a massive fuck you to the Soviet Union. It's got a QR code on the back. You can send your friends and family directly to Rise Above. Directly to the bottom of the rabbit hole. One t-shirt to Dan Geach, that means 14 t-shirts left, white and black every size. PayPal me, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. It keeps Rise Above going, it keeps us rolling. It costs money to do this, trust me. Big up DJ Chronic, big up Bruce Tansley, big up Bradley Golden. Yeah, Bradley, I'm gonna send you a large, brother, in white. Yo, Dan, big up your friends Lee and Kerry, big up Lee and Kerry. Very, very heavy. Very, very dark, bro. Very, 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 very. Very, very. Big up Lee and Kerry. Straight from the heavy Chevy. Straight from the stables, from the HQ, it's Lies Above. Friday night. The Matrix is real. Big up Sasha English.
Me like me baseline, like me like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but on me again. Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but on me again. DJ play tune, the girl get mad up. 18-inch pulsating and rattle. Slow motion, new slogan, she turn up. Red light speaking, things burn up.
Big up Stuart Rogers, thank you, bro.
Could have made so fast to get to bruising. It's right there, making sure you're choosing. Riot things, I'm calling using. It's not my fault, we be abusing. Sneakers start from the front ceiling. All the people, the girl who want to breathe in. Why don't you it? Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but on me again. Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face, always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but on me again. DJ run that again, bass weighty. Climate change in place, getting hazy, no phasing. We raving so wavy. Mental police can't change me. Alright, this girl got perfect timing, but a bad like that need analyzing. Trinity man door, I'm galling for private to the end, so long she want to ride it. To the beach, she needs to vibe it. Big close the room, this door, the mind it. Hips and hips, they colliding. This year win. Me like me baseline, like me girl.
Oma's in the mix.
Face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me waistline. So give it that 40 hertz, but on me again. Me like me baseline, like me girl them. Cute face always touch the wall, friend. Me like me baseline, like me.
Yeah, everybody, don't forget about Rise Above Telegram. 580 people so far. I'll put it up on the screen. Rise Above Official on Telegram. If you want to stay in contact with the family all week long, believe me, people are prolific on the Telegram. Big up Sam Carno and all the crew. Telegram's its own thing, innit, Andy PG?
Mate, the Telegram group's awesome.
Absolutely awesome.
It's just as friendly as the chat in here. There's never any issue.
Sorry, just telling Andy PG not to peek. Oma. Lovely beats. Oma bomb. Big up Eye for an Eye. Rise Above, you seriously need to get on the Telegram, people, because this is how you stay in touch with all the family during the week. Get on the Telegram, trust me. Oma. Gosh. Oh, Matrix is real. Happy birthday for Monday, yeah? Happy birthday for Monday. Big up Shot the Dog. This is Rise Above, everybody.
Liquid Metal Rabbit.
The Liquid Metal Rabbit. Oma Beats, roll it.
It's definitely not graphene.
Where your ever tickets and t-shirts to the raves. This is Rise Above. Big up all the new listeners, all the new viewers. Viewers. We broadcast each and every Friday night. Sound of Oma Beats, double LMC. With my co-host Andy PG. Sound of Inner Guardians, we busting out for you and me. And the force is more than 3. Yo. Never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour and just step up to their power. It's double LMC, I'm doing this for decades. The apocalyptic pundit brother, speak you through the decades. Salute the general, all soldiers in the berets. Salute the general. Okay, our next call-in is going to be Elusive from YouTube. Big up Elusive.
Elusive Exposure.
Elusive Exposure. Big up YouTube, Elusive Exposure. Remember guys, tonight is the call-in show, yeah? Tonight is customer services.
Aim locked and loaded, straight at your forehead. Condition critical, guaranteed bloodshed. Head top champion, brand new anthem. Hold down for ransom. Loud, get your hands up.
Oma. Inject the blood clot, bust the melon over, make their life over. Big up Mateus. Last couple from Omar. Up next, we've got Elusive Exposure. Remember, customer services is live and open. This is Rise Above.
We want to hear your complaints about the Soviet Union.
Yeah,
Lord Schwab. If you feel like you're infected with nanotech, let us know.
Yeah.
Aim locked and loaded, straight at your forehead. Condition critical, guaranteed bloodshed. Head top champion, brand new anthem. Hold dance for ransom. Blow, get your hands up.
Get your hands up. It's Rise Above. Everybody get your hands up. Throw your hands up and show me the color of your palm. White, black, yellow or brown. I'm a beast. Sound a bit Nova Flip that bit. Right, customer services is open. We want to hear your complaints. We want to hear your feedback. I neglect my whole Swipe show. Here it is. Big up the GBR project, big up Dan Geach. Big up Who Dat. Big up Jason Jackson. Jason Jackson, thanks for joining us on Skype. You'll be calling us straight after we spoke to Elusive Exposure. Don't go anywhere, mate. 5-10 minutes each. Last one from Omar Beats. Come on, we got callers. Right, remember tonight is the customer services centre. We have opened the phone lines, so we'll thank you very much, Omar Beats. We'll have you back very soon. Right, so Andy PG, you are the operator. Who have we got first of all?
So we've got Marty. Marty, do you want to ring in now, my man? We're ready to take your call.
Elusive Exposure.
And Jason Jackson, mate, we're ready for you afterwards. Okay, so just
why don't you
just
call
bear with
him?
us.
You call him, mate.
Okay, no, Marty, let's call you, my man.
Okay, you got the pen. Let's get the rest of the panel on. Oh, that's quite loud, isn't it? Turn that down a little bit. So we've got everyone in the panel. Okay, so who have we got here? Elusive Exposure. Welcome to Rise Above. No one can see you, but they can hear you, bro.
Awesome. Yeah, man.
Thanks very much for joining us, mate. You know about the swear words on the show. The C and the V word are out of the question.
I certainly do, yeah.
Of course you would. Thanks for joining us, mate.
Yeah, no worries. Just wanted to say big thank you to you guys, for all your hard work over the last 18 months. Well, it's probably longer than that now, isn't it? But
something like that.
Great job.
No, that's much appreciated,
you,
mate. You've got your own YouTube station, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm on my second channel at the minute. My main one got banned back in January for covering some of them words that we're not allowed to say.
We're all in the same boat, mate.
One?
Yeah, we're on our second one. Yeah. I must say, your studio looks dope. No one can see it because your Skype is separate to the feed. They've just got your audio, Elusive. But your studio looks really nice, mate. Have you seen that, Omar? Check out your studio.
I think I've actually, what you've got going on your ceiling there, I actually bought my missus for her birthday a couple of years ago.
I think it's quite similar to what we've got behind Omar Beats over there, but he's sitting on it. It's the little projector.
For guys that you can't see, there's a little projector which projects like the cosmos and stars and stuff onto the ceiling of this gentleman's studio. Yeah, it's really cool.
So,
thanks, man.
You've called us up tonight. You've been watching the show since day one, and thanks very much for your viewership, mate. It's much appreciated. what did you want to bring to the table tonight? Have you got some concerns, some feedback?
I suppose really just to say that I feel everyone's pain, amongst the struggle of trying to talk to people and trying to make people see sense and look through this craziness, and it's quite hard when you've got 24/7 propaganda from the mainstream, and people thinking you're crazy. But I just wanted to say to people out there, you're not alone at all. There's millions of us.
That's right.
Well, how many millions of allegedly in this country which have refused to go to the Britney Spears concert? I've heard 5. I've heard 20. So let's be real. There are, even just in this tiny little rock that we're on. Whereabouts are you from in this crater realm, Elusive?
Yeah, I'm up in Manchester.
Okay, northwest. So even on our little rock, we've got in between 5 and 20 million people that have already said no. I think that's probably quite tangible,
Lance, you're in touch
absolutely.
with a fair few people actually, north of, the northern border, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Being MC for the combat sports community.
In MMA particularly, in the northwest is where I've been most prolific.
You've got a fair few people up this gentleman's way.
Yep, absolutely. And I know that a lot of high-level MMA artists in the UK actually tune into the show because I speak to one of their coaches, the coach of Manchester top team. I won't say his name. He's a good friend of mine. He employs me loads of times. One of his guys, I will say his name, Dean Garrett. He's a coach and a fighter, and he's been speaking out ludicrously prolifically.
Yeah. I've seen you shared a couple of his
short
posts,
dude with dark hair, right? Now, this promoter, this MMA guru in the UK said, I've got 2 sources of news, Dean and Rise Above. And that's literally what he says. So, in the martial arts community, in the Guardians, you can be testament to this. Guys that are generally involved in martial arts, that look after their body, that have installed their third force, they tend to be pretty impervious to onslaughts like the Soviet Union and our current predicament, right?
Yeah.
That's a general rule of thumb, and that's one thing I noticed straight away when this thing rolled out last year. The biggest amount of kickback that I noticed was from people who owned fighting gyms.
Healthy people.
And mainly, most of the best fighting gyms are in the northwest of England, or generally towards that area. There aren't so many down this end.
Healthy, active people with fighting spirit.
Full of testosterone and a will to carry on protecting their own sovereignty, protecting their own triad. Because that's what we come down to. It always comes back to these first principles, right? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Your own triad, your own sphere of influence, and if an exterior third force is trying to invade it, who should be the first people to stick up? It's those fighting men.
Warrior class.
We keep talking about Kevin Majestic. I have chatted to Kevin. He wants to come on the show. He watches the show. He kept his gym open throughout the whole Soviet Union, and there's so many videos of him embarrassing the police when they try to come and shut his gym. They can't do it because he has a fully strong triad, right? He doesn't fuck about. He's recently got a new baby. He wants to come on. He will come on soon. So we need to
much needed, isn't it? Got the Australians doing it now with the construction workers.
Yeah, those big riots in Melbourne. It's hard to get even a good story out of Australia. There are stories of the internet being shut down in different states and people not getting coverage out.
I'm trying. It's never been this difficult. It's never, in 10 years, I've never seen it like this. It's almost impossible to get word from what's going on. I'm getting some footage on the ground, but it's difficult at the moment. Like with France, and Australia's on the other side. Or wherever it is.
The best guy that's covering Australia is that Avi Yemeni guy, but he's part of Rebel News, which is sort of like really right-wing controlled opposition. But I can't fault him.
That's what I mean. It's weird sources when we are getting it. It's sorry, do you know what I mean? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
even when you can get hold of some information, same as everything else, it's a questionable source. It's making it very hard to cover.
In the mainstream, like an American TV, is people like Tucker Carlson on Fox News. I mean, when I started
for a year or two now.
When I started to learn about media manipulation like 10 or 15 years ago and really started to look into it, when I was doing my degree for media studies, I always thought of, Fox News was just as ludicrous as CNN. But, then I have to ask the question, as time went on, did I become warped and just start leaning towards Fox News? Or is it your Daily Mails and your Fox News and your tabloid right-wingers that actually get slightly closer to the truth than everyone else that's blatantly lying?
Something you got to remember and factor into all of this is regarding the controlled opposition. Is that I think the powers that shouldn't be, they're trying to get themselves into a position where if everybody falls down, they'll just do what they want to do. If everybody fights back and declares that they want a new system or new governance because this one isn't fit for purpose, then they'll install their government anyway. So it's like a win-win. And that's something that you've got to be aware of in all of this.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, the agents of the denying force have factors in every different eventuality.
Yeah.
Whether it might look like a win, sorry, I'm not being rude, I'm just texting Dan Geach because he wants to call in. Whether it might look like a lose for us, if you've already calculated every single way the cookie could possibly crumble, and you've put countermeasures in for that, there is no lose, and that's something to bear in mind. Yeah, Dan, I've just sent you my phone number. You can call me directly on my phone.
That's why it will always come back down to the individual as a collective.
And can I add in something quick to this conversation?
Sure.
Is that the Australian construction community are firing people based upon that they don't have a vaccine. I mean,
you need to watch that V word there. My.
Britney Spears
dangerous.
Passport, the Britney Spears. And I think that's, does that go against common logic? Like, this is absolutely
It's happening all over the world. I've just got to interject. Dan Geach has just called us up. And Dan, I've just had to mute you. What you need to do, you've got the stream on in the background on your TV or your computer. You need to totally turn that off or mute it and treat this just like a phone call. So I'll just unmute you as you turn off the stream in the background because Dan's just called us up. We've got so many people on the line now. Sorry, carry on, Clint. Because I think what you were saying is basically like...
healthy people working outdoors. What's the death statistics? What's happening here? What's influenza rates, CDC death rates? I'm trying to sum it up.
It's officially less than 0.1. As far as I understand, Clint, the CDC and Public Health England, if that still exists, have basically now come together in the last week and admitted the official overall mortality rate is 0.096. So it's a shade under 0.1, exactly the same as common flu. If anyone wants to correct me in the comment section. Can I just say hello to Dan Geach? Are you on the line there? Can you hear us, Dan?
Yeah, I'm there, mate. I've got a couple of friends here with me. I'm just at my friend's house, and I'm trying to introduce them to your show, like, because one of the girls there, she's had her first vaccine, but I've been trying to.
She's had her first Britney Spears ticket, right?
She had her first one, yeah, and then I've been trying to. I've been there. I've been saying don't have your. My mate Lee, who's also here, I managed to convince him ages ago, and my missus as well. But my missus is about to finish on the last 9 months of her psychology masters.
Right. Okay.
And she had loads of emails from the university, Exeter University or Plymouth, whichever one it is, trying to get her to take the jab, and I was like, no, you're not taking the jab. And they threatened her like, oh, if you don't take the jab, you won't be getting on placement. Anyway, she's rode it out, and my missus she's not taking it, and they put her on the placement anyway. She's been put on the psychiatric ward for a placement, but I was just trying to convince my friends here next to me. Well, one's already had the first one, but I'm trying to convince them not to have the second one. But when you give them the stats and statistics, they look at you as if you're fucking conspiracy theorist and all that. But I said to her to watch the program back from last week with John O'Looney and that. But, even my uncle. You're live. Sorry, my mates. We're looking at the screen and they're a bit confused. Even like my family, I come from quite a smart family. They've all got good, decent jobs, and they all fell for it. Like they all
of course, mate.
So Dan, are you getting called a conspiracy theorist?
Sorry, say that again.
So are you getting called a conspiracy theorist?
My family. My family all come from a medical background. Like my uncle was a GP in Basingstoke. My cousin was a nurse. Yeah, and they've all come from my uncle was. No, not conspiracy theorist. I'm a researcher.
I mean, I'm a conspiracy theorist, mate. Because I mean, let's look at it. Let's look at it honestly and for what it is, and back to basic first principles. What's the opposite of a conspiracy theorist? A coincidence theorist. So
yeah,
I mean, you put what? So somebody that thinks everything just happens purely by coincidence and everything's random, nothing's planned. Put the two and two next to each other: a conspiracy theorist and a coincidence theorist. Which one sounds more fucking insane?
Well, no, my mate. No, I don't know, Lance. I don't know if you remember a few months ago now, back when they started doing all the jabbing, and I comment on the thing. Yeah, my mate who sat next to me, his was it your grand's brother and sister? Yeah, they both got injected. They both got how long afterwards? 2 days. 2 days. They died within 2 days.
So they passed away within 2 days.
After COVID in 2 days. I said this on a comment on a live stream. This was a few months ago, back when they all started bringing out a jazz. And I said, well, mate.
And that's different sides of the family as well.
Yeah, it's not this. His grand,
because everyone can see it's happening, isn't it? It's like everyone's got an example from someone in their family or someone of their friends where like someone has become seriously ill or passed away very soon afterwards. It's like no one's making it up.
I tell you another thing as well. A bloke, because people were saying about lymphoma. I seen a comment on one of the channels I follow on YouTube, and it was about someone said there's been a rise in lymphatic cancers in the last few months, and. But one of the blokes I work with, it could be just a coincidence, but he's now got lymphatic cancer. He's double jabbed, and the only reason I take an opinion on lymphatic, both my parents had lymphatic cancer. This is how I got around it at work. They went where I work. They wanted to test me like 3 times a week because because they know my opinions, and one of the managers rang me up before the emails went out. Had a word with me, said, look, we're going to ask people to do tests 3 times a week, but you don't have to. And I fucking went mental. I was fucking out it right. And they was like, oh, you don't have to. You don't have to.
So they must be sort of glad that you found an exemption, so they don't have to keep hassling you because they know that you're not going to do it, right? Is that the way it's going?
Well, they know I went. But the thing is, because obviously the team I work with, there's about 8 people on my team. And I've managed to convince all of them not to do the weekly
shit. So you've been causing waves then?
Oh, mate, I've been causing massive waves.
Fair play, Dan. Good work, brother.
Mate, and I what? Tell me what?
The chap we met in the boat merchant.
Oh no, I'm not telling that. Someone confronted me in a builders merchants about not wearing the mask because obviously I don't wear the mask, and then we got into a massive argument with the builders merchants, and then I done all it. I know who it was. The bloke, we had a big argument, and I remembered who it was, and I'd done all the tyres in that when I seen him on the weekend. But I know that's not very good to portray across.
No, unfortunately, my man, you're going to feel some karmic comeback from that, unfortunately. But it is what it is. It's not a crime of the century.
Worst things have happened at sea.
Yeah, I know, but...
Maybe a war game might have done the fella some good.
Well, he was a bit of a twat. I know I'm rambling on.
No, it's fine, mate. You've been watching for ages, mate. We're friends on Facebook.
I've been watching for months, all since last year, mate. Was watching all, and when I missed it on a Friday night, I watched back on the weekend. Like
maximum respect, Dan. Yeah, mate. I'll sort you out a t-shirt. T-shirt's on its way to you, mate. Thanks very much for calling in, and thanks for doing your little bit, mate. Because we've all got to do our little bit to try and save as many people as we can. That's the only way I can put it.
Yeah.
Rise above.
Yeah. Rise above, Dan. Take care, brother. Oh shit, we've got Helena Felix calling in. Right, see you later, Dan.
Help yourself, Dan.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Oh, wow, we've got so many people calling in. Right, let me just look off some of these.
I've got to just say something in the comment section, guys. There's been a new term branded Spears for Fears.
Spears for Fears, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I think we've got Helena Felix on the line now. Helena?
Helena, are you there?
Mate, she has muted herself. I can see that on the screen.
Helena, you are muted. You've muted yourself.
Wow, this is all of a sudden it's like buses, isn't it? Like no one called in, and then we've got everyone calling in at once. We've still got Clint here. We've still got Word Nerd. We've still got a full panel.
Helena, just to let you know. Yeah, there we go. Now we got you. We can hear you live and clear.
Helena Phoenix, welcome to Rise Above. Can you hear us? We can hear you.
Hello.
Bit of a delay.
No, it shouldn't be.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Helena. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm all
Yeah,
good.
there we go. We've got you. Okay.
Okay, awesome. I can be your Australian correspondent for the next 10 minutes if you like.
Yes, that's what we need. Yes,
definitely.
tell us how it's going down under.
We've gone
part
from
of Australia?
multiple continents tonight. We spoke to you, Helena, a few weeks ago, right?
On your last customer service show, yeah.
That's right. On the last one, on the last part one.
5 weeks ago.
Yeah, 5 weeks ago.
And a lot has happened since. Actually, after I got off the phone with you guys, we went straight into a lockdown. We were given an hour's notice.
Wow.
Yeah, but I'm in rural Victoria. It's Melbourne are really suffering because they're still in lockdown. And as you guys know, Melbourne is the most locked down city in the whole world. And okay, so those protests you saw, demonstrations you saw from the construction workers. Actually, if you guys have any questions, it's probably best if you want a question answered about what's going on. I'm probably likely to be able to.
Okay, I've got a quick question about the truck drivers that were going to stop and just park up and do all of that. I mean, we heard about that. Then nothing happened about it. As far we haven't heard anything about that. This sort of things.
No, but who made up for that were the construction workers because everyone was expecting the truck drivers to do it. And
So what happened with the truck driver? What happened, Hannah? What happened with the truck drivers?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Pauline Hanson, who was one of the politicians that was helping them, I think she betrayed them because she was telling them to move on, and they're blocking traffic, which was the whole point. But anyway, that fizzled out. But what really started a fire was the construction workers. That was huge. And it went a day after day, and they would have been exhausted. And then that's when they brought in the police, the armed police, whatever they are, the stormtroopers. Did you guys see at the memorial, the Anzac Memorial, what happened there?
We saw
people being
videos.
shot with very large rubber bullets. Sorry, Lance, to interject there.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Rubber bullets, people getting storms, sort of armoured personnel carriers.
Rubber bullets, for those who don't know, are actually lead wrapped in plastic. They're not rubber. And these ones looked huge to me, Helena. They looked like they were being launched from almost like your handheld grenade type launchers. And much like I've seen in France, it looked like they were being aimed at people's faces. But that's been hard to verify. But that's what it appeared to me.
The demonstrators actually went to the shrine for safety. They were very respectful. There was people picking up rubbish as they went along, and they were stormed upon. So. Anyway, that's caused a lot of rife around the world. So the stuff that you guys are seeing is probably not exaggerated. It's not...
Ma'am?
It's correct. So, yes.
Ma'am, can I ask a question? We've all seen, those in the know will see that the construction workers in Australia are going to be fired if they don't take this, I can't say it, because the global control system is, anyways. So they're going to be fired if they don't take this thing. And can you comment on that? Because we've seen riots, and it seems like the union hired, enforcers and bikers and all these things. And what's the status now? Like, our construction workers are they fired?
They actually got. Well, all the workers actually got betrayed right in front of our eyes. So everything that happened in front of the CMFEU building, the leader there, I can't remember his name, Michael something, said he was coming out with an answer. And what he did, instead of coming out and going back in the building, speaking to the union, coming back out, what he did is he got on the radio, okay, while all the boys were waiting for the answer outside, got on the radio and said that there's a bunch of right-wing Nazis protesting out the front. So, and they heard it, the protesters, and then when he came out, that's why the brawl happened. And this is all happening live. So does that make sense to you guys? Like, they got betrayed by their union leader at that moment.
I would say that's
They
probably the same
antagonise the
blueprint
crowd.
that's happening to everyone that's getting stitched up by the COVID union. They're getting sold out by the people that should be protecting them and representing them.
Right.
Classic Soviet tactics.
And have them right in front of everybody's eyes. And the other thing is, okay, so Dan Andrews, which is our dictator here, he's just on Friday yesterday announced that vaccines are mandatory for everybody.
Whoa! You need just whoa. Just watch that. That V word there is a no go.
Britney Spears, please.
Oh, did I say that? Why would I say that?
It's
Sorry,
okay.
guys.
You got carried away, Helena. It's all right. Everybody does it.
It's okay. You got a passion.
Forgive me.
It's okay. It's okay.
We're still here.
Oh,
Just
gosh.
about.
Okay, wonderful. So, that was done yesterday, but already there's a big pushback. Now you can imagine in Melbourne being the worst in the world. The pushback is also probably one of the biggest here as well.
What about the kids, Helena?
There's just so much going through my mind right now.
Is
but
there a massive push to
personally-
Britney Spears the kids, the same as the UK? Is there a kickback against that? Are they doing the 12 to 15-year-olds like they're doing here?
Yeah, yes, they are. And there's a big kickback. Now, this is another good thing I thought I wanted to share with everybody here. I've got a 7-year-old daughter, and I registered her for homeschooling. And now other mums, normal mums that were sending their kids to school, are reaching out to me to do the registration. So I feel like my role now, because I'm a warrior, and I've been a warrior for years, you know. And I've got my YouTube channels on Revolution Radio, freedomslips.com. So I've been a warrior for years. I knew this was coming. And I was wondering, what's my role? Am I supposed to be on the front line with the boys? What am I supposed to do? And I realised my role is actually to help other mums. And it's a very humble role as a warrior to be in, but that's my role. So I'm like a beacon now for other mums to help them register their kids out of school. And
I mean, Helena, sorry to butt you in. I'm not sure what the Australian laws are in regards to what the English ones are and how you go about it. But I would encourage you to listen to. Are you aware of Sovereign Pete?
Is it the English one?
He was on the show 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, he was on the show 2 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I'm not sure if what he's talking about would correspond over to your side of the world and into Australia, but maybe you may.
British maritime law.
Well, he's basically saying don't register because once you register, you're accepting to be in their system.
It's
So
Commonwealth is the crown, of course.
Yeah.
It's the
So
same,
I mean, he's saying don't register, don't do any of this because don't turn up to court because doing any of this, you're accepting. I don't know. I'm not giving you advice. I'm just saying it's just a thought that popped into my head when you're talking about registering your children as homeschooled. That's like considering you're maybe accepting that they are part of the system and you're choosing to. I don't know. Do you know what I'm getting at?
I think it's
what's the gentleman's name I'm speaking with? I'm sorry.
Andy.
Yeah, Andy.
Andy PG, yes.
Sorry, there's so many pictures of everybody. I know I'm a beast and I know Lance, but so if I was to do the sovereign thing, I wouldn't just do it half. I'd have to go full.
Yeah. Again, what I'm saying is I'm not sure what Sovereign Pete is saying would correspond to over there, but I don't know.
Because my daughter was registered in school, I can't just pull her out, and without all the knowledge as a sovereign, I'd be very naive to sort of make little moves like that. So I'm happy to.
Sure. I know in France,
register her.
I know in France now you can't.
The best thing I got from Pete, and I actually ordered a stamp with my name all in lower caps, and in red, and it's saying all rights reserved. So I'm going to be signing a lot with this stamp saying all rights reserved.
Yes.
I got quite a bit at Pete, and also Santos Bonacci. I partied at Santos Bonacci's house when I was pregnant. So I know a lot of these people.
I'm trying to get a link to
Santos.
Santos.
A lot of these people. You don't believe the people I know and I'm connected to. I mean, I don't even believe it. I'm just a mum in Melbourne. And the people I'm connected to, Michael Jaco, who's a friend of mine, got off his bike. Do you guys are familiar with Michael Jaco's work?
I'm familiar with some of his work, yes.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. But my point is, my role now is just to help other mums, and there's so much more to do with this sovereign thing. There's I've actually got a lot of paperwork, and it is very connected to the UK version. So eventually, maybe I'll get out of the system. And to be honest, guys, I'm one of these people that the Soviet Union has actually, it's been pretty good for me. Like, I run a home business. I pretty much do what I want. I should be in my bubble and not caring, but the awakening, what people need to realize about the awakening, you're not just awakening to what's being done to you out there. To me, it's the inner awakening that people are in the 11th hour doing the inner awakening. Like, that would be pretty scary. But most of us, I'd say, have been doing this for years, you know. So I just wanted to comment on that.
No, that's awesome, and that's a really positive thing to do.
Sure.
It's like in a Guardians had mentioned this before. You know, we can't go and take out Lord Schwab or Health Chancellor Gates, but what we can do is influence people around us with what we know how to do.
I know in France, man. In France, they're getting fucked. They are. You're not allowed now, but the state says you are not allowed to homeschool your kids. If you do, they're going to come and take them off you. And you are not allowed. Your children are not allowed to go to school unless they're had some tickets to the Britney Spears concert. So what are you supposed to do?
Can I? Riots in every city across France, and we're hearing nothing about it.
That's what I've heard out of France. But however, I did speak to someone who came through France the other day, and they said that they've also had the 2 tickets to the Britney Spears concert themselves. They said that you can't do anything in France without. It's not quite as bad as Israel. You can still go into a supermarket and get the food and stuff, but you can't go into any restaurants or shops or clothes shops or anything like that without your Spears tickets, your ticket stub.
Yeah, your Britney Spears appreciation certificate.
Out of every country in the world, France I'm most shocked about, because France, if you do something that people don't like, they're up in the balconies with pots and pans.
Chopping people's heads off.
That's what the French are like. So I'm shocked that they're one of the ones heading this.
Yeah, they were chopping people's heads off not that long ago with the
probably
guillotine.
like the
It
North
wasn't even that long
here.
ago.
They're trying to break the French first.
I got a question.
For Helena, yeah?
Yep.
Go for it.
First off, I got to say, Heather, just shout outs for incredible courage to recognize what's wrong with the system, to homeschool, to reach out to other mothers. This is extremely admirable. The question I wanted to ask to her is, I've seen footage where people are not wearing masks in Australia and they're being taken down by the police, like tackled, forced to the ground. Do you know anything about this? I've seen multiple videos. My only buddy is Brendan O'Connell. I haven't been able to talk to him in Australia. Can Heather comment on this?
First of all, it's Helena. I know.
Oh, Helena, I'm sorry.
It's Helena. Yes, I can. There has been video footage, as everyone's seen, people being challenged not wearing a mask. That's in the cities. It doesn't happen in the country towns. I walk around without a mask. I speak to police officers without a mask. So it's in the cities. Now, the children, so it's what you're seeing is brutal footage. It's pretty bad, guys. It's pretty bad. It's like a SOS over here.
You've all seen it.
But the children return to school next week, and it's been highly advised the little ones wear masks. And that's another reason there's just no way my child's going to wear a mask. Like, So the footage you've been seeing, sir, is.
We've all seen it, and it's really, really bad. People literally getting violently tackled to the floor. Helena, right, thank you very much for giving that insight from Down Under. And next time we do open the customer services, please come back with an update. We always want to hear from these different corners of the realm. Yeah, it's important. Any final thoughts that you want to let us know about what the reality is over there? Anything you haven't covered?
Can I ask you a question quickly?
We've got someone else. We've got Jason.
Just a quick one, Hannah. Is there any issues with where you are? And actually, if you know about Melbourne as well, with the food supply and stuff like that, with the food chain?
Or the internet?
Right. Good question.
No. That all that talk about the internet was simply a lot of the older devices weren't going to have updates. That's what that was about.
Okay, that's good to know.
And what about a fuel supply? What about your fuel and what about your food supply?
Yes,
Like that?
Good questions.
all of it seems fine at this stage. Bread is really hard to get in the evening, but that's about it from where I am. Now, I'm only 2 hours from Melbourne, or less than 2 hours from Melbourne, but that's rural Victoria. So, nothing at this stage. Also, just quickly, New South Wales Premier Gladys Berejiklian, she stood down a couple of days ago. So there's a lot happening politically in the background here. There's a multi-millionaire, Clive Palmer. He's a multi-millionaire, and he's doing outrageous videos. Okay, he's a politician, exposing the lot. He's not holding back. So that's the United Australia Party. They've already got 62,000 members. That we are the biggest political party now in Australia. So there's a lot going on here. There's a massive pushback. Australians might be able to finally show the world that we're not as slow as everyone thought. Now, I'm actually Spanish. I identify more with a Spaniard than an Aussie. But I think we're doing the right thing here. The world might want to watch what we're doing, because
we're watching.
Don't worry.
Definitely. Watching as carefully as we can. Can I ask a quick one before you go, Helena? If we've got time, lads.
Yeah.
Just a quick one for Helena.
Sorry, what's that word nerd? Did you want to say something, word nerd?
A quick one for Helena, if we've got time.
Yeah, go on.
Because I've seen, just following on from what you were saying, I've seen a lot of the, I don't know if you can speak to the size of these demonstrations at all, but they all seem like pretty historic in number. And I've also seen, similar to the UK resistance with a lot of the common law people resisting, I've seen a couple of Indigenous leaders appearing to stand up in their local communities and serving forms of notices. So I don't know if you can speak to that at all.
Yeah, so what's happening is the sovereign movement, a big one, is being led by the Indigenous community. So what's happening with a lot of these politicians, like the good ones, the really wealthy ones, want to get the Indigenous people at the front seat in Parliament. So big changes happening here. So yes, there are some Indigenous leaders, and they want to help with sovereignty for the white man as well. So they're coming at it very intellectually and from a common law perspective. So I guess watch this space, because it's on. It's on. It's really amazing to watch, actually.
Yeah, things are happening very quickly now.
That's my comment. Sorry, what was that?
I was just saying things are happening very quickly now. So everyone needs to pay close attention.
Absolutely. Anyway, thanks so much for taking my call. We're big fans of Rise Above here, and I love you guys.
We love you too. Thanks very much for calling in.
Awesome.
And please don't be a stranger. Keep us updated.
Rise above.
Absolutely.
Right, Helena.
I'll be around. See you guys.
Rise above, Helena. Thank you very much. Right, straight to the next caller.
Straight to the next caller. We've got Jason coming up.
This is Jason Jackson. He's coming for us through a sheep farm, right? That's fucking well, lad.
I think he said he's friends with Dom and Chris from the sheep farm board.
Jason Jackson, welcome to Rise Above, mate. You know about the two words you can't say that start with C and V, yeah?
Yeah, we're Divokin and Britney Spears.
You know the drill. Yes, Divock and Britney Spears. Okay.
I've been listening to Dominic for far too long, chaps.
Awesome, mate. So you're on our wavelength. You know the lingo, mate. You know how to get past Al Gore.
Yeah, definitely. We're on the same wavelength. These are strange times, chaps.
Absolutely, mate.
These are strange times. It was funny because while the show was on, I was talking to Dom earlier, and I've been doing a lot of research and looking at a lot of stuff from the Holocaust about incremental steps and things, and it just seems to me that there's an awful lot of strange things happening at this time.
Same script, mate. Nothing changes under the sun. And it's just the technology that changes.
Well, I think if you look at the Agenda 21 program from the 90s, and then you look at where we are now, me and Don were talking earlier on and saying that it seems to have jumped forward now. Agenda 21 was around forever and nothing seemed to happen. And then all of a sudden, this 2030 agenda appears and everything seems to be happening.
Maybe that was the Agenda 21.
Yes. Because for years we're looking
maybe
at George Guidestones,
maybe Agenda
2030
was Agenda 21.
Yes, and then all of a sudden it's merged into what we see today. And And it's just sad, really. My mum's had the Britney Spears twice, and my sister's had it because of her work. And if things do come to fruition like they possibly could, it's going to be sad. It'll be a sad carry on. Is this?
Well, I don't know if you watched the John O'Looney interview.
I did, yes. It was
from
fantastic.
last week, yeah. I mean, he speculates, purely speculative, I'll stress, that he thinks that up to 85% of the needlecraft could be placebo.
Yes.
Up to 80.
And
that's
that
a
could be the
massive. That's a
saving
massive
grace,
number.
Do you know what? I really hope it is.
Yeah, me too. Because I'm hoping my parents have had the placebo.
It would explain a lot if what he says is true.
But hell, mate, that would be a very clever way to do it, wouldn't it? Because he's like he said, over 5 years, if you've got to get these boosters every 6 months, how lucky are you going to be every time? It's like literally,
I mean, it's easy for people like us, and I say us about everybody because I want to include everybody. I don't want to leave anybody out. But when I say people like us, people that see things that unfortunately those around us don't seem to see. And for instance, you've just got to put pathogenic priming into Google. And the first thing that comes up is a government website explaining exactly what happens with Britney Spears.
Yeah.
And so when does obvious become obvious is the question.
Well, I mean, if I was going to attempt to answer your question, Jason, I would say we're in a post obvious state because, I mean, I don't think you need to be on the right-hand side of the Bell's palsy curve or, or, you don't need to be someone that watches the media religiously 24 hours a day to see the writing on the wall. We don't need David Attenborough to point out the elephant in the room anymore.
No.
But when I talk to, I've got friends that are still vehemently and against anything that I've ever got to say. To the point where I've actually stopped bringing subjects up and I've given up on these people, sadly.
There's only so much effort you can exert, mate, before it starts to just become a negative pastime on your account.
Me and Dominic call them social vampires, and unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, these people will suck the blood out of you if you let them. Literally, the energy will disappear from your existence if you let these people get into your heads.
I've heard them described as Renfields, like Bram Stoker's Dracula. Renfield, he's like the little gimp who worships Dracula, and he, if you're really weak, he might have
like
a go.
Like his bitch.
Yeah, his little bitch.
Yeah.
So like
maybe it's not them.
A sandwich and dries his shoes and shit like that.
It's that Thomas Sheridan guy.
It's sad to watch what's going on around us right now.
But maybe it's not them.
Sorry, what's that in the Guardians?
Maybe it's not them.
What do you mean, the Renfields or the Agent Smiths?
The people that are on the wrong side of the spectrum, so to speak. Maybe it's not actually them. Unfortunately, they've become hosts.
Well, then we come back to the egregore Divic 91 concept, don't we?
I'll put a concept down there. So, these dark occultists that are actually at the highest level that are perpetrating this, the ones that, because we know it's not the politicians or the UN or any of these wankers, they're just given a script and told what to do and just lying for a paycheck. That's all that is. So, at the highest level, the people that are perpetrating this, that that insist on their weird occult significant symbology in all of this, like the 6 feet apart and
like shooting a white stag in Bootle,
yeah, all of that kind of stuff. Who's instigating all that and giving those orders? These are the people. Okay, they might be persuading others to do it, but they're not physically carrying it out, are they? They're not physically carrying out the action of it's the police and the military. And the doctors and nurses who are
every subservient professional sycophant that is following orders.
Those are the ones that are actually doing it. They're doing the physical action in the world, and those are the people to blame. Because if anyone was at a highest level of consciousness, they'd be thinking, "Hang on a second, is what I'm doing right? is it morally right?
Right. I'm glad we brought this up.
I'm just saying, because the people that are perpetrating this, they're the ones that are doing it. The people that are giving the orders, are they actually to blame? Because they're not the ones carrying it out. They're just some weirdos persuading others to do it and dangling some money in front of people.
Then we come back to what Sovereign Pete was saying last week, is if someone is acting outside of the law and they've got a uniform on, you're not going to take the institution to court. You're going to take the person.
Are you talking about man's law or natural law?
Yeah, either way, we're talking about an injustice, right?
Yeah.
So we're talking about actually putting it on the person in front of you. So that nurse that's putting the Britney Spears ticket into your biome, right?
The policeman in Australia, in Melbourne, who's gassing people on the street and bundling you into a van just for you being out on the street.
But then we come back to the argument of, are we actually falling for the division that the elites want and turning on our fellow man rather than looking above? Because this is the greatest crux. Because at the end of the day,
I would say they're the ones that are turning on their fellow man and perpetrating this to us.
I'm glad we brought this up.
So this is,
here's customer services, right? Here's a complaint which we've had directly in the comments section, and everyone, including Jason, I'd like your comments on this, right?
Yeah.
Someone said here about, this was in response to like the name that we've been given, like Refuseniks, conspiracy theorists, etc. Someone called English Stark put this comment, a name for our side I hadn't heard before, but I don't know if you lads have heard it. It infuriates the COVIDians, is purebloods. Now I was saying, I was feeling a little bit, mischievous. I was like, I fucking love that. Either that or organic human. Now, I know purebloods might have some negative connotations, right? But anyway, we got a negative comment from someone called O'Rourke's Drift. This is proper customer services bizzle right here, right now. Divisive. Aren't we supposed to be rising above? Going downhill, if you ask me. Now, he's obviously talking about the show in general, so I wanted to address this. I said, O'Rourke's Drift. Just being realistic, mate. We didn't cause the division, and this is me speaking, double L, Lance, right? But if we're going to be singled out and given a name, like Refuseniks, anti-vaxxers, whatever, shit, that's a swear word, at least we should choose our own name. And he said, leaders are expected to live by a higher standard than the rest. If there's no love for the people in what you're doing, then what's the point? Rise Above is in a danger of becoming a cult of its own. Have you taken a look from the outside in lately? Get back to your roots. Right, okay.
I think he's been a watch viewer for a while, hasn't he?
He has. And I said that this is how I responded to it, and I'll say how I responded, and I want everyone's feedback. I said, listen, O'Rourke's Drift, we're realistic, and one very strong possibility is that we're going to live in a split and segregated society, and it's not by our design, yeah? We might have to band together to defend ourselves. The future isn't set, but as a leader, as you put it, and I don't see myself as a leader, I'm a host of an internet show, I feel a responsibility to prepare people for every eventuality, no matter how undesirable. Apart from the apparent division around spearing, what else are you seeing that you don't like? Do you fancy calling into customer services tonight to share your thoughts? We want to hear feedback. Now, he hasn't called in so far, so I wanted to share this comment with everyone. What does everyone think of this?
Well,
because I think this is touching on the same concept we were talking about here. Are we starting to fall into the division of these people are going to try and single us out, make us have a Britney Spears injection, possibly send us to a concentration camp?
We just want to be left alone.
Yeah, well, we just want to.
This comment is acting like we chose this, or we're happy about the situation of division. No, we're not. We didn't choose this. We want to be. I'm happy to sit on a plane next to someone who's been speared.
Yeah, I'm not going to segregate people.
I'm not going to segregate someone. I'm not going to, do whatever. I'll go to a supermarket and stand in a checkout with someone who's been speared, but they don't want to stand.
I'm still hugging and loving the spear.
I think as well.
So I mean,
who's the one? When did an opinion become divisive?
Well, yeah, because everyone's got them, isn't it?
Why are we even arguing about a name that's not meant to be divisive in the first place? That's nothing to do with the agenda or what's going on.
I think it's a hard line to balance between trying to rise above it all and be inclusive, and also to make light of it, as we all know, otherwise we go insane. But I think it's also good to have that feedback because it just keeps us in check, right? I mean, we always try and check in.
I invite the feedback, that's why I've shared it on the screen. But I think, if I'm going to attempt to defend our sort of light-hearted attempt to choose our own name rather than Refusnik or something like that.
Yeah.
Pure blood.
It's quite funny.
That does sort of have racial supremacist overtones.
Yeah.
I'm not that fond of it.
Yeah.
Organic
well,
human.
I think what this I think what this kind of alludes towards as well is this is nothing new. Some people, based on the color of their skin, have had this for hundreds of years.
I was about to say reappropriating racial slurs, right?
Yeah. So this is like the new form of racism, where it's not based on the color of your skin; it's based on what concert you've been to.
Your genetic code.
Yeah, well, I guess it is a form of. Well, yeah, look, it is a form of racism because they're trying to create two races: humans, human beings, and human 2.0.
There's a lot more to race than just the color of your skin, and the texture of your hair. At the end of the day, if you believe in differences about race, they are superficial things.
Do you know what I think we should call ourselves? Human beings.
Yeah,
and they can call themselves humans.
I'll just call myself a human 1.0.
I'm just going to.
No, they could be human -2.
Yeah, human -2. I just call myself. Yeah, Bob Jenks has already said human 1.0, authentic human.
No, I just think human and human being. That's enough.
Human being.
Yeah, we can be human beings. They can be human.
So, O'Rourke's Drift, if you are watching, we'd love you to call in and have a chat about this. If there's any other things that you think that Rise Above is becoming cult-like, because let's be real, I get called a cult leader almost once a week.
Shit, is it the T-shirts?
What?
Is it the T-shirts? Is it because we wear the same T-shirt?
Well, I try to make as many different designs of T-shirts as I possibly can. I just don't have enough time to fucking draw them.
Because the Rise Above team wear the same team.
Sorry that I'm good at branding.
Are we a cult? Because I don't know. Who's our idol as well? Who do we idolise?
Godvad.
David Icke.
Godvad's our leader.
Well, if I'm
the cult, who's the cult leader?
If I'm the cult,
is it you? Are you?
I have been accused of being a cult leader. I would say that I am more actually a leading.
So does that make me? Because I'm the co-host. Does that make me the right-hand man? Honestly, guys.
If I'm L1 Hubbard, you're that fucking second dude.
I'll just break in a second, right? Do you know what the majority of my week consists of at the moment, right? I shovel actual horse manure, cow manure in my fucking land, so that I can get ready for springtime, so I can grow as much of my own stuff. I'm making my own mulch and all of that stuff. At the moment, I'm picking apples, pears, like 3 types of apples, 2 types of pears out of my garden. Honestly, I'm not any cult kind of establishment leader, co-leader or anything. I just turn up here on a Friday night and share my occulted knowledge that I've learned over the last nearly 20 years with Lance.
Like last time I checked, I was just an idiot on the internet that had a super shiny tinfoil hat and a really slick live stream. I didn't know I was a cult leader. I thought I was a leading de-occultist, and that's literally the opposite. If you de-occult things, that's the opposite of being a cult leader.
Yeah.
Anyway,
well, I think that post or the guy with that question, I think it's very valid. It's a valid point.
Yeah.
And it is something to think about, to consider.
Well, we've addressed it.
No, but I would.
It's the ultimate conundrum, isn't it? It's the ultimate conundrum. I mean, what do you do? Do you separate?
The problem is, we think that with their jibby jabs that they're a cult, and they think we're a cult. It's division. It's just.
Do you know what I can see happening? I can see like a procedural apartheid happening.
Yeah, medical procedural apartheid.
I mean, in some ways, it's already happening. I've got family members who are older who are being ostracised for not taking a trip to the. Can I say jab as well?
My dad has been ostracised from his only single living relative, apart from my mum and me, and like his family below him. He's got an auntie that will literally barely even speak to us on the phone until we agree to go to the Britney Spears concert.
Hold up, your dad's had 1 dose, no?
Yeah, and my dad is literally fully rabbit holed. He will never have the second dose.
Yeah, I know that.
Do you know what?
My
mum is starting to consider how much she wants to go on holiday.
It makes no difference.
I know, and I show her things every single day to show how basically global travel is being shut down. Lord Schwab says you're not going anywhere. That's why I'm spending all this money to go to Mexico and have possibly my last chance to leave the United Kingdom of the Soviet Union in the rest of my life.
I'm not being funny, but why are we even surprised? Just look at history. We're in a realm of division. It's a divisive realm. Why would it be any different?
Years as well, Lee. Thousands and thousands of years divisions run through society.
Cain and Abel.
Yep.
Can we just have?
I think this is this is one of the biggest things that history's always done. It's divided us and conquered us and put us into smaller groups so that we can attack each other on behalf of the people that are always doing things we don't want them to do.
And that's
It amazes
subcultures.
me how we always put our hands up for his own tyranny. And if you think about it, most people do. Do. They're not. No one's forced into getting a Britney Spears. No one's being marched down there that I've seen. They're all taking the kids.
No, okay. So on this note, okay, right. Let's think about this. So let's think. If you're the creator, you've created this realm, you've created animals, you've created life. You're the creator. What would be the fucking ultimate insult? For you to destroy yourself.
Self-slaughter.
So self-slaughter. So these people, again, they're not doing it to you. You're doing it to yourself. These people are doing it to themselves.
That's why I said it's sicker than any Holocaust that
this
happened
is
before.
really dark, guys. But you have to get your head around that it's not actually their fault. I know they are kind of responsible, but people are choosing this.
Willingly.
Yeah, people are walking into this themselves. That's it.
Yeah, but you could take this a level further on a transgenerational sort of metaphysical level. The fact that there is an infrastructure of these agents of the denying force even attempting to do this consensually is actually a symptom of our collective transgenerational weakness.
100%.
There is no way we could have got to a place right now where this could have happened so effortlessly if we hadn't have already been like totally weakened.
This is like
dumbed down.
This is like an analogy of a child being abused in a care home.
Totally.
The grooming of the nation.
They're all very similar things. I've been watching a lot of Holocaust stuff recently. And one woman on a programme turned around and said, they didn't just come and throw us onto trains. It took 10 to 12 years to get them people from where they were onto those trains. And it was just incremental steps, changing of laws, changing of divisions, dehumanising people. And all of a sudden you had a race of people that were then thrown on trains.
But the thing is, Jason, apparently, like, not everyone was thrown on the trains. Some people queued up, and if they didn't queue up diligently, they had other people that were also getting on the trains, which were trained as wardens to help them queue up better. No, stay in line. This train is taking you to safety, away from the 10 or 12 years of persecution that you've just talked about.
But even at the end, most of these people still believed they were going to be safe. And that's the indoctrination that you're talking about, I think, and the years of the system indoctrinating people into its beliefs.
It's handing self-responsibility over to a third party.
Yeah.
Yeah, I struggle with this, because it is that, but so many people don't know what they're doing. Do you know what I mean? I know we're all self-responsible. I struggle with this all the time with the conversations we have here.
Aren't.
Because of course we're self-responsible.
Sorry, they're not fucking self-responsible. Otherwise,
no, that's what I mean. We're not. No, but the amount of people I know that are doing it, and it's coming from a very naive place, if you want to put it that way, but it's coming from the right place. And they're like, well, I just wanted to protect my sister's ill, and my cousin has this health condition, and I don't want to pass it on to them. But obviously they've believed everything at complete face value. It's a difficult one. I struggle with this a lot.
Yeah, but this is the
ultimately we are responsible for ourselves.
It's right. You have to remember there are some people that can fend for themselves, which are quite well off and totally professional, and they've lived a very profitable, very nice, comfortable life within the system for their whole life. And they might work for local council, they might work for the government, they might work in the private sector. It doesn't matter. But even for them to come to the realisation that the BBC that they've been trusting as the non-partisan, totally unbiased bastion of truth, even just that could be a proper earth-shattering realisation for some people that have been immersed in the collective, the grand simuli for too long. Let alone, all of the repercussions of the actual mechanics of what's going on now. Just to come to the fact that they completely lied about the people's pandemic. That everything John O'Looney says is true about how ludicrously they lied.
Right. This ultimately goes back to the fear of death, because the only thing they've got over us. Yeah. Now, once you've lost that fear of death, which I have personally, they lose control over you. I zoom out on my existence. Now, when I zoom in on my existence, I'm just like everybody else. I suffer from anxiety, stress, fearful. I mean, it's not happened overnight. This is like years of.
How long ago did you lose the fear of death in a garden?
Maybe 20 years ago. But that's right. Through the education system, we're always told to fear death, that like it's the end, and then
the ultimate fear.
Yeah, and this goes back to what I was saying about pre-existence, because through education we've been denied pre-existence. We don't know who we are, we don't know why we're here, and we don't know where we're going to go. At best, we can hope for a good afterlife, and that's all they've given us through education.
And that's
now
part
until
of the Judeo-Christian upbringing is to
until that's abandoned.
Good life.
Yeah, until that's abandoned, it's going to be difficult, because what are you actually fighting? You're fighting. I mean, is it worth dying so you can live?
Yeah.
I mean, potentially that's what's going to happen to those that don't go to the concert. They could kill us. So, you know, there may come a point where you're sat in a room where you've got to make a decision where they say either take it or we're going to execute you. What do you do?
I know what I've
Come right
already
back.
made my choice.
I'd rather die organic.
Yeah.
I've already died a dozen times already, mate.
Yeah,
It's beautiful. It was the most beautiful thing that ever happened.
Yeah, and this takes us back to the question of freedom again.
Once you've been to the other side and you come back and go, oh, the meat suit.
The meat suit.
It's like, oh, God, so dense. So boring. No, I need to. I need to do that.
Heavy. The meat suit's heavy.
The meat suit's very
Hashtag
heavy.
so dense.
Until you've witnessed how light the ethereal body is, you can't even comprehend how heavy the meat suit is. It's the heaviest thing ever.
Right, chaps, I'm going to love you and leave you all. I'm about to head off to the sleepy time.
The nether
listen,
realm.
Me too.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you for letting me on the show. Dom speaks very highly of you chaps, and he's looking forward to interviewing you and doing that podcast next week, I think he said.
Monday. Oh, gosh. Gosh.
Bang, bang.
Oh, that's the bang, bang button. Yeah, we're doing that on Monday. Oi, Jason, thank you very much for joining us, bro. It's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure, Lance. Thank you.
No, it's lovely, mate. It's lovely to hear from you. Sheep Farm family, always welcome on Rise Above. Trust me.
Everybody at Rise Above family, take care.
Rise Above, brother.
You too big up
Rise
yourself,
above.
Jason.
Right, I'll do a random jingle.
You could never defeat me. I have the special skill of the liquid metal rabbit.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. Big up, Jason. Oh, we've got someone called Empathetic Rebel. Hello.
Next up. I'm going to tune into this on the way home.
All right, are you off, Andy
Yeah, I'm
PG?
off,
All right. Empathetic Rebel, welcome to Rise Above. This is custom. Oh, no, they've gone. Call back in.
Just while we're waiting for them to call in.
Yeah, go for it.
I remember reading years ago about an experiment they did with children, and they took them into a sweet shop, and they said something like, you can have one sweet now, or if you stand in the shop for 5 minutes, you can have as many sweets as you want. And the majority of the kids took the sweet now.
Yes. It's to do with short-term and long-term gratification. I'm trying to remember the name of this experiment.
But that's that's a good analogy of the situation that we're in right now.
A magician has done something very similar to this on Netflix on a new series. He presents a similar sort of opportunity to kids.
Oh, we have a call around Omar. Empathetic Rebel, welcome to Rise Above. It's customer services.
Hi.
Please don't say the C or the V word.
Oh, I won't, don't worry. So I just wanted to say what an incredible interview it was with CJ.
CJ.
That you did. The lady who was on your other channel.
Yeah, CJ, whose father was sadly put on end of life lamb sauce programming against their family's knowledge in Bournemouth Royal Hospital. Yeah, that was really, really sad.
Yeah. And I just wanted to kind of talk about, I think we should all be very concerned if we've got loved ones that are in hospital, or I don't know, it made me think back. So basically I haven't been my first week back on Rise Above, like fully watching it, being engaged with it for about 2 months. My father had a stroke in July, and it was the opposite side of his body, so he's now completely paralysed.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
And yeah, well, he's got a little bit of use in one arm, but that's it. And when he first went into hospital, he was able to talk, able to ring me, able, speak for a few minutes. It was very slurred and very weak, but he could. And then he got diagnosed with DIVOC 91 and ended up on the DIVOC ward. And from there, he was unresponsive, almost unresponsive. He could nod his head. He could kind of, shake his head a little bit, but nothing really. He was tube fed, or they didn't put him on tube fed till much later. Actually, he was. They said, "Oh, his kidneys are bad, so we're giving him some fluids." And at that point, he'd been unresponsive for a few days. Now, my father is a 61-year-old, awkward, sometimes cantankerous and aggressive so-and-so. But it makes me wonder, what did they do to him to make him go from, able to talk, able to say how he's feeling, able to communicate, to not being able to?
I guess they call it the invisible handcuffs. That cocktail, whether I don't know what your father was given, but if everything we know is true, it was probably the same thing that CJ's dad was given.
Yeah, and that's what's really scary. Now, I'm really thankful that my dad obviously didn't respond to that in the way that they thought he would. He must have thought it in some way, because he's out, he's still here, and he's now in a nursing home for assessment, and will need 24-hour care outside of what I can offer, sadly. But, some people might be able to fight it, and some won't, so...
It sounds like CJ's dad was given like a dose so big that there was only one thing that was going to happen from what she said, from what I've read from those NHS directives. We've got to be real that drug has got some use, which isn't deadly, used in small doses for certain people. So it's not going to kill everyone straight away, but it's to do with the consent, and it's to do with obviously the dose as well. So I'm really happy to hear that your old man didn't have the same fate that CJ's did, because it seems like we've had multiple people in the comments and email me since that video's gone up with very similar stories, and it's really scary.
Yeah, I'm just so thankful my dad was able to fight it. And also, they were aware, because we were ringing every day. We were relentless. Me and my sister are both 30 and 31, so they had quite young people able to keep a track on what they were doing. My sister, she's not on our side of things, but when it comes to medical stuff, she knows her stuff, and she challenges doctors, and it's a testament to her really that he's still with us. I don't think they could have put him onto any kind of pathway under our supervision, and also we insisted on video calls. So
okay,
I think yeah.
Well, I mean, it seems like you're lucky to have been able to have that, because CJ wasn't even allowed to speak to him on the phone, no contact whatsoever.
I feel very, 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 very lucky, very fortunate. Something else, though, that I find really disturbing, and the attitude, the amount of these people who are old and maybe near the end of their lives being told by family members or nursing staff to take the Britney Spears concert. As an example, my dad, there were several places they wanted to send him, but because he's refused to take the Britney Spears concert, they wouldn't send him.
Oh, what, to get treatment? He had to have that before he was offered treatment in like another hospital or a different ward, or
like respite, like kind of an assessing him, assessing his care needs and things. So more like nursing care type thing.
Mental. So you've got to take something that could potentially make you very ill so that you can get treatment for your already existing illness.
Yeah, it's so backwards. It's scary. And on top of that, you know, a lot of family members are really piling on the pressure. If you are disabled or you have any kind of health conditions, they are really pulling at your heartstrings and just pulling you down until you go to that concert.
Can you remind me, right, the first time you called in Empathetic Rebel, did you say that you were recruited in some sort of buddy scheme to try and get other people to go to the Britney Spears concert?
That's right.
Was that you?
Yes, it's
Because
me.
I was telling CJ about this last night before she did the interview with me, because we were talking about various different things, and I remembered that, and that I didn't forget that at all, because I found that particularly sinister.
Yeah. I've seen adverts in my local town. I've seen adverts for it since as well, which is pretty disgusting. But yeah, like my sister is really coming down hard on my dad to go to that concert. She says that because we're going to have to look at sort of private rehabilitation if we want him to have any quality of life. And she's saying, if you don't do this, people are not going to want to go to work with an unconsidered person. And you know, it's this attitude that if even no matter what's wrong or no matter how.
Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to share. Stop that. It's just I'm trying to share the link because everyone's asking how we can get to this interview. Sorry, carry on, CJ.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, like it just seems like I've also like this is not loads of people I've heard this from, but if you are, I will say that if you've got loved ones who are disabled or have any health, there have been, I do know a few people who have promised to take these people out. Oh, we're going day out, we're going to do this. And they take them to the Britney Spears concert and they hold them down.
No.
Yeah.
And you're talking about people, are you talking about people with learning disabilities and...
Yeah. And other disabilities. I know a lady who's blind that this has happened to. Her kids, her children said, "Oh, Mum, we'll take you to Seaside, we'll do this." And they took her.
So they combine it with a trip to the seaside?
Yeah, they get them if they're refusing, what they do is they get them say, "Oh, we'll go for a day out somewhere, we'll go do something."
We shouldn't be surprised, should we? Because they're giving people donuts, free Uber Eats. In America, in some places, you get a free spliff in certain states where it's legal with your Britney Spears concert ticket.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't be surprised by this. They're obviously, they're going to prey on people that can't defend themselves more. They're preying on everyone, so we shouldn't be surprised.
No. And like I say, if the pressure on these people to go to this concert just seems to get worse every day. So if you've got loved ones, watch them, keep them close. Just look after them because we don't know what their plan is. We don't know what they're going to do. Another thing is, I have a friend whose daughter has learning difficulties, and they used to have a job at an organisation for disabled people.
Yeah.
Because they've not been to the concert, she's not allowed to go to her events, and the mum's not allowed to go to work.
It's disgusting.
So
how can we say there's a lack of carers? How can we say there's a lack of nurses when they're ready to lose 20% of them because they won't go to the Britney Spears concert? When they've been there all throughout looking after these people, when we were waging the war on the people's pandemic, where they were on the front line. They'd never even heard of Britney Spears back then, let alone been to the concert. It was fine then. Absolutely fine, no problem.
Yeah.
Now we'll get rid of them.
Yeah. It's just, I feel for the people that don't, like CJ said, that they're not having care packages for. That situation is only going to get worse, and we're going to fall off a cliff. in terms of if they do remove everyone from employment that hasn't been to the concert, we are in for a massive carer shortage. It's going to be quite sad, actually, what happens.
The only positive thing that I can possibly see from it, and it's not going to happen immediately, it could take years, even decades, is that all of these people that are healthcare professionals, carers, doctors, nurses, etc., that really genuinely want to follow their Hippocratic oath of helping people who have been struck off because they don't like Britney Spears. I hope that they start to form affordable, grassroots, private healthcare that is accessible to everyone. And imagine if all these people that don't want to go see Britney Spears and be a lifelong Spears fan stop paying their taxes and have a bit more money and maybe can afford to pay for these private clinics. Most people have to go to a private dentist now because NHS dentists are so shit. I go to a private dentist. It's not expensive. It's hardly more expensive than the NHS dentist.
Yeah. I've even thought about, I'm in some movements in my area, and we've even thought about setting up a little no Britney Spears care crew for my dad that can come and help out, because I wish I could do it all myself, but I'm by myself, and I've nursed him back through cellulitis, one stroke this year, kidney disease, and he's been bedbound for the last year. And since he's been in hospital, it's ruined me. My body is just so exhausted.
You must be exhausted.
Absolutely. I sleep from like 12 to 18 hours a day. It is unreal. I'm actually on the waiting list to go to the chronic fatigue clinic because this is just horrendous. I can't. I used to have like two part-time jobs as well as being his carer. I was all go, and now I've just crashed.
Well, listen, make sure you handle them like a dog for every bit of support that you're entitled to. Yeah, make sure you fill out all those forms and keep handing them. And I know it takes ages to get through to all these call centres, but you've got to keep at it, because at the end of the day, we are, you're going out of your way, and you deserve the support which you're probably not getting. So don't give them an inch when they try to fob you off when it comes to the doctors and the support workers. And make sure you take some time for yourself, all right? Please do that.
The thing is, I tell them now, I say, you need to get his care in place, because I've got this and this, and I can't do it all myself anymore. And I feel very privileged. It's a scary privilege, and it's a terrifying privilege to actually have a disability and actually be in our movement, whatever you want to call it, because most people who have a disability have been, no matter how small the disability or health complaints, they've been bullied. They've been
targeted by the sounds of it.
Yeah, really have. And the only other person that I know is fully on our side, she's been gaslit by a partner. Her child thinks she's absolutely crazy because the dad has just been saying, "Oh, your mum's crazy. She needs to get sectioned." And we're the only people with any kind of disability that I'm aware of in this movement, and it's frightening. At least I've not always. Sometimes people have said, "Oh, do you want to speak at this protest?" And I've thought about it and seen the way that police have handled things and thought, do you know what? If I get arrested, what would happen to my dad? So I've sometimes been a little bit cowardly, but at least I can
You haven't been cowardly. Don't be silly. There's nothing particularly brave about speaking at a protest. Doing what you're doing takes a great deal of courage. So don't ever say you've been cowardly. Don't be silly.
Thank you. That means a lot. And it's like, I just feel like at least I stood my corner,
Yeah.
Some of my family, I'll have to, if we ever do like a big massive Rise Above meetup, I will show you the 14-page essay this family member called me, "See you next Tuesday." And do you know what? That didn't hurt me. That didn't really hurt me. What hurt me is when she said, "You take issue with masks. No one gives a flying F if you die. Have some effing empathy for other people, you scumbag." And that is what when I've done all I've done for my dad, when I've been the activities coordinator online 6 days a week, been involved in support groups for other people 4 days a week, that just
You
left
haven't
me
just
a
had
bit.
yourself to care for, but we've all been called it. You're killing my
Yeah.
granny. You know, I don't want my family to die. You're a gran. You know, all that. But you know, to say that to you, that sounds like an absolute insult. To be fair, well, listen, just it sounds like you're doing fine. You sound even more positive and even more determined than last time we spoke to you. Yeah, so that's really something positive we can take from this.
Yeah.
And every
Yeah.
day it looks like this gets worse. Every day things get more ludicrous. Every day the denying force pushes harder. Guess what? It awakens someone else.
Someone else, yeah. I keep thinking that somebody will help me with my sister on her journey, but I don't. She's actually told me a few weeks ago that she's actually a full-on communist, so I don't think that's going to happen. But never mind. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much for joining us. Don't apologise. This is what this show's all about, and especially when we open the customer services phone line, this is what we want to hear from. We want to hear real stories from people that are, you know, the people that are doing great, people that aren't doing great, people that are struggling. We want to hear everything. So thank you.
And you're not alone.
Yeah, you're not alone. There's millions of us. Don't worry.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Rise above.
Yeah.
Rise above. Take care.
Rise above. Bye, guys.
Bye. Okay, so for everyone that's wondering where you can watch the John O'Looney interview edited, where you can watch the CJ interview, which I've been showing here on the screen about the forced euthanasia in Bournemouth Royal Hospital. The link is on the screen right now. This is the second Rise Above channel. There are loads of short edited videos on there. There's the story when I went to the dentist this week, which is quite entertaining. There's some musical edits on there as well. So please subscribe to the channel. We've only got 300 subscribers. We need like 1,000 before it becomes even visible. We've almost got 3.3 thousand on this channel. I'm sure we can do it. Wow, it's been a really good show so far. It's been an awesome call-in. Word Nerd and Inner Guardians, you are still on the stream, even if we can't see you. I've just got that setting on. I've got more Schwabia, so let's not muck about.
I think just off the back of that last call,
cheers, mate.
I think it's very important to recognise that we're in a war, and those who are taken are the equivalent of fallen soldiers in some way,
or POWs.
Yeah, well, like
some of them are not out for the count yet. Some of them surely are savable, aren't they?
No, what I mean is like, my mother, she was in hospital after having being double jabbed, and I haven't really said too much about it, but the stuff that John O'Looney said, and is it CJ?
Yeah.
What they're saying is real. I've witnessed it firsthand. Luckily, my mother survived. She was able to get out of hospital, but they tried everything, every trick, and it was literally, it could have gone either way in terms of the care that they gave her. And yeah, I'm not going to go into all the detail, but
I don't think you need to, mate. We've been given the gist by John O'Looney. We've heard from CJ. We've been talking about this since last year, that what we call the National Health Service could literally, way before this happened,
this
mRNA, what's the mRNA bug where, you know, many people
MRSA.
go to hospital. Yeah, MRSA, that's it. Many people go into hospital and never come out.
Yeah.
You've talked about the numbers that die from democide. Well, under democide is poor healthcare in hospitals included in that? If it's government, I guess it is, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's lots of weird stuff going on. I'll give you an example. Yeah, my mother's into eating fruit, so I took a load of fruit in, and then I went to see her 2 days later, and I said, like, how was the fruit? And she said, the nurses stole it. They ate it.
Well, this is what CJ said. She said people that were completely infirm, that couldn't sit up in bed, that could barely feed themselves, were given a tray of food that was packaged, and it was put up against a wall 2 foot away from them. They couldn't sit up to reach it, let alone open it or feed themselves, and the nurses would come back and take the tray away with all the food.
Well, here's another one. And my mother could only eat soup at the time, so they brought in a bowl of soup, and but they didn't give her a spoon. And then they left her for 2 hours, came back, and they said, "Oh, you didn't want your food," and they just walked away with the food.
Exactly the same. Here's a good question, which is I'd like to address. Well, we've got you and me in the mix in the Guardians. How do we deal with family members that think we are nutters?
Well, there's a few different ways of dealing with that. One is if you can't convince them by words, then you have to convince them by action. So in some ways, and this goes back to what I was alluding towards with regards to, say, racism. Historically, some races have to have actions and behaviours way above those of the persecutors, just to be on the equal footing. So in some ways, we're kind of in that situation where we have to speak with action, as opposed to just debating. Yeah, set an example. Like
This is what you said to me the other week when I was contemplating whether it was worth speaking at protests ever again, and you said maybe it would be better, rather than to tell people what to do, just to you didn't say set the example. I can't remember how you put it.
Well, it's energetics, like raise your frequency, or be happy, go about your business, be kind, look after yourself, look after other.
So I guess if we were more specific to this question, if you had a friend or a family member who for the last 16 months had been literally swallowing, like just gobbling every bit of COVID propaganda, living in fear, isolating from family, wearing masks, if speaking to them using facts and figures and showing them graphs doesn't work, maybe the best thing to do would be like to just show them how easy and how great it would be to live in a complete lack of fear and complete freedom, and to never act like the COVID Union was getting you down, and to show that it was just a complete joke and a confidence trick.
Yeah, I mean, we're always faced with this type of thing with regards to anything. Could be career, could be relationships. When people around us disagree with us, we use that as a catalyst to almost prove them wrong. I know that's probably not the best way to explain it, but
yeah,
that's kind of it in a nutshell. To sit there debating, I made a reference to it, I think it was last week or the week before, with regards to if you work with somebody who's religious, if they just sit there trying to convert you into their religion, you're probably going to be sick to death of them. Whereas if somebody sat there or went about the business or the workplace, and you was impressed by their energy, by their the way that they could work, the way they could be productive, then you might ask them the question, what religion are you? And if they said Buddhist, Hindu, or whatever, Christian, you'd be more inclined to convert to that than if they sat there preaching to you.
Suppose if you're working in the call centre and you have some like Southern Baptist Bible bashing moron shoving fire and brimstone down your throat all day, and he sat to the phone next to you, and on the other side you've got this this Asian dude, and he's a Zen Buddhist monk, and he just sits there in just absolute peace and calm all day. He gets the best sales on the phone because he's just in complete control, and he's just spotless. He just exudes excellence,
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that, mate.
Well, this is why I'm saying to people, what were your dreams? What were your ambitions? What were your desires in 2019? Pick them back up and start pursuing them. You might actually be surprised how far you get with them. Because I tell you what, the denying force are doing it, but for their own purposes.
Yeah,
They're seizing the moment, the opportunist.
Says, what does the denying force want me to do? Then do the opposite. Pretty good start. Hey, first principles. I can't really argue with that.
Yeah, you could.
It's a bit like the thing you're most afraid to write that.
Well, the denying force wanted me to shut up when the COVID Union happened. It made every effort to make me shut up. So I just thought, well, how can I reach as many people as possible? I was doing speeches at protests. There might have been 50 people. There might have been 200 people there, maybe. Now we get 4,000 people watch the show every week. So what's that? 16 to 20,000 views a month, plus the back views and other channels. Yeah.
At the end of the day,
got a fair few more views than that, Lance, by the time those videos did the rounds online.
Oh no, I'm
That's
talking
what got
about
you
the
in
videos
trouble.
that are still online, not the videos that have all been deleted. We had 150. We had almost 200,000 views on the old channel before we got deleted.
What everybody has to really understand, and without being too metaphysical or anything, we all have a purpose, and this is why I talk about pre-existence. So you already know. It's just that you've forgotten. So it's a case of reminding yourself of what is your purpose. And let's face it, for all of us that are in existence right now, it wouldn't be too difficult to find a purpose, however small it is in this situation. This is almost like a golden opportunity to give you purpose.
What's my favourite saying? When the Soviet Union gives you lemons, don't just make lemonade, bro. Yeah? Don't just make lemonade. Make a bespoke lemonade stand and start knocking out artisan lemonade and drown them in your lemonade.
Yep. One of
smell of toasted rabbit in the morning.
Sorry.
The teacher of one of my teachers, he had like a famous saying that he said his grandmother said to him. He said he went to visit his grandmother, and he said, "Grandmother, what advice can you give me?" And she said, "Either go out into the world and do something different, or just stay at home." So he took that as a motivation to go out and do something with his life.
I've often heard another saying, the universe doesn't reward lukewarm responses. It prefers hot or cold.
Yeah.
So either go out and do something and make a change, or just stay at home.
Yeah.
No in between. Do or do not, as Master Yoda says.
Yeah, and I think
try.
He didn't say that at all. I totally got that wrong.
I think
he did. Yeah. Do or do not. There is no try, isn't it? Something like that.
Something like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I prefer Master Lee to Master Yoda anyway. Carry on.
Well, I think what we're witnessing is this whole agenda, this whole situation. It's very fluid, and it means different things to different people in different ways and at different times. But at some point, it's going to take you, and this is kind of the purpose of the Denying Force, it's going to take you to that point where you're going to have to find your purpose. Now, if you don't find it in a particular way, it doesn't mean say you're never going to find it. It just means that your time hasn't come yet. But at some point, you will find it. It may be at the point where you're locked in a cell and you're threatened with execution. For some of us, it may come to that. For others, it might, well, I'd say for the majority, it's going to be something different. It sounds like a lot of people are finding their purpose. And that's actually a very beautiful thing. And we shouldn't be scared of finding the purpose. It should be celebrated. It could mean.
I'm not going to lie, mate. I really do feel like I found my purpose in this. I feel like I found what I should have been doing for ages. But
it could be, for some, looking after your parents would have been perceived as being a pain in the arse. Now, it could be a beautiful thing to do. The whole concept of looking after your parents, as an example, looking after your kids. Now, because
we've got a responsibility to look after everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the Denying Force will move in different ways for different people in different situations. So, for instance, just sending your kid off to school because you want to get rid of them, so you can have a career or so you can do whatever. You may have to rethink that, and that may be the personalized challenge for you. This is why this realm is very magical and mystical, because it has the ability to not just be one thing for everybody, but it can be very personalized. So everybody will have some type of crisis or some kind of tipping point.
Boom.
It's very true.
Wish I had I've only got like the rabbit jingles lined up. Should have had a better one. Oma Beach, where are you with these fucking jingles? That would have been the last one.
You have me muted for most of it.
Yeah, because you were creaking your seat all over the place and doing all your creaky shit over there. Creaky shit.
Creaking out, man.
Creaking out. GBR Project says, thanks, Master Lee. I'm gonna stop trying to preach to the hijacked, but lead by example. Hey, I can't fault that advice. I can't fault that advice in any way. It has to be the way.
Yeah, I mean, we can only I always say you've got to be sympathetic to yourself, because we've all been hijacked at some point in our life in some way, whether it's mentally, physically, or emotionally, or all three. I can sit here and give grand advice, but at the end of the day, my mother was still in hospital from visiting the Britney Spears.
Yeah, both my parents got the AZ gift from the stars.
Yeah.
There is only one jingle for this, you know.
What's that?
Oh,
No, you've muted yourself, mate.
I haven't muted myself.
Number 4 is on. Look at this. With all these amazing bits of technology, you still have little.
It's not working.
I don't know what you're doing wrong. Maybe I'll just press this.
Nothing like this.
No. Right. So, yeah. Cometh the man, cometh the hour. That's what it basically comes down to, isn't it? When we're put in these positions, when everything changes, when everything's turned upside down, when all the goalposts are moved, when everything we thought we could rely on might be pulled out from under your feet, potentially.
Yeah.
That's when we sort the wheat from the chaff. That's the great.
And what does Mark Passio say? It comes down to care. I don't think it's a coincidence that it literally does come down to care or carers.
I honestly didn't realise how much I care about other people before this happened. I always thought myself to be really self-centred and selfish. At the end of the day, I don't have kids yet. At the end of the day, I'm not going to take the Britney Spears. At the end of the day, I'm in a better position than most people to potentially insulate myself from what's going on. But I felt compelled to put everything on the line to say what I thought was the truth. And I've definitely lost a lot of work from doing this. Definitely.
And what was your motivation? It was because you care.
Well, the motivation was like, if I didn't do this, I'd be like the ultimate coward. Imagine knowing like 10% of what I think I know about how this works and being able to articulate it half as good as I can and not saying anything. I'll never be able to live with myself.
Yeah.
In 20 years' time, when everyone's like literally in New Schwabia, I'll be going, yeah, well, I was reading David Icke books back in 1999. I saw this coming, but I didn't say anything. Because I was a cut.
Choose your destiny.
Exactly. That was good. Choose your
That's what I was
destiny.
looking for.
Thank you. Yeah, we've all got to choose our destiny. And like literally when this video here, when I met the dentist, when I was looking in the dentist's eyes and his assistant, the dental nurse, who was also doubling as the receptionist, they knew that making me wear rubber gloves was stupid. He was complaining that all of his friends had retired because they couldn't take it. He's even saying, if this carries on like this, next time you knock on the door, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to go and retire and go to Ireland. And I was saying to his face, you are doing this to yourself. I guarantee, show me the document. Show me the document that says you have to do these ludicrous things that piss off your customers, like you're pissing off me right now. And, they've just totally given away their third force. They were ready to lay down to the collective and say, we've all got to do it. Everyone's got to do it. Our hands are tied. Then no, they're not. Not if you read the small print, they're not. And I know these might seem like silly little examples to everyone when I went to the dentist, but this is like, for me, this is the crystallization of what we're talking about having your third force, right? It might seem like such a stupid thing. I had to wear gloves instead of wearing hand sanitizer. Guess what? I don't want to wear hand sanitizer. I don't want to wear gloves either.
Well, this is the true meaning of being authentic. Or not, in some case. You heard about, what's his name? Chris Rock.
No.
He's sold out, hasn't he? He's pro Britney.
Oh, was he come out and started singing songs about Pfizer or something?
No, he's a comedian.
About Pfizer. Yeah. Euphemism.
Yeah.
Other comedians like, what was it? The fat guy, Corden, literally singing songs about Pfizer, dancing around going, Dr. Fauci.
Well, historically, Chris Rock was always exposing the establishment. You know, he made lots of jokes about HIV, about how...
Same as Dave Chappelle. And in his latest work, he's been all like, oh, Donald Trump's a racist. Hillary Clinton.
Well, my American friends have told me that Chris Rock has come out telling everybody to get it. So that's caused major sort of...
Little segment. Yeah, he did a little segment on one of the morning shows, I think, the equivalent over in the States.
Chris, Eye for an Eye says, Chris,
It seemed like he'd been
should have
pushed out
known.
there, but nonetheless.
I'm not being funny. Anyone of his age in the African American community in America should know, after things like the Tuskegee experiment, that experimental mass Britney Spears concert tickets given out and targeting particular communities, which they are definitely doing at the moment, is generally...
A lot of love out there for Chris Rock as well. I mean, talks a lot of truth for a big superstar, I guess. Not
You
gonna
do.
lie, love a bit of Chris Rock.
Who's left, though?
So, I guess they're
Who's left that
capitalising on
isn't,
the trust.
Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais has been doubled.
No, has he?
Yeah,
has he
I've
really?
seen the photos on his Instagram.
Wow.
Yeah, of course he has.
That's
He
lame.
talks a good talk on his podcast about the
That is
the
lame.
elite,
I'm really
the
surprised
elite
at that.
dark pedos and stuff, and then he goes there and has a
How
double.
about Andrew Schultz? I bet he's not had it done.
Who's Andrew Schultz?
He's a quality comedian. If you don't know Andrew Schultz, then you need to get to know this guy, man. No one is safe
All
from
the
that
good
boy.
comedians are banned, aren't they?
I'm surprised he hasn't been banned. He is a very witty,
Or dead.
sarcastic stand-up.
Or
I'm
Alex
surprised
Jones.
If he
I tell you what, while we haven't got any calls, I'm going to go back to the Swab show because I've got some wicked things which I haven't even showed you yet. This is funny.
Crater-dwelling peasants.
Crater-dwelling peasants. Right, so we got to this level. We got past here. This is where we got to. Steve Coogan, Sabbatain Frankist. Right. So.
Just before we move on, I reckon maybe as a team or one of us, whoever volunteers, should go through all of the Alan Partridge episodes and see if they can find anything, any. Because it could actually be an esoteric classic. It slipped by everybody all this time.
I've volunteered to do it. I need to de-occult Alan Partridge for myself. I need to find out if he really is one of them. Eye for an Eye says, still can't get over Coogan. Right, okay. Does anyone remember the meme of all the health advisors from all over the world that look super unhealthy? They look like members of the Addams family. Everyone seen the meme? I've shared it on the show, right? This woman here, Dr. Theresa Tam, she is the Canadian health minister. She is of Han Chinese ethnic origins, and she also looks like Skeletor, along with all of the other very unhealthy health ministers of various other different ethnicities. Here she is with the biggest face mask you've ever seen. So, thrilled to receive my second Britney Spears concert ticket from Moderna. Thank you to Ottawa Health, sleeves up, promoting, as you would. Next, here she is here. Basically, Theresa Tam says you better wear a face mask during sex. Glory holes recommended. I think someone is paraphrasing here, to be fair. So you can see she's a proper high-level pro-Coviet. She's a Proviet general, this woman. Now, 27th of August, she starts to thin out. She's basically like the Canadian Dr. Fauci. She starts to thin out on the ground, can't see her. What could have happened? Who wants to know what happened? She had the special technique of the Pfizer face. So one of our faithful disciples, Theresa Tam, has been blessed with facial paralysis of the true believer. Science really is good and always rewards the most deserving. Someone on Reddit says, not my words. So here's a before and after. This is pre-Pfizer. Oh, I should say Christmas miracle so we could beat Al Gore. This is pre-Christmas miracle. This is après-Christmas miracle on the right here. As you can see, there's a big difference. She's basically far right on the Bell's palsy curve. Now, let's just have a look here, because this isn't the first time this has happened. We've got to remember. Do you remember this happened to someone else? Anyone else on the panel? There was a guy in New South Wales. This guy on the right here with the eye patch. He was
So
a
I have to
digital
mute my
minister.
mic because I shouldn't laugh.
No, we have to laugh. These people deserve it. They have been telling people.
It's your summaries, Lance. It's the way you sum up.
So, is it going to be that hard to propagandise the Britney Spears hesitant with such an obvious concert reaction occurring in the Chief Public Health Officer of Canada, Dr. Theresa Tam? Yes, it is most certainly Bell's palsy and clearly a recent development. So here was my particularly inflammatory Facebook post. Bell's palsy or Pfizer face is a side effect so rare, not one but 2 high-level covert officials are currently afflicted with it. This realm has a funny way to reward those who insist on indefinite mask wearing. The greatest apocalypse ever never fails to disappoint. So yeah, there's 2 of these people now. They've been pushing Britney Spears hard. They're high-level Britney Spears A&R artists, and they've both Pfizer-faced themselves. So here is what Virus Man came back with when I told him about this story. I said, come up with a Pfizer face meme. So we've got both of them on the Pfizer catwalk. Theresa Tam. I don't know this guy's name. Yeah, get the Pfizer face. Just another little offering for Virus Man there. I just want to keep it light. Do you know what I mean? Big up 141 people still tuned in. This is Rise Above. We are all trans-vaxites here.
Trans-vaxites. I love that expression.
Sorry, I need a little jingle, one sec.
Don't believe me?
It's Rise Above, everyone. How you doing? It's Friday night. Yeah, so this is from like 2 weeks ago now. The Hardy Boys and the case of Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend's balls. I think she's still banned from Twitter. Does anyone know? Does anyone have an update on Nicki Minaj? Is she still banned from Twitter? Is she still cussing down the Soviet Union? That story sort of soon dissolved out of the newsfeed, didn't it?
I haven't seen anything of that one.
No.
Apart from the obvious.
Anyway, Lord Schwab says the Great Reset will not be stopped by Nicki's cousin's friend's swollen balls. Straight from the WEF. I don't know who did that. That's a good one. Yeah, someone sent me this. Are you hiding people that haven't been to Britney Spears concerts underneath your floorboards? That's that. What film's that? That's is it Inglourious Bastards? That's really good. Really good Quentin Tarantino film. Some of his films are a bit iffy, but that one's a good one.
What's his take on it?
Shame he's a creep.
Sorry, what did you say? What's his take on?
Is he double?
I imagine he's singing
double
at the
concert
front stage. Man,
I would
like
imagine
Hollywood.
he's
Too
probably
busy
made
sniffing feet.
quite a hefty personal deposit into the bank account of like Mode RNA or something like that.
He'll be the one making the movie about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
Making it
surprised.
be that way.
He's probably directing the Jimmy Savile documentary for BBC. Wouldn't surprise me. Get Tarantino. These are just a few things. I probably can't even talk about that. No, that'll get us banned. So here's a good one. You know, there's a band that's actually called the Britney Spears concert. I don't know if this joke's even going to work because I can barely say anything that's on the screen. No, I can't, can I? I'll see if I can beat Al Gore by being clever. Watch this. So, if you want to go to the Britney Spears concert UK tour 2020, here it is on the left. You can all see what it says. I put this post saying support acts include the Cardiac Killers, the Strokes, Bell and the Pausies, the Anaphylactic Shock Band, and Slaves to the Machine. For some reason, it only got 2 comments and 4 likes. I was particularly gutted. I think it's because of the word in the picture. Al Gore, when you put that word, it just goes to the bottom.
I bet it wouldn't even got shared on most people's profiles.
Yeah.
I bet it just didn't appear on there.
And then we've got the Pfizer chiefs.
Did you hear about is it Rage Against the Machine?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
They sold out? They've stopped Raging Against the Machine, right?
Yeah.
They've. What did they do? I've heard something about this.
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I heard that they're very pro.
Oh, they probably said at the concert like which different experimental.
No, I think it was something about. I think it was one of their band members or something.
Oh no!
Well, they wouldn't let him. They wouldn't let him be part of the band anymore.
No, that's a different.
What
Is that
was- who
Slave
was
to the
that?
Machine? No, you're thinking of there is a band where the long-term band member who had already had the People's Pandemic and could actually prove by Soviet Union's own standard.
Yeah, who was that? I
That
thought that
he
was
was immune, and he had a proper heart condition exemption, so he couldn't go to Britney Spears concert, and his whole band was it System of a Down?
Maybe I'm not sure.
I don't know the band. I'm not into bands. I only like rap music and drum and bass and garage and shit like that.
Seen.
But yeah, it's a big band. Someone in the comment section. What was the
gonna say
band?
comments. I'm sure comments can help us out.
Live chat. Tell us what that band where they literally ostracised like a proper long time member of the band, and he was gutted. It's a really sad story. Imagine doing that.
Offspring. That's right. It was the Offspring.
There you go.
That's right. Well done, That Hurt.
Thank you very much. That hurt. Who was it? Oh, someone ordered a fucking T-shirt to Belgium. And do you know how much the Soviet Union charged them for the import?
Go on.
€24.
For 20 quid. That's outrageous.
On top of, I paid...
It doesn't even cost that when my mum sends me stuff from America.
I paid a tenner. I think it was Aardman. I paid a tenner for the postage, so it would definitely get there, because it doesn't often leave our little mini crater. And he got charged €24. So in the end, this Rise Above T-shirt cost like 50 quid. Sorry, mate.
Wow.
He said he'd wear it with pride. He said he had to like sell his other clothes to the pawnbroker to be able to afford his Rise Above T-shirt.
Gives it more power.
Yeah, it gives it more power. Can't talk about that. Can't talk about that. Can't talk about that. Yeah, basically, because of, if anyone doesn't know why I keep saying that, YouTube have got these new rules that came out this week that basically says if you say anything bad about the Britney Spears concert that it might hurt you, you will be taken down. So that's why I can't show those memes at the end, which is a little bit sad.
Yeah, I was here saying that Dave from Megadeth, he's spoken out recently against the masks and the tyranny.
Dave from Megadeth. You would think the heavy metal
Dave
guys...
Mustaine.
The heavy metal guys would not really capitulate to it. You would hope so.
Well, no, I think he's spoken out against it, saying...
Yeah, well, there should be more of them. Right, okay, here's another subject which we should have talked about earlier.
All of the sort of anarchist-based music scenes should be speaking out against this. The punk scene, the rock scene, all of them. I'm even surprised that half the drum and bass scene, just because they want to be able to DJ in clubs, have been vaccinated. It's shameful.
Swear word there.
Has Johnny Rotten said anything? John Lydon?
Oh, that's a good point. I haven't heard anything from him. You would expect him to have spoken out. So who have we had so far?
There was a T-shirt thing. I can't remember.
Ian Brown, Eric Clapton, Right Said Fred.
Count on one hand.
Yeah, literally.
Busta Rhymes.
Sorry, Van Morrison.
Van Morrison, that's right. Yeah, Clapton, Van Morrison.
Busta Rhymes.
And rappers that are not much above my level. There are no commercial rappers, no Low Key, no Akala, none of your revolutionaries. Where's Immortal Technique?
Yeah, I'm really surprised he's not released anything, actually, Immortal Technique.
So anyway,
he's in his bars of his first album, actually, he talks about these sort of things, so he sort of has done that.
These sellout rappers, I was talking about killer vaccines from wicked regimes in 2015 on the beats, and I'm still talking about it today, and I'm not lying. Right, so
did you bring it up about the all those that were pro-choice, all of a sudden now not pro-choice?
Yeah.
About women's rights,
I spoke to you about
abortion.
this the other day. Someone from the NHS was calling me out saying I was a charlatan or something. And I was saying, well, I've just looked in your profile pictures. 3 profile pictures ago, you were pro-life, pro-women and pro-choice. And her argument was that all care workers have to attend Britney Spears or they deserve to nothing. Where's the choice? Where's the pro-choice there?
Glad that you brought this up, lads, because it's been driving me mad, this. I've been on the left for a long time, and even if you believe almost everything that, in the most extreme way, from the Soviet line, how are you still not recognising then how this is being hijacked to take your freedoms away, and in the most unprecedented ways? Where is everyone? It is shameful. I agree, Andy, because I haven't seen anything like it.
It's absolutely abject cowardice and fear, mate.
It's a complete reversal, calling on for what you were saying, Lee. Sorry, Lance.
No, I'm just saying, it's like, I mean, the people that are supposed to be for human rights, social justice, this is the greatest threat to social justice and human rights in recorded history. Where are they now? They're supporting it.
And what example in history do we have of the people forcing everything, mandating it, being the good guys?
No, there's plenty of
you must all do this.
Bad guys doing it. Right, a pressing subject at the moment, which we should have spoke about earlier in this stream, is supply chain shortages, right? Because there's a few posts here. There's one from Alex Wright and one from me about food, about energy, gas prices, fizzy drinks, CO2. Right now, I've been posting a lot and taking the piss out of people on Facebook for blaming what's going on Brexit. And it's not really hard to debunk this. There's just a few screenshots here that I've got about the global supply chain, literally by typing in worldwide fuel shortage, worldwide food shortage 2021, and you can see that the global supply chain is not in a good way. And now, obviously, we've got this petrol and fuel crisis, and it's still going on right now.
You'll have safe fuel.
I don't know. I don't know what we're allowed to say anymore. I mean, the Greta Reset isn't like a community standard yet, is it? I mean, soon what are we going to be able to talk about? I can't show any of the juicy stuff about the Britney Spears stats anymore because that's just instant takedown shit.
What I didn't get is
I'm getting reports that if you track the ships, they're all just sitting off the harbours. Sorry, Andy, go on.
So no, I was okay. Yeah, I'm saying how can no one on our level as such is allowed to say these things yet? The BBC, ITV, Fox News, CNN, all of the major channels are allowed to say what they like, even if pro or against.
Yeah, but mate, when I got all the stuff that we got deleted for, all my stuff that got taken down is because I was quoting mainstream media and peer reviewed science.
It's awful.
It wasn't even for my opinions.
It's hypocrisy.
I saw in a Telegram group, I can't remember which one it is, but there's a group or a team in the UK that are phoning in these live radio stations, and what you have to do, you send an email saying that you're pro the concert or you got a good experience of the concert, and then when you get on, which apparently they reply, if you say like something very positive about it, they get back to you like in 30 seconds, and they literally put you to the front of the queue, and you can be on the radio within minutes. As soon as you get on, then you do the opposite.
Then you rise above. Yeah. So like I don't know if anyone else has noticed, there's definitely a trend in the last month or so where you go onto like a mainstream post which is very pro Britney Spears. It might even have like the name of one of Britney Spears' main sponsors in it, like the Tizer or one of those names. And you go in the comment section, and the first thing you see, because of Al Gore, is all of your friends, and most of them watch Rise Above. And before you know it, you're scrolling through like dozens and dozens and dozens of negative comments about Britney Spears from people you know and from people you don't know, and it's all you can actually see. Like thousands and thousands of comments that are all negative. Yep. There was a really famous one last week or the week before from, it was like an NBC or an AB NBC, actually from Australia, and they were asking in the headline for testimonies and stories of people that hadn't been to Britney Spears and were Britney Spears resistant. They definitely didn't want to go to the concert, but they had actually contracted the people's pandemic. That's what they wanted. But what they got was not that. They got the exact opposite. They actually got shitloads of people that were having, I got trampled to death at the Britney Spears concert. I got jabbed with a knife at the Britney Spears concert, whatever. So they got, and I looked through it, there was 4,000 comments. I mean, I was looking for 20 minutes, half an hour, couldn't find hardly any comments that they wanted. It was literally like a tidal wave of what they didn't want.
I think that's because people who are against the Britney Spears concert, they don't want to go there. They're more active, they're more outspoken.
Yeah, because the
type of people
but they're militant
we are.
for a reason, because we know what's on the line. For people that believe the lie or even don't believe it, they're just either acquiescing, or at least they think that if you go to Britney Spears and then everything will go back to normal. So,
well, I think there's a high percentage of people that they literally don't have an opinion, and that's what the problem is.
They're actually the most dangerous ones, because their opinion can be molded into anything. If you have the ability to make an opinion, at least you can be given some new information, and hopefully you'll use that to form a new opinion potentially. But if you have no interest in having an opinion, then
I have that problem. I have that problem with my sister, because we could have some really interesting debates, but she with most things, she just says to me, well, what can you do about it? It's always been this way. Just go along with it. There's no point in speaking out. There's no point in doing anything. Just go along with it. That's her stance on most things.
I mean, it's not that hard to sort of debunk that using logic, historical examples, reasoning. But the problem is, you've got to take into consideration, and I'm not going to demean anyone that has that attitude, because hundreds of thousands and millions of people do. You've got to take into consideration where that attitude is coming from. It's actually sort of potentially coming from a place of not wanting to maybe know about an uncomfortable truth.
The old expression, ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, and secondly, certainly not wanting to act on it. And in some ways, ignorance is bliss. Until Lord Schwab knocks on your door and wants to put the anal swab in your butthole, then it's not bliss anymore, because it's dry.
Well, the other classic one is when you speak to people and they're very pro the concert. You get past, I don't know, second or third sentence, and you quickly realise that they know absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and the worst thing is, even if you showed them something from a source which they, on their own terms, might quote if they wanted to, like ONS, Office National Statistics, whatever, they almost sort of put up like a firewall and shut off. No. But you know, there's, you know, I mean, you get the tropes. Science is settled. I trust the experts, etc., etc. Those things which in for people like us are now like memes. They're like, you know, if someone literally in front of my face said, "I trust the science," I don't know what I'd do. I mean, I'd definitely burst out laughing. That's the first thing I'd do. I probably might be a little bit sick in my mouth. I'd probably puke a little bit.
Well, I think people can only get the gist of any of this if they factor in the Great Reset. And I think that's one of the problems. Now, I've got a very good friend who's a businessman, very successful businessman. And we've had lots of conversations, arguments, debates over the last 18 months about pretty much everything. And I've mentioned about the Great Reset right from the beginning, and he's like, "No, don't be stupid, that's a conspiracy." But he also says, "I'll only trust anything that's on the government website." So then when I show him on the government website the Great Reset, he still won't accept it.
Really?
Yep.
I had it the other day. It was a referee. I know you might know Andrew Nichols, an MMA referee. He was posting about the Great Reset, and he was just like 3 points: hyperinflation, economic crash, coming for private ownership. And someone came in his, I would say, "Oh, that will never happen." And he said, "Well, have you got a mortgage?" And this guy's, No, I own all my properties." And I said, "Well, you know, I'm not advocating, it isn't my plan, but the plan is to actually sort of target people that own things and to levy so many taxes and carbon credits on you, it's almost impossible to, it's the end of ownership." And I said, "Listen, once again, it's not our plan. Me and Andrew are promoting this. We're trying to warn people of it." He said, "Well, my understanding of economics, that would never happen." I was like, "What is your understanding of economics better than Lord Schwab's understanding of economics?" Because last time I checked, he's the chief of the World Economic Forum. And last time I checked, almost every country in the world officially signed on the dotted line and handed over the reins of everything to the World Economic Forum in, 17 or 18. It's actually sort of surpassed the UN. You know, everyone can even look at these videos on YouTube. You've got every single world leader literally getting down on these, opening their mouth and accepting Lord Schwab's girth live on YouTube. And he's there, "Yeah, we're going to put fucking nanobots inside your butthole. The fourth industrial revolution, it's not just about change of the world, it's change of humans. I'm going to change you." And everyone's like, "Yeah, Lord Schwab, give me more." And it's all recorded. Every single world leader is there just saying, "Yeah, do it to us."
Yep.
So, you know, I know we beat this horse quite a lot. This subject is like, what more could you show people? Maybe they need someone putting nanobots in their butthole. I don't know. It's the final straw, really, isn't it? When someone is bending over, it's like, "Yeah, I've got this anal probe." It's like, okay, well, maybe this is real. I don't know. No, it's not real. You know, I know it's stupid, but what more can people see?
It goes back to Yuri Bezmenov's, was it not until the boot is on their necks?
No, this is a safety boot, comrade. This boot is protecting things falling on my neck. What are you talking about? No, honestly.
Justification.
I know someone that really hates what I'm doing. Andy knows him. He's a hip hop MC, and he has a Russian heritage, and he says he's a proud Soviet. And every time I talk about the Soviet Union, he like cusses me down. He's like, "No, Stalin was great. The Soviet Union was brilliant for the for Russia." Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. He says, I'm
proud
proud.
that he would say that.
Yeah, he said he's a proud Soviet Marxist, and he bigs up Lenin and Stalin, and says that the Soviet Union was like totally misunderstood.
Well,
So
Yeah,
it's
cool.
like,
I think he's been reading the wrong literature.
I think it goes to show that whatever the level of oppression is, there will be someone that still thinks that it's for their good.
Well, look, you know, Mrs. in the Guardians is Russian, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, she tells me that there's still, I wouldn't say a huge proportion, but a lot of Russians that are still support Lenin for whatever reason.
Well, because they were convinced that the Ukrainian kulaks or the whichever bourgeoisie sector of what was oppressing them, they were convinced that they were the enemy.
Well, I think
than the people convincing them to kill them.
Well, I think what it is, whether we like it or not, there were quite a few that benefited from communism. But obviously, the majority didn't. But there are those
that didn't have all their stuff reappropriated.
Well, if we go back to what Jay was talking about, he I can see where some people did benefit from communism, and he said that that everyone had a job, everybody had a certain type of education, whether it was good or bad.
East German Jay.
Yeah,
we need to get him on for part 2.
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
his original interview was deleted.
No.
Yeah.
Is that part of the one that's gone?
I mean, I'm sure
Totally
it must be somewhere still on the hard drive, but I haven't seen it recently. It was on the original channel. Yeah.
It's a shame because that's a brilliant interview.
It was. We'll get him back.
It's in line with the top 10 of our shows, I think.
Yeah.
We've done a lot now.
It's the same in Cuba. You still got some Cubans that are pro-communism.
Where I go, my trip to the Golden Triangle every year was always centered on going to Laos, which is a country which actually accepted communism in 1975, which is the same year it was sort of being eradicated from other parts of the world, or at least starting to fall. And people there, they have no, and I love people of Laos, they're lovely people, but they have no interest in knowing anything about their country. You ask them about politics, I don't want to know. I don't need to know that.
Yeah.
It's the mindset. Although they have capitalism there, like you can have your own business and you can use money, so it's not strictly communist, but the government is Chinese communist.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the consequence of it, is that it leaves people with a certain ability to block out reality out of necessity.
Definitely.
I mean, I was, I've said before, I wouldn't say a staunch socialist, but I was on the socialist spectrum until I spent time in communist countries and realised that you had champagne socialism.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I saw it firsthand that it made me realise that, I mean, like I've said this before as well, most of these systems are okay. It's just that unfortunately, they're in the wrong hands. If it's done correctly, then all the systems would work.
And would live in harmony together as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not one of those things I want to get chowed down into it. Almost 10 to 6 hours at the end of the stream, but the whole communist, socialist, capitalist argument is very cyclical.
Yeah.
And it's all about imposition, in my opinion. It's all about consent.
Segregation as well. It's another way of segregating people, isn't it? So
people will argue until they're blue in the face that capitalism oppresses people and that. But
Well, I think what we're facing now is it's all merged into one.
Well, it's cartelism. It's not really what we have now. It's not. It is all merged into one, and that's the problem, probably. Yeah. So we've got a couple of new people in the comment section. Big up Plain Drifter, Crown Jewels,
cartel, commune, capitalism.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Cartelism. It's not really capitalism because we don't. The monopoly laws are totally defunct. They're not followed.
I mean, if you had to go for
what did you say?
Communitarianism.
Communitarianism.
I think if you had to pick one,
I went off what Lance said.
We're feeding off each other.
If you had to pick one system with a name, probably controlled capitalism would be the best one to go for.
I would say that I describe what I think of like the ideal is anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah.
No government and free trade, and no
But
central.
the problem is the word anything to do with anarchy has been hijacked, hasn't it? Most
Yeah,
people
it's
don't
negative
really understand.
connotations.
Because straight away people think that it means looting and smashing windows and graffiti.
Yeah. Right, now back to the subject. The petrol fiasco, the fuel fiasco. I want to bring it to this thing. And obviously, this is the funny meme. Let's clap for the petrol workers, right? Garage workers. Now, here's one from Virus Man as we get into the memes about this, as we sort of come into the twilight zone of tonight's episode, yeah? So, when the cabal try to break down the food and the supply chains, but fish fingers don't deliver themselves, and we've got Captain Birdseye siphoning petrol out of a fucking old car so he can keep the fish finger supply up. That's all well and good. Right, let's get down to business. Did anyone see the BBC reporter reporting from the BP station? Yeah, you better believe I'm going there. I know this has been done to death.
You're going the whole rabbit on this one.
Well, I think I might have potentially farmed all of them. I tried to catch all of them like Pokemon, yeah, because everyone was posting these on Facebook, right? So Philip McCann was at the BP station saying you need to fill your can with petrol. Okay, it's a funny coincidence. It's a coincidence. Phil McCann. Crispy Cock, right. Do you remember Chris Peacock?
Chris Peacock, yeah. I do.
Yeah, he was a BBC reporter. Anyway, so is it a coincidence that Phil McCann is telling you to keep your jerry can filled up? Potentially. However, we've obviously got a few other suspects here. We've got a GP and a sexual health advocate called Sally Cockburn. Well, I'll give him that one. Talking about books, National Book Day, we've got Paige Turner.
It's too much, man.
Really? A social justice advocate here called Christian Guy.
Stop. I want to get off.
Right, mate, I'm just getting warmed up.
I tap out.
Struggling with debt. Well, you better speak to Molly Monopoly, okay? Obviously, come on. All right, so, these are the morning show. We've got BBC Breakfast. We've got Australia here.au, so that's in Oz. So this is worldwide, guys, not just BBC. We've got a Samaritans volunteer, Alan Too Good. He's just too good for school. A chef called Tom Kitchen. From Perth Airport in Australia, we've got Fiona Lander landing on the runway. All right. So reporting from a river in Maidenhead, we've got Dan Rivers. Okay, that could be a coincidence. I don't know. It could be on
I reckon
ITV.
they stitched him up. They reckon they sent him down there.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Well, Amy Freeze, she's a meteorologist. She just happens to report on all types of weather, not just frozen weather. She's called Amy Freeze. So we've got Pam Graves. So it'd be better if it's a man called Douglas Graves, Doug Graves, archaeologist from Durham University. We've got a runner in the Olympics called Aaron Farr. He's running far. We've got a gay rights activist called Paul Twocock.
No.
Yeah. Here, from BBC South East Today. He's a gay rights charity, Stonewall. He's from Stonewall. Paul Twocock's not he likes two cocks at once. So, yeah, it gets better. I think this is the last one. We've got the International Tree Climbing Championship, who was won by Scott Forrest and Josephine Hedger.
No.
Yes.
You've forgotten about the police officer.
And here, do you remember Boko Haram? Do you know what Boko Haram means? It means everything haram. Everything haram. It's like the most extreme form of Islamic extremism you can get. Boko Haram in Nigeria. So they've kidnapped loads of girls from a school. Who reports on this? Nick Childs. I'm going to nick your child. Come on. Is there any way?
You've missed one, Lance.
Have I missed one? Don't tell me I've missed one.
You missed the police officer.
I didn't miss one. Lieutenant Les McBurney.
No, not
from
him.
The fire department.
Oh, this guy's brilliant as well. McBurney.
Les McBurney, mate. Of course, Lieutenant Les McBurney.
Okay, how about the police officer investigating
what
the...
What about Sue Per Unleaded?
This
one is blatantly fake.
No,
Okay, I'll get
fake,
it. This is a Photoshop. I didn't do it myself, but they say the BBC's taking the piss right now. Super Unleaded reporting on the petrol crisis. So what are we saying? Is this a coincidence?
How about let me say, PC Rob Banks.
Oh yeah, fuck, where's Rob Banks? I had that. See, that's the problem with too many memes. Rob Banks should have been in there.
He was investigating the HSBC thing, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Right, so what are we to assume here? We know there are crisis actors at play. We've postulated before, right, that maybe talking heads on TV are literally just actors. So what are we saying? Are we saying that they're just putting these people here, whether they're actors or news reporters, and they're choosing their names to literally take the piss out of us?
Well, maybe they're not even
It's
real
a side
people.
thing between journalists, they do that on purpose, and it's not nothing apart from that.
Do these people even exist?
Well, that's the other thing.
Is it
Everybody
animation?
on the TV?
Are they like a
exists.
human vibration thing where it's literally just a digital contract? Because
Yeah.
I'm not being funny. If you're appearing on TV, the most important thing is your name. Listen, I appear on TV sometimes. My name's Lance Murdoch, Combat Sports TV. I want my name on the fucking screen, my real name, so everyone knows my name. I don't want to call myself Amy Freeze. If I'm a meteorologist, I don't want to. Listen, if I'm a gay rights activist, I don't want to call myself.
But isn't that what actors do? Take on the role of someone else?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They're actors. They must be. You know, Paul Tucock. Is that a coincidence?
Paige Turner.
Come on.
It's
Just think how many we didn't get.
Exactly.
There must be thousands.
Well, this is what I've just literally harvested.
Different
in like
languages.
3 days. I was aware of this before. I actually saw a collage of this before on something like, you know, like a TV bloopers compilation or It'll Be Alright on the Night, something like that. And it was sort of like, you know, funny bits from TV. And it showed news reporters or people on TV that had a name that was related with what they're doing. And I saw this years ago. And none of these people were on it. So this is a thing. This has been going on for a while.
Yeah.
What other explanation could it be? It can only be a coincidence where it's deliberate. So, I don't know. What are we to say about that?
Well, like I say, this realm is designed for us to identify and spot things. It's a game. It's a consciousness game.
A test.
Yep.
Or an exercise.
Yep. Awareness.
Here's a good one on the Greta reset tip. As we just step almost into 6 hours, right? From the Telegraph. The Bank of England are telling ministers to intervene on the new digital currency, and it can be programmed. So this new digital currency that the Bank of England are thinking about rolling out can be programmed, so it can only be spent on essentials, certain different goods, and the government will deem what is sensible. So the government will choose what you can spend the digital currency on, and apparently it has an expiry date as well. So this is no surprise because we've been studying old Lord Schwab and all of his plans for ages, but here it is. This is from this is from the 21st of June. I picked this up 2 weeks ago. Programmable digital currency, all coming from Lord Schwab.
But isn't that something we looked into a little while ago anyway? Thinking about the Gates one. What was that called?
That was actually a cryptocurrency that was mineable by human activity and electromagnetic impulses given off by.
But that's still that was very similar to the episode of Black Mirror, I think.
Well, in Black Mirror, you were on the exercise bike and you were watching adverts. So
and you would get credit coins for that. I mean, that's the same sort of principle as what they're saying, isn't it?
Basically,
do
exactly
tasks and you can earn money.
I guarantee there won't be an exercise bike involved in Health Chancellor Gates's plan. There'll be a sofa or a bed with no pillows, and you'll just be lying
you'll be
there.
watching shit,
yeah,
reviewing
but
something.
you won't be on an exercise bike. They don't want you healthy.
No, you'll get one of those benches like you get in the airport where you can't lay down.
Yeah, with the dividers, so people can't sleep. Yeah,
do you know what I have seen advertised recently is this virtual reality workout, which is crazy. So you just sat there and you're in a gym working out, but you're not actually working out. You're sat on your sofa. It's fucking nuts.
But don't you have to stand up and do the exercises?
I don't think so. Not for virtual reality.
Jesus Christ. I thought the whole point of virtual reality is you don't just sit there with the controller. You actually have to stand up and do it.
Maybe, I'm not sure. I haven't played the game. I've just seen it.
Have you seen the videos of people battering their front room doing virtual reality, punching their TV? They think they're walking a tightrope and they dive into the TV and stuff. It's crazy.
I remember years ago I was sat in a reception and the gentleman opposite me was on the telephone to his friend and he was talking about MMA and he was saying what a great workout he had and he was working on his ground and pound and that his key lock and Kimura technique was amazing and blah, blah, blah. And it was in preparation for his fight. And then I sat there really impressed for about 10 minutes. And then at the end of the conversation, he said, he mentioned about some PlayStation game or something that he was on.
Oh, what? He was playing the UFC PlayStation game?
Yeah, it's got a training phase, isn't it?
And so right when he gets he's been geeking it out on like the latest UFC game. It's like, yeah, I've got my fucking ground pound rear naked choke, everything, and you're like, wow, this guy knows his shit. And he's literally just geeked it out on his PS3 game. Holy shit!
But he made sure the whole reception heard it. Everybody sat there was impressed until the end.
So we're at 6 hours yet, because I think 6 hours is music break, surely.
Well, we've got 6 hours. It's 6 hours 1 minute. Yeah. Listen. Well, no one's called us. Hey, it's been a really good call in. So what are we saying? Are we having Omar Beats play us out? We're not going to come back. Listen, if you start playing at 6 hours, we're not going to come back, are we?
We did it at 7.5. No, mind you, to be fair.
No, we're not doing 7.5. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. Right. Okay. So, Inner Guardians and Word Nerd. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
It's been another epic show.
Thank
so
you
next
very
week,
much.
we're going to be basically watching Godvadge's new offering. Gold. Let's get it up one sec. Gold, Virgins, and Dragons. Or something. Here it is. Yeah, this is what we're going to be viewing. We're going to have a watch party of this next week. For once, we're actually going to do the proper, like, breakdown. We're going to watch it, really analyse it together, talk about it. And if everyone enjoys that, we'll just go through some other Godvadge. I would really love Wim to call in. Imagine if
Do you know what we haven't had yet, thinking about memes? We haven't had a James Bond meme. We've got to have something around Bond.
Right, Virus Man, Magics, we need a James Bond meme of the new James Bond movie, which is basically about some evil sort of overlord releasing the Soviet Union to depopulate everyone. I think we need a meme about that.
Definitely.
Yeah, so next week, Craters, Vikings, Virgins, and Gold, a Godvadge appreciation night. You know it's going to be good. It's Rise Above 45 next week. If Wim is watching, please tune in next week, Wim. Oh, look, Shannon's already watched it. She said the new Godvadge is heavy. I'm not going to watch it. I honestly, I'm not going to watch it all week. I'm going to save it.
Just waiting for Friday.
Just waiting for Friday. Yeah, maybe we might reignite midweek chat next week in the Guardians. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, we can try, yeah.
Or are you too busy with the relocation?
We'll
see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes, yeah. Make a decision on Monday.
Yeah, sounds good.
Be
All right, big up
spontaneous.
everyone. Thank you for everyone that tuned in tonight and everyone that called in as well. It's been another epic customer services department. Next week, Godvadge Appreciation Night. Omar Beats is going to play us out. In the Guardians, Rise Above.
Rise Above.
Spoken Word Nerd or Spoken Word Berg. Rise Above.
Big love. Rise above, everyone.
Big love, Rise Above.
Rise Above.
Right.
Broadcasting across the entire Crater realm. #VagLife.
Reality.
up all the Rise Above family each and every week. Oma Beats is going to play us out. I'm going to take a little break and I'll be back for some MCing in a second. Play you out. Oma Beats.
The tracks has got me sleeping, falling back to the past.
Narrow mind, just respect the teacher. I dissect the plan. I don't have no leader, propaganda, but this don't fall proper, not the speaker. Not a leg to stand on, hand on heart. Break away from the pack when we're back to the march. Walking in the wilderness and back to the car. In fact, the tracks has got me sleeping, falling back to the past.
like I said, it's the next level. It's the next level. It's just something, you know, it's like I said, it's the
Rise above. Over Beats live and direct. Each and every Friday. Live from the HQ. As we roll through. As we run through. Yes, we run you. We rise above. Extinguishing the fear when we generate the love. Love. We rise above. How's the mic level? Let me know how we're sounding, guys. Phone lines are closed. On the beat time. Remember, T-shirts are available. Levels are good. Big up Andy Patty. Big up Sasha English. Eye for an eye. Yeah. And a lonely tree in the forest still makes a sound. Falling down, baby, falling down. Into the fire, under the water, baby, drown. Falling down, baby, falling down. And a lonely tree in the forest still makes a sound. Oh, you need your man to sit down and listen, but you gotta understand this man's on a mission, trying to reach the stars, trying to land on Mars, trying to fix the whole world, making electric cars. Dancing with the devil, judge, I put them in the flames. He's certain heavy, man, he got them locked up in the chains. Heavy. Many fallen soldiers, they'll be dying with no names. Vanity, insanity, with nothing to gain. Complicated, full of hatred when you're stuck in the matrix. Infiltrated, confiscated, falling down, complicated, causing havoc, causing traffic, switching lanes, doing magic. What you see, you gotta have it. It's so tragic, they're bad habits. Slipping, falling, slipping down, just to get them bloody crowns. Who you think you're fooling now? With big ghosts, you me out. Standing strong, standing proud, speaking true, very loud. In your speakers, right now. In your speakers, right now. Speakers right now. The sound of Oma Beats and Double L, we're right now. Live on Rise Above each and every Friday right now. Yo, listen, okay, blank pages, open mics and dank stages. Yep, a big rig sound to wake your neighbours. Why? Heads are nodding too close to the bass bin. Heads are in the danger zone for a pasting. Oma's going in, he's not waiting, but the bouncers at the door, they hope it's not a late thing. Oh well, problems in the making. Hotels are booked for after parties, but I'm fading. I look around me on the whole room, start shaking. People come alive, what? From the vibrating. From the vibrating. That's cute. Falling down, baby, falling down. Into the fire, under the water, baby, drowns. Falling down, baby, falling down. And a lonely tree in the forest still makes a sound. The most explosive matter is the sound you can't touch. The most explosive matter is the sound you can't touch. Oma Beats, ashes to ashes, bruv, dust to the dust. Dust to dust. Too many microphones, too many microbus. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The most explosive matter is the sound you can't touch. How the levels? Big up Rod. Yo, eye for an eye. Enter Sir Lancelot. Lyrics that make you dance a lot. Use them every chance I got. So people, you gonna dance or what? I didn't see you at the round table. Didn't see your name in the table. Bruv, probably shoving the shit in a stable. Sir Lancelot, aka the General. The General shit, speaking general facts. Pay your dues like federal tax. I'm not just rolling through, why I'm leveling flat, 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 flat. Let's get dirty, Omar. Let's do it, let's do it. The technique is legendary. MC the dead and buried, dead in the cemetery. Well, I'm still live and merry. Live by the mic and you might live by the mic and you might live by the mic and you might die by the mic. Get blind by the light, they come and take away your sight. When the sun goes down, step inside the fright night. Step inside the fright night. Rise above, we take flight.
Let's get dirty. Let's get dirty. Let's get dirty. Let's get dirty. Let's get dirty.
Rise above, we take flight.
Let's get dirty.
MC Double L's live inside the ride. It's Friday night. Brand new and brand new shit. Brand new and brand new shit. On point just like a toothpick. On the beats, run through. Do it. Flip it round, change thinking. Flip it round, change thinking. Let's forget what you thought you know. Flip it round, change thinking. Let's forget what you thought you know. Oh, my beats original. Oh, my beats original. Do I have you, do I have you, do I have your blessing? Bad boy sound that on my beats, take away your stressing. Do I have your blessing? Spark up the best thing. Take away your pain, mate. Take away your stressing. I hate to run my mouth. I can't stop confessing. I got the best DJ, better than the best thing. On my beats, better than the best thing. It's MC Double L, yo, I got to stop stressing. Can't stop confessing. Got the best DJ, he's better than the best thing. Do I have your blessing? Standard, no misunderstanding. MC Double L's here, I'm crystal clear. Yo, standard, no misunderstanding. All my beats is here and he's landed. Okay, yo, bigger, badder, better. Listen, my selector. All my beats is live inside the center. Bigger, bigger, badder, badder. Better, 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 Double L come. Bigger, bigger, badder, badder. Better, 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 bass and drum. Gosh. Sorry. Big up Oma Beats. If you want to support us, please buy a t-shirt. RiseAboveLivestream@gmail.com. That's the PayPal, £25. Postage and packaging. Everything exempt. Everlasting exemption. Big up Gritty Kitty. Sam Carno. How we sounding? Levels are sweet. Big up Mr. Rude. Let me draw from the archive. My name is known all across the land by the drum and bass woman and the drum and bass man. Yep, his name is known all across the south by any shit DJ who got his foot stuck in his mouth. I'm a seasider, rhythm a rider, buster one-liner. Be the game so I'm an old-timer, lyrical flowers. Yeah, seasider, rhythm a rim. Who's that? Double L skin. Love the mic, I'm rolling shit. Love the mic, I'm rinsing. Yo, seasider, rhythm a. Seasider, rhythm a. Seasider, rhythm a. Gets me and I get straight into the seasider, rhythm a what? Inject the blood clot. Inject the blood clot. No nano Schwabian technology comes into my biosphere. Who is the who is the architect? Many ask the question, but few have got the answers yet. Forget what your pastor said. The truth is so incredible, it might just Who is the architect of all creation? The all-seeing eye can't see the change in this vibration. Breaking through the surface, doing it purposely. Consciousness triumphs in the face of adversity. Strong sides are tethered, wings links are severed. Strides towards the world that we've endeavored. Believe, revealing hidden knowledge. Ancient clay tablets, clues to the creators of this world that we inhabit. It's come back. 20 years of drum and bass. Big up Andy Pandy 33. Beats' program is fucking him up. Yeah, it's good to get the lyrical tongue working again, to get back in the zone, to invite the shaman back. You're right, Omar. Dropping it, verbal styly. Yo, double checking the measurement. Write that shit on testament. Laced with untold relevance. The lyrical intelligence, a new stage, a new development. In the everlasting race, identify that fifth element. Its name is drum and bass, so check the pace, the tempo, never heard before. The flex of our baby culture busting up the floor once more. From this day until the end of time, my DJ spin the rhythm, double L was speaking rhyme. I said, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Too many minute microphone, too many minute mic bus. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. We're very, very dark, we be very, 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 very dark. Very, very dangerous, the most explosive massive sound you can't touch. It be the sound you can't touch. So ashes to ashes, mate, dust to dust. We're very, very dark. We be very, 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 very dark. Very, very dangerous. On the beast, come and tear this one up.
Days getting dark, nights getting darker, 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 darker.
Bigger, badder, better. Listen, my selector, word for word, letter for letter. Deep inside the center, on my beast, yeah. Storm clouds are gathering, 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 gathering. Armageddon acolytes, assimilate the function.
Nights getting darker.
Assimilate the function. Approach the crossroads and choose the next junction. Which way you're turning, which way you're looking. No matter where you're looking, see the world burning, 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 burning. Watch as we attack this, swarming like arachnids. Every single move premeditated.
Nights getting darker.
So, we're never tactless. Every single move premeditated, never tactless. Watch as we attack this, swarming like arachnids. You think you're heavyweight, but you could never hack this. I squash you with my fatness. Squash you with my fatness.
Days getting dark, nights getting darker, 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 darker.
Unpredictable the way I spit these lyrical messages in avenues and terraces. If you ain't down with us, I'll be your nemesis. I'll shake your brain inside, just go until you need a therapist. We are the children of the law of one, not the sons of Belial. Oma Beats and Double L. Big up Sam Carno, big up Helena Phoenix.
Stay in my lane, see the demons at my gate, but don't wait too late. Times are changing, moving in a different direction. All we gotta do is keep on moving to the junction. Better keep your faith, I'll be careful and strong. Cause anything can happen when that faith is gone.
Oma Beats is the audio surgeon. Double L, the third eye samurai, the third force installer. The rabbit hunter way across the border. The vertical rising forces, third force installers. Epic rabbit hunters way across the borders. Yeah, yeah. Welcome to the lecture, take precaution as you enter. Enter, enter, enter. Take precaution as you enter. Whoa! Take precaution as you enter. Yo. Take precaution as you enter. Whoa. Take precaution as you enter. Oma Beats is my selector. We're getting deep inside the sector. Welcome to the lecture, take precaution as you enter. And you bite into the apple with that razor dab at the center. Mike the bender, lead pretender looking for the denture. The time's about the underdog, we're number one contender. Rolling for the entrance, taking every word in a sentence. Pensions for dimensions in my lyrical extension called confession. Scared with them at a static click progression. No matter what your creed, your color or your skin complexion, rip the session with LSI, L-skin injection. LSI, L-skin injection. Each and every Friday night from 9 p.m. live inside the HQ, inside the session, rise above my brethren. Big up Clarice Starling. Big up Sam Carno. We are the third force installers. We are the vertical rising forces, hunting rabbit way across the borders. Rise above. Welcome to our Aboriginal Mystery School, the Open University of the The Occultist. Toby Phillips. My mum gets up this early. This is morning time for my mum. I always go to sleep after my mum gets up. She knows me. I know her too. The family's deep. Killer Ink Part 2, melt through the plastic on my biro. Things are getting drastic, MC's fighting for survival. So what you think of what we do without recital? Lips touch the mic, needle touch the vinyl. Needle touch the vinyl. Oma. Bigger, badder, better. Invincible, eternally immortal. Invincible, eternally immortal. My pen hits the paper, then I open up the portal. Some of my power, some of my power from some dark side demon. Dark side demon, brimstone shower, no warning, no reason. The season for hunting has started. I stroll across some lands through some seas that have parted. Gain energy, positive, negative chi. It flow into my body but kill you internally. Yo, shut down your system, put you to sleep. There's no escape, mate, there's no chance for retreat. How does that sound? Does your future seem bleak? Snatch away your paddle but I float you up the creek. Taking up no prisoner, MC double L, I be strictly for the listener. We keep it tight, strictly for the strictly for the listener. This is the laid back style, yeah? Many different styles. MDMA, multidisciplinary microphone artistry. Bad boy for them, MC double L, pick the mic, bad boy for them. Long time, pick up the mic, mix and the blend. Lay it down, once, twice, 3 times then. Pen to the paper, brick after brick, stone after stone as we step on the path. Never do it by half. Bruv, are you daft? It's a freestyle top of my dome as them laugh. But who's the last laughing? Big up Bruce, this is a rise. The rise is fire, and the fire is rise. Focus, intent, remember, focus. As Inner Guardian says, yeah? Focus, intent, remember, execute, then manifesta. Inner Guardians, inner protector. Fire's the system that's in presenter. Big up everyone, I love you. Big up Mannequin Spitter, I miss you. It's double L, double who? MC from the Rise Above crew, passing through, live from the HQ, double L, double who? I D-D-D-O-O-O. L-L-L-E-E-L-M-C. That's me, spit it, letter, it's getting late. Letter, clarity. Yo, with Oma Beats, you see, it's that twisted modulation. Perfect technique. Our given occupation is to perplex the streets. Oma Beats. Oma Beats. Tell you what, give me a stage and I'll hurt it. It's difficult sitting down, no interaction. It's too relaxing. Too relaxing. Big up Andy Pandy, Eye for an Eye, Bruce, John G, bad boy for them. Sam Carno, mate, big up yourself. We got double numbers, 88 people still tuned in. We get 4,000 people a week watch the show now. Rise above, everybody. And remember, if you want to support us, if you want to support what we're doing, I urge you to buy a t-shirt. Not only are they sick t-shirts, it says fuck off to the Soviet Union. It supports Rise Above. And when another Rise Above in this shit sees you in a t-shirt, you better believe it's fire. Gosh. Standing, no misunderstanding, Rise Above is here. Standing, no misunderstanding, Rise Above is crystal clear. Standing, no misunderstanding, MC000 and I've landed. Lyrical's gonna be branded, lyrically outstanding, this a banger. Full capacity, anger, MC's audacity, cliffhanger, grips audacity. I'm running solo on the console, trust me. Pick up Andy PG. Oma Gasmatron. Kong W, big up yourself, Kong. If you're new to Rise Above, never feel shy to get in the comments. Never feel shy to get in the live chat, please. Big up everyone tuned in. It's Rise Above, Oma Beats, double LMC, DDDOOOUUUB, LLLE. Oh, big up Yoji. Where's my Glasgow crew? Big up Yoji 33. I miss you, bro. Where you been? Big up Yoji 33. Sound of Oma Beats and Mr. Double LMC. Each and every Friday on the 9 PM we come in, mix and blend for them. Coming Bible shit for them is Rise Above. Each and every Friday, Rise Above, Rise Above. Yes. Extinguishing the fear when we generate the love. Extinguishing the fear when we generate. Right. If you want to go to a concert, you want to go to a festival, and you want to say I'm exempt from the Soviet Union, you better get one of these T-shirts. Rise Above. Once, twice coming on, once, twice coming on, once, twice coming on. Free sound slick. That rhythm roll like Chevy sound too heavy like a brick. Accelerated tempo, lyrical switch. Time to rubber the stickity side of mine, but busted quick and I be sick on the afterburner. Feel the need for speed. Crashing full sound barrier, jet harrier with stage. Speed camera, get damager, speedometer, get breeze. Verbal weight, get terminal, LCs get frequency. Oh please, please. Yeah, big up Yoji, big up yourself, man. R.I.P. Roach Realist, big up Ash. We miss you, brother. Remember, Rise Above is a family, Rise Above is a movement, and we're all part of it. Oma Beats, the beats are banging. Everybody knows the beats are banging. Oma Beats. Everybody, it's 3:33. Gosh. Time is 3:33. It's the witching hour. Listen. Whatever dirty tricks the parasite and the agents of the denying force throw in front of our face. Right here we dissect it, we lay it down, we roll it open and we look what's inside, we put it on the table, Rise Above. Only with true observation can the parasite be revealed. Once it's revealed, it can never be unseen. Rise Above. These are positive incantations, positive mantra from your resident in-house metaphysical audio shaman. Rise Above. Rise Above. Yo. Yo, we're engineering new dimensions using psychotropic substance. The spirit molecule exists in great abundance. Harness the energy from the infinity around us then. Look within to reveal a hidden purpose. Reverse polarity, shapeshift to next density. Reveal the nature of an illusional reality. And I can't tell you the rest next week. It's 3:33, 3:35 now. The witching hour is fully commenced. It's Rise Above. If you're tuned in, you're a 33rd level Aborigine Adept. Big up Clary Starling. Get your Everting exempt T-shirts. Oma Beats. The O, the H, the M, the A, the B, the E, the A, the T, the O, the H, the M, the A, the B, the E, the A, the T, the S. Oma Beats is live on the set, nothing less. Oma Beats is live on the set, nothing less. Laying down the best is test press with MC-double-L with the lyric proof. Listen, listen. Nothing less. Oma Beats is live on the decks, nothing less. Double L is live in the flesh, nothing less. Nothing less. I'm biologically, physically, metaphysically here. Let's do this. Omar. Ready to rock, ready to rumble. Ready to rock, ready to rumble. Ready to rock, we be ready to rumble. Bad boy sound of Oma beats is rinsing out the jungle. Ready to rock, we be ready to roll. That man, the mic with the rinse in the back of the mic control. Ready to rock, we be ready to rave. Ready to rock, we be ready to rinse hot. Ready to rock, we be ready to rave. The bad boy sound of Oma beats in there to do behave. Listen up, listening. That boom boom is back again. What's going on? What's happening? Oma beats mixing in. MC double L rapping in. 58 strapping in. Double L's back again. Yo, what's going on? What's happening? Window painter shattering. Boom bass is back again. Double L's back again. Oma beats back again. Window painter shattering. Oma beats is mixing in. MC double L's announcing. Shake the foundation to the ceiling. We're busting down the building. Ladies, men, children, have you got the feeling? We're busting it, we're busting it. Have you got the meaning? That freestyle went a little bit out of control there. It is the back end of a 6-hour show. Oh no, we're doing 7 hours. Shit. Big up Michelle. Are you lot still with me? 87 people still tuned in. What's going on? Oma Beats is not mucking about, trust me, watch. What's it? Look at this, watch this. Watch this, look. Very, very heavy, very, very dangerous, scandalous, slippery. Can I get up? Yo, can I get up? Can I get an audience? Bad boy sound of Oma Beats coming glorious. I said, can I get an audience? It's MC double L, I'm doing this for all of us. I said, can I get an audience? Rise above people, can I get a, can I get a rise above? Can I get an audience? I kick down your door like Oscar Pistorius. Listen. Big up DJ Don Shady. Big up Kirk Evenden. Night Shift Gang, yes Kirk. Big up yourself. It's Rise Above each and every Friday night. Big up the Night Shift Gang. The Empress has got a friend round. She's got Joe in the house so we can party. Oma Beats is the bomb. Trust. Big up Clarice. Big up Kirk. Big up Michelle, Eye for an Eye, Sam Carno, Andy Pandy 33. Heavy. Excellent. Double check the measurement. Yeah. First I pick up my pen, then I pull off the lid. My thumb, I click on the button, blow, I pops the nib. Time for ink to flow on the paper, flipping up on the script. Cause I can write a lyric that would bust you in the lip. And I can write some lyrics that would take you on a trip. Leave you spinning round in circles and not knowing what you think. Go see you shrink. Write a lyric so dirty it stinks. My lyrical book is open, bruv, my pen is full of ink. Killer ink, burning up in the paper in the blink. Killer ink, I'll give you a chance to let you hear me think. Killer ink, best believe this shit don't stink. Why? I spit a verbal furball that more precious than a mink. Killer ink. We got to, yeah, we got to really represent. On. And represent. Tell me, do you really represent? People, do you really represent? Rise above, do you really represent? Whether you're living in a mansion or you're sleeping in a tent, represent. Do you really represent? Rise above, you really represent. Tell me you do really represent. Whether you're the star player or you're sitting on the bench, represents up. Since they cut the call from my placenta, from the warmth of the womb, the coldest part of the winter, why they get into? Better still. Represents up. Since they cut the call from my placenta, from the warmth of the womb to the coldest part of the winter, why they get into? Better still, tell me how you enter the darkest part of winter. Yeah, I've been a representer. Since they cut the call from my placenta, from the warmth of the womb to the coldest part of the winter, why they get into? Better still, tell me how you enter. It's double LMC, I'm gonna bust it like I meant to. Why? Cause I'm a bad boy representer. On my beats and rise above, these bad boy representer. Rise above, yes, you know we represent. Whether you're living in a mansion or you're sleeping in a tent, whether you're the star player or sitting on the bench, represent. Your people, do you really represent? Tell me, do you really? Tell me, do you really represent? Tell me you do really represent. Rise above, do you really represent? Whether you're the star player or you're sitting on the bench, whether you're the do you really represent? On the beats, double L, big up Andy PG, big up MC Mannequin Spitter, big up Yoji. Representation. Right, that's enough for me now. It's been another awesome show, everybody. Big up Helena, Yoji. Honestly, Helena, this is like 10%. I can only remember 10% of my lyrics. These are old ones. When I did Garage and Grime, that's all new. Drum and bass is old to me. Yeah, when I was a kid, I couldn't wait to grow up. I couldn't wait to be big and see what life would throw up. But now I've grown up, I wish I was a kid again. I've been around the block, bruv, I've seen the world is sickening. I feel like the Highlander, stood at the quickening. Is the flame still burning? No, it's barely flickering. So let's not blow it out. People speak up, they don't talk of what they know about. So now I'm feeling doubt. I'm a doubt on myself, all the choices I've made, all the people I've hurt, and all the games that I've played. Learn from mistakes, try not to repeat them. Shut your mouth when double L's speaking. Nah, I used to be really good, Helena. This is like a shadow of my former self. Give me 5,000 people, a good sound system, I'll still kill it. You can tell it's double L straight away, you couldn't, then I wouldn't. You can tell it's double L straight away, you couldn't, then I wouldn't spray. Other MCs, they hate my style, you can understand every word I say. Understand every word I say. No clarity, no point, just go home and smoke a joint, bruv. I can't hear what you're saying, there's no point in spraying, cause I can't hear what you're Spug up the flamer. Pass me the lighter. Somebody better tell me who been blazing tonight. All across the crater, east, west, north and south. All across the crater, we're the #1 creators. Be a creator, not a reactor. Fire, inner guardians. Focus, intent, remember, execute, be a manifester. Don't be a reactor.
broadcasting across the entire crater world. #VagLife.
Yes, big up Manic. I knew you were watching, bruv. Miss you. One false move, somebody get hurt in the crater. You might get splurt. You might get trod upon because the parasite is rough. Allow me to elucidate, I'll do it again because it's good, yo. Allow me to elucidate, while Oma Beast choose a break. You think it's end of days, bruv, you better choose your fate. Or is it really love? Because we rise above, extinguishing the fear. Because the parasite can't get enough. The hungry little worm convinced the world they spread a germ. We know it's total lies, some people never learn. It's why we choose to rise, we know we'll miss a turn. The harvest's overdue, the crops are gonna churn. Reap what you sow, keep what you know. Deep inside the mind is where you find the buried treasure. Joe, fear the denying force until you choose to mount the horse, and with the help of Master Lee you see the triad from the fourth. Never cower under three-sided power. Be the man of the hour and step up to their tower. It's double LMC, I'm doing this for decades. Apocalyptic pundit, bruv, I speak you through the wreckage. Salute the general, all soldiers in your berets. Yeah, all soldiers in your berets. Yeah, more Manic MC, trust me. Manic, Johnny's not just my best friend, he's my fucking hero. Big MC right there. Manic will be back in a couple of weeks. Trust me. We're gonna get more guest DJs in too. We've got so many more artists to introduce to you guys, trust me. We've got a whole network here. It's Rise Above. Jumpy, skippy. Maximum compression in the frequency we're repping in. Stepping in, we're doing exactly what we're... Here. You got a bit of the cat's got some fluff up there, Oma Beats. Maximum compression in the frequency we're repping in. Stepping in, we're doing exactly what we're threatening. Short as we're tethering. Weaklings we're severing. There's never been a meta type of collision. Yeah. Big up yourself, Michelle. What is going on there? Alright, Oma Beats, we're going to call it. We know it wasn't you. I reckon Hermes and Apollo have got some fluff on the needles, mate.
No, it's not that. It's something to my computer.
That's what you gotta see.
Oma Beats would never let that happen. Yeah, big up Comprehender Lucas Lyon. Big up JD. Big up Terra Slim. Big up Simon, the People's Lawyer. We've got in a couple of weeks. Big up Kyle Greaves, who we got in 3 weeks' time. Rise Above is ever expanding. We're not mucking about. We are not mucking about. Listen, if you like what we're doing, I urge you to buy a t-shirt. It says "Fuck off Soviet Union. I watch Rise Above. Don't test me." It means you can walk into any venue. According to the NHS guidelines, you have made yourself an exemption t-shirt. It's called Everting Exempt, everlasting exemption. £25 postage and packaging. Black, white, small, medium, large, extra large. We don't care what colour or size you are. Send £25 to PayPal, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Support the stream. God save the stream. We all love Oma Beats. Everyone loves Oma Beats, especially the ladies. She's got the sexy voice.
Make them and them, boy, make them and them. Girl, won't you be by your bed? I'll make them and them. Make them and them wine. Roll the track.
This next one's got me on the vocals. Bang to Rights. Double L on Bang to Rights.
Lose yourself in the music. Just face it, resistance is useless.
Lose yourself in the music.
Lose yourself in the music. Just face it, resistance is useless. Lose yourself in the music.
Yeah, it's big up Manic, big up John G. Big up Helena Phoenix, Eye for an Eye, Sam Carno, Clarice. Resistance is useless, it's I'm a beast, come on. Lose yourself in the music, resistance is useless, face it, resistance is useless, face it, it's music. Lose yourself in the music, lose yourself in the music. Resistance is useless, face it, resistance is useless. Lose yourself in the music. This is when drum and bass was good. I'm a beast.
a youth say we no lazy, we no have time to live. Anyway, watch it make me woman coming on my love. Them sell out the ghetto youth, them on the sidewalk. Watch it make me woman coming on my love. I'm blessed with people, them in them 9 to 5 stars. Watch it make me woman coming on my love. Poverty a crime and not that them bypass. Watch it make me woman coming on my love. Them can't corrupt my heart. But anyway, get a youth when we not come yourself the idle. Now make them treat you like jackass with no pride. Make them know the whole world is a cycle. Work hard and you will achieve the title. Serious and me no eating and no joking. This constant poverty soaking. Work hard, get a youth keep coping. And keep your faith and your open. Now I am him. Watch it make me woman coming on skylark. No get a youth themself on the sidewalk. Watch it make me woman coming on skylark. Them coulda never be the light in a
Rise above, everyone.
Watch it make me woman coming on.
This is officially the last one.
Watch it make me run them coming on skylark. Pick up the youth them up and you them overcast. But anyway, them shoulda know say man a real workaholic. We no licky so we can't catch no time. We no want no none progressive element on the planet. Some boy no want work, but me can't understand it. Any day me not work, me a go get panic. Go and buy me one a roots and buy me one a tonic. Buy me one a Whistler, buy me one a chronic. Put me one a gas and I'm a want it, alright. Watch it make me go them coming on skylark. No get to you themself on the sidewalk. Watch it make me go them coming on skylark. Them coulda never be the light in a eye dark. Watch it make me go them coming on skylark. Them sell out they get to use them on the sidewalk. Watch it make me go them coming on skylark. Bless up the taxi man, them man with and gas.
Over beats. Right, everybody, rise above. We will see you guys next week. Next week is it's the Goldwater special. See you guys then. Rise above.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above.